Tixi picks it up. There is Nox sent back their way, but only onto Matic.
PUBG Mobile version 2.7 will be available soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. The long-awaited Dragon Ball Super collaboration is officially here. We'll be bringing you 2 new game modes for this collaboration: Dragon Ball Super themed mode and Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super themed mode will be available in Erangel, Livic, and Sandhawk. In this mode, we've incorporated Dragon Ball elements into the classic Battle Royale gameplay. All players will embark on a journey to find the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. Collect the Dragon Balls scattered throughout the map. The team that gathers all 7 will be able to summon Shenron at the Shenron altar and make a wish to obtain powerful buffs. Maybe if you're super lucky, you'll get 3 wishes at once. During the journey of collecting the Dragon Balls, players will obtain a type of energy called Ki during the game. Players can use Ki to unleash famous Dragon Ball moves. Players can obtain the Kamehameha by picking it up. It equips to the pistol slot. After charging, it will release a continuous high-damage beam. Fukujutsu is another skill that can be picked up during a match. Players can use this skill to fly freely in the air and make quick tactical maneuvers. The Senzu Bean is a new recovery item that is incredibly effective. The Dragon Radar can display the location of Dragon Balls that haven't already been claimed by other players. It can help you collect the Dragon Balls more quickly. The Air Car can carry up to 3 players. It's easy to put away and has better performance than regular vehicles. Tenkaichi Budokai, Kame House, Korin Tower, Dragon Ball Village. These are some famous landmarks that will appear in the game. Call your friends and explore with them now. The collaboration this time even has a hidden challenge, named Dragon Ball Trial. Win consecutively in the themed mode for a chance to take on the challenge. After accepting the missions, the team has to follow the instructions and gather 7 Dragon Balls. During the process, your team's location will be exposed to other players. All players will be drawn into battle for the Dragon Balls. To win the game, the trial team must successfully secure the Dragon Balls, defend the altar, and then summon Shenron. Are you ready for the challenge? In this standalone mode, named Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super, players can roleplay as iconic Dragon Ball characters, use powerful, unique moves in a brand new anime-style map, and become the ultimate victor. There are 5 Dragon Ball characters in this mode. They are Son Goku, Vegeta, Ultimate Gohan, Piccolo, and Frieza. Select your favorite fighter. Master their skills to suppress your enemies and achieve victory in intense battles. In the new version, the new Ace 32 firearm will be made available on all maps. It uses 7.62mm ammo and has 6 attachment slots. What are you waiting for? Go try it out now. Furthermore, this update also includes a firearm attribute tag display. Newer players can go to their backpack to look at the tags of a firearm they've picked up to quickly grasp its characteristics. The new Cycle 5 Season 13 begins on July 18th. Be sure to stay tuned for the new season rewards. That's a wrap for the main new content of the upcoming version. For more information, be sure to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
They're not looking to go off one another. MUERTE Corker will pick off Matic there, leaves him in this 2v2, but they threat the res. MUERTE Fury is actually back in the action, but Tixi quickly puts him back down again. Malloy has to hit this shot, but Tixi out of the open makes it happen.
Oh, he's a ticking time bomb, Blank, and he's just unleashed a massive detonation that has blown away the only edge that MUERTE had. Now Corker, he's forced to be the solo king, the big man to save the day, trying to push up the hill. Kitsune watching the front, Tixi running on in, closing the gap, ready for the peak. Corker strikes onto one but can't finish him. They take...
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. It is Europe up against Africa. We have had 3 days of incredible competition, and it all comes down to today. 16 teams, 8 from each region, battling it out over 6 games every single day. The final 6 games start right now, and the leaderboard is still open. There is still a chance for someone to rise into that top spot. My name is Sam, I'm also known as Tech Girl, and I'm going to be your host. Joining me, Maxman and Crowns are here. Crowns, the African region started stepping up yesterday. They were definitely not wanting to be left behind.
Yes, I really enjoy the fact that we started to see some of the bottom African teams pull up performances, especially the side there of Falcon White. Yeah, I really enjoyed the way Falcon White played yesterday, and I am pumped going into today's games.
Max, however, there is no way Africa can catch up with Europe as a region now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The main goal is going to see if RUKH Esports can overtake that first position away from Gladiators. They are currently in the race for that position, so anything could happen. Our champion could be European or African. We'll have to wait and see.
Let's get you a little bit excited. We got something tasty up our sleeves. Here are your top 3 teams and the top 3 teams from each region right now. Let's check them out.
Of 3 other squads. Talking of one of them, that's MUERTE. They kick the door down, breach and clear.
Gets a little bit of a hit over towards one of the players from MUERTE. He's inside this room. They should know. They take a careful shot through the window. It's a lucky one, but it does
Really could be. They could be in for a RUKH awakening as Black-White is going to be waiting. Shotgun pull, perfect play with the nade. He's blown into bits. He could squad wipe them off the back of this. He's done it. Black-White has absolutely abused them. It's been a headhunter the whole damn day, and he adds even bigger stats to that large tally he's already established. They close the gap. They get up close and personal. Push up. He thought he had the chance with the shotty, but he's been absolutely annihilated. And
You saw them there right at the end. Gladiators yesterday, 3 chicken dinners. They leapfrogged themselves all the way into the top spot coming into the final day. So many eliminations as well. I think that there were 2 chicken dinners, Maxman, where they had like 25 points because they had double-digit eliminations. Can they continue that run today?
Yeah, chicken dinner to kick off the day. They got himself 9 eliminations, then their second chicken dinner 15, and the other chicken dinner 15 eliminations. Currently, they're on top of the leaderboards with 111 elimination points here, Sam. So definitely the team to beat, because when they get those chicken dinners, you know they're not going to go halfway. They're going to go all in and get these double-digit 20-plus point games, which allows them to distance themselves up in that first place once more.
Another European team that did really well and has been doing well throughout this event, Crowns, is Major Pride. They've also got 2 chicken dinners in their back pocket, I believe. So 3 chicken dinners, actually. I stand to be corrected. So these European teams, you can see them on the board right now. Major Pride and MUERTE, there's still an opportunity for them to potentially take that top spot from Gladiators, right?
Exactly. I feel like this is something they can do. Major Pride was actually looking very strong over the past 2 days. To be honest, I'm actually surprised they've not been able to, overtake the side there of Gladiators. But it's good to see that Gladiators and RUKH Esports also still putting up a fight. And the Major Pride, seeing how close they are, I feel today they will be bringing that A game and trying to see if they can climb up.
Yeah, it's been a bit rough yesterday, especially against how aggressive a lot of the teams, like mainly Gladiators, have been. But we saw Major Pride, right, Crowns, in day 2 more specifically, be hyper successful at centering up super early and capitalizing on those POIs. And if they can bring something similar to the table today, they can close that gap with RUKH Esports, so at least aim first for that second place, and who knows, maybe overtake Gladiators if they can't quite bring the points on today.
Yeah, that was just straight up. I was going to say that was straight up, yes, that was straight up adaptation coming through from the side of Major Pride. Seeing the fact that they were able to put in that rotational advantage and positional advantage to their style of play, it was wonderful to see from them.
Talking about RUKH Esports, though, they were the African team that has sat on the top spot for so long, lost it yesterday. The question, of course, Crowns, is can they get it back today? Only 6 games to do it.
They're doing so well in terms of placements. They currently have the highest placement points in the whole lobby at the point. So it is a good showing. All they just need to do now is continue to rack up those eliminations. It's kind of funny because they were one of the teams that had the most eliminations at the end of day 1 and day 2. And then now going into day 3, they just fell off in terms of eliminations. And I think if they're able to get those eliminations today, they will find themselves back in the race for top 1.
Just to highlight your point even further here, Crowns, it's very important when you're looking at and comparing to Gladiators. Gladiators, as you already said, Sam, they got 2 chicken dinners with 15 eliminations. Yesterday, you're looking at RUKH Esports, a 4th place, 1 elimination. 2nd place, 0 eliminations. Even their chicken dinner, they got 3 eliminations. So not only RUKH are going to have to maintain that consistency when it comes to placement points, they need to start fragging out.
We've spoken a lot about the top teams, but I do want to pull your attention to an African team that surprised me yesterday, and I'm sure it surprised a lot of people watching. You mentioned them at the start of the show, Crowns. Falcons started yesterday with 2 placement points. Look at them now. They were able to get 18 placement points yesterday. They were sitting in the bottom of the table. They've pushed themselves up to 12. The first place spot is probably out of contention for them, but if they continue like this, is there a chance for them to make it into the top 8?
Yes, I believe Falcons might be able to make it into the top 8 today. Currently seated on 79 points. I feel like it's quite far from SPG, but depending on how SPG come into today's games, I feel like Falcon, if they're able to tap into their yesterday energy and even increase that, they might be finding themselves in that top 9, top 8 position by the end of the day.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd even go further than saying they can make in top 8. I would say top 5 for a lot of these teams on this higher part of that second page could still climb up there. Maybe you can call me crazy, but I feel like MADBULLS have been slipping significantly, and because of that, there is an opportunity on this top page to maybe make it into a top 5.
Yeah,
okay, Crazy. I was going to say, okay, Crazy, you mentioned them. I'm going to jump in here because I do want to talk about them. MADBULLS, what happened to them yesterday? Because this was a team that was in contention for the top spot.
Yeah,
okay,
yesterday we...
Oh, you go again.
Okay, this is getting wrong. But yesterday we saw them battle a lot in hot drops in their positions, and I think that's pretty much what really led to their downfall yesterday.
I'd agree. It's pretty much the drops that's been happening. We still saw quite a few times that there's that fragging power potential there, but if you keep fighting on a wrangle that you can see on this map rotation is pretty damn important, ever present, you're going to be suffering so many casualties. As we already stated many times, Sam, during these shows, these teams are trying to prepare as much as possible for PMPL full season of 2023 to try and hopefully qualify and represent your region in PMGC. But for this event in particular, those hot drops against the side of TWAB and also the third parties now of Greedy for Kill is just so hard for them to deal with. We could see some good Sanhok to kick off the day, but Erangel, unless we don't see any changes, I don't expect them to really climb any higher than top 5.
So we're all talking over each other because we're all just so excited to get into this first game. And like Maxman mentioned, it is Sanhok. So my question is obviously, things are going to change a lot. We saw the pace increase yesterday, Crowns. We saw a slightly more aggressive playstyle from a lot of the teams. Is it going to be pretty chaotic today? Teams obviously know in the back of their mind that they've only got 6 games. What are you expecting when they all drop in Sanhok?
I'm expecting more of that chaos we saw yesterday. I mean, closing the day yesterday on Miramar, seeing that some of those teams on the bottom side of the table were starting to put up points, it's already going to show that some of the teams on that bottom side of the table, I'm looking at the bottom 2, bottom 3, are already going, you know what, let's just do whatever we can. Let's try to sabotage as much, and let's try to just frag out.
Yeah, it really sucks when you're looking at the end of yesterday, though, because there's been some friendly fire happening in your region here, Crowns, of teams that could get himself a chicken dinner. You know, we were looking at yesterday, Black Hand, wow, fantastic position. Backstabbed by the boys of RUKH Esports. What's been happening? They're not working together compared to the European squads that have some good synergies out there. It's a bit unfortunate that when they steal a chicken dinners from their own region, but it's just how it goes sometimes.
And it's not just stealing chicken dinners, right? We already saw them going up against each other, even in hot drops. I'm talking about the side of Falcons and Clear Vision every single time, you know. And I already pointed this out from like day 2. You guys need to stop fighting against each other. Fight the European teams, and I will be happy.
The chicken dinners is what is up for grabs, and I think it would be fun for us to predict who we think is going to take the first chicken dinner on Sanhok today. So let's get into this. Crowns, who are you predicting to win that chicken dinner?
Starting today off with RUKH Esports, I know that they are going to do well going into the start of today. They must have realized the mistakes they made yesterday. That's why we have the VODs, and seeing that they, you know, are a team that have been evolving over the time. That potential that we wanted to see from them, they're bringing it in today.
You think they're going to be more aggressive? Because yesterday they just looked to be taking their time with making decisions and they paid the price.
Yep, and I think this time they will be able to tap into it. They have strong players, right? We've seen Pusher show up what he's got. We've seen Eugene show us that he knows how to shoot. We've also seen Default show that, you know, they have that gun skill. And let's not even talk about Rami, who had a wonderful performance on day 1. So I think that squad, they have what it takes. They're coming in today to frag.
Okay, Maxman, how about you? Who are you predicting to take the first chicken dinner?
I mean, I respect the pick of RUKH from Crowns, but I'm going for the whole package team here. I'm going for Gladiators. You can't go wrong with Gladiators right now. They are just so strong, and we say it that the end of tournaments is where they shine the brightest, and if it keeps on going the way we've seen in day 3, they're just going to run away with it and get a massive lead at the 3-4 game point of today. So Gladiators, they're good also on Sanhok, so I would like to see them kick it off with a chicken dinner.
Is that your call, though? Do you think Gladiators is going to be able to run away with this? Because obviously the momentum yesterday was really impressive.
Oh, I really do. I feel like no team is now at the level of Gladiators, unfortunately. RUKH Esports, unless they start fragging out, maybe they can fight it out, but Gladiators, they're looking confident. They're not scared of taking fights. We especially saw that yesterday on that Vikendi finish, right? They just pushed on to RUKH when RUKH had absolutely no control at that point in the game. So when you have that kind of mentality for this Gladiators roster, which is absolutely goated for now years, it seems, I don't know who in hell could take them down in this region, or in this tournament of PMRC. So yeah, for me, it's already a done deal, but who knows? Maybe I can be proven wrong, and I would love to see that.
I'm curious, Maxman, what do you think it is about the Gladiators roster that just makes them so strong? Is it that they've been together for such a long time? Is it individual players? I mean, what is their win condition?
That's the thing with PUBG Mobile Esport. It's always roster swap galore. Every season, you're going to see every player or team's going to be breaking up, going from region to region. I mean, you saw it with Titan, for example. This team could be great, but they don't have that synergy. They haven't played for so long, so it's a bit rough to try and build that team synergy and communication. But Gladiators, as you said, Sam, they've been together for so damn long. It's a reason why this team's so successful, why teams like, you can look also at the old roster of Nova Esport was so successful, why Stalwart are so successful, because they maintain that core 4-player roster that's been just so good and being able to just make these changes and iterations over the years. So I feel like that is what makes Gladiators so special, is they have that strong synergy that they built over so many years in PUBG Mobile.
Krans, from your side, what do you think is going to be the thing that sets a team apart to win on Sanhok as we move into game number 1?
Early rotations, I'm stealing that from the side here of Major Pride, depending on how the zone goes. But we did see that work for Major Pride on day 2. And I'm pointing out that because I really enjoyed the way they played early rotations in that game and really understanding how the zone is going to play. So I think for this Sanhok game, early rotations into those positions where, there might be possible, fights happening, that will save you the game.
The final day of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash is upon us. Africa up against Europe. And we are going to Sanhok. Jackie and Blank are on the mics, ready to go.
We are indeed. We can kick this one off. Our last day of competition. 6 beautiful games to get through. 6 chicken dinners up for grabs, Blank. Will we see any major shifts in the standings? What's going to be left at the end of this clash when the dust is settled? A lot of questions and a lot of answers that we're going to be getting today.
A lot of answers coming through. We're nearly done. We're nearly done with the tournament, Jackie. And realistically, it's these 6 matches, like you say, which will be defining everything. But Gladiators are on a streak at the moment. They didn't get the most amazing finish there on Miramar. I said yesterday that this is one of the positions where, if they'd got a big game on Miramar, that would have been it. It would have been ended. We've got our first position place locked in. But there's still a chance for some of these teams underneath them to actually break out and get that shake-up going on. Because this is what I'd like to see today. I'd like to see RUKH be able to continue out getting that good amount of points going on. Increase that performance just a little bit. There's a few teams that I'm also looking at today just for improvements. Blackhand were looking a lot better towards those final matches, and I think I'd like to see some of that same kind of power that we were seeing from day 1. Similarly, Titan, we saw them play marvelously well previously before, and they've kind of just dipped down a little bit in the trenches. I need to see them back on the front line, Jackie.
Yeah, I think, following on from your point on Titan there for a little bit, as they are definitely a squad we need to give a bit of grandiose to. We know individually they can all do really devilish things, but it's just felt like, especially in the mid portion of this tournament, it's been a bit higgledy-piggledy, to sum it up in a scientific term. It's not quite been very consistent from them. We haven't seen them playing, I suppose, to the level we expect. I don't know quite what's gone on. We were talking, maybe is it the grouping, maybe it's the spacing, the trade potential. We'll see if they can sort things out, because today is their last opportunity to prove that something has changed. Meanwhile, on our screens, we can see the SBG are continuing on from the form they've started to find over the course of this tournament. They get into an engagement with Greedy for kills. They're able to do quite a few ill-mannered things and leave it down to just Toxin. He's there with the shotty in his hands, cowering behind the rocks. Bullets from iNow should be delivered fairly soon. The range won't favor him, and that's Greedy for kills going down as our first squad wipe of the day.
I mean, it's kind of sad for Toxin as well. He saw the hit reg actually onto SnowX with the shotgun as he was down. But this happens. It happens, man. You see the blood plume, but you won't get the elimination for it. So I think he was looking for elimination. SnowX is lucky to be alive. Let's put it that way. So able to get ahead. As SPG, S4 players, you're saying that they were increasing, how well they were doing over the couple days that we've had before, and you're 100% right. They've been looking really, really good. Yesterday, Narvalo and SnowX just on point. Narvalo pulling off some unbelievable plays.
Oh, yeah.
We saw the pseudo 1v4 in the sense that his team just wasn't with him, or at least just let him rip essentially, and he just went and did what needed to be done. But he's been playing really, really well, and I think SnowX sort of needed that backup character on the team. And yeah, we are seeing the backup down to Narvalo actually hitting the main stage now.
Big man like him with a beard, how can he be a backup dancer? Meanwhile here though, front and center, front stage, we got 77k. And they've been effectively contending for control here against Titan from the start. You could see they were willing to get stuck into an early fight. And this has been their bread and butter, especially yesterday. It felt like every game, there was a good 50% chance you'd have 77k drop on the same drop spot as Titan and look to try and squad wipe them. They'd gamble on, whether or not they're actually going to walk away with anyone left alive, just to see if they can take Titan out early. So it feels like a bit of a feud between these two.
Yeah, and it's a nice flex actually from Titan because they back off a little bit here, whereas 77k, like you said earlier on, they were trying to get into the thick of it. But Titan understand that right now they're not winning that engagement. So they just go for that kind of individualistic play. They've got 4 players all set up on that line there, just chilling on their each individual points. And I think that that's probably the best play that they could go for, because when they just took that full-on fight with 77k as a 4-man unit, it was not working so well. So they back off, slow things down with a circle that shifts up towards that northeast side. Technically, they have the upper hand because they're close to the circle. They can leave. Icy can even, as he's doing right now, head up towards that northeast side, get some high ground, see if you can get a cheeky pick off.
And let's touch on this as well. The top 5 elims here, the main man on your screen, Tixi. Wow, he really has been a ticking time bomb in every single game. It feels like it's just a matter of time before he goes off and causes so much carnage. Really good for consistent elims, but great in those clutch moments as well, where you need him to show up, where he's at a disadvantage. He shouldn't have the ability to absolutely go off and clean up. He just does. Really has been on another level this event, and it helps out. The close second is Kitsune as well, another one of his brother-in-arms for Gladiators. But we'll come back to the stats. Let's focus on what's occurring here. At 77k, they've got their big boots on and they want to try and push their way through. Take the compound off of Titan now. But MUERTE, they've been rolling in over the hill. They realized there was an opportunity for a third party, and taking pot shots has worked well. They strike on the 77k. Titan are cleaning up in the close range engagements, and this is worst case scenario for 77k now. You've only got 4 left and he's running for the hills.
Yeah, I mean, 4 left in the sense of 1 dude, not 4 players still alive.
Yeah, just the man 4.
Just the man 4. So, yeah, honestly, it's a little bit unfortunate there. I think they make a pretty cool play as well in the case of you take that small area down towards that east side where you can cross in the vehicle, go for the buggy play, but here's Havlik really just putting the number to them. Really, really well played. Really, really well played to keep them off their backs. And I think that's kind of forced by the fact that MUERTE does move in from that eastern side, and really 77k can't play around those doors because they're in open sight lines. So Havlik just has to sit back and clutch it up. So it does require a bit of skill from him, but it is more of a panic play from 77k, which is easier to actually get the advantage of.
Of course, and it does feel like Titan, especially Havlik, really over the course of this event, he's thrived in the carnage. So if you're just going to be running towards him, he's going to take those fights every damn day and do a really good job of defending from it.
Yeah.
So these opening moments, not looking good for 2 of the big squads there from Africa that at times have been able to teeter their way towards those top spots. Never quite get it towards the finish line. It feels like it's been very unlucky for Griefer Kills and 77k on a rinse and repeat basis. And starting off the last day like this probably isn't the dream scenario for them. But we can tune into a side that has had some great moves for the African region. And that's Blackhand. They've been looking so good throughout the event. They're very close towards pushing back into that top 5 of the overall standings as well. So maybe there's a chance today they can show us a little bit more.
Yeah, for Blackhand, it's been some carelessness right on their side, and I think it's been a case of dropping the ball a fair few times with the Butterfingers on side, so they do need to figure something out in that case, because yesterday they gave up a free Miramar just because they refused to play a little bit safer with the strong position they had, which allowed RUKH to take advantage of a really, really small window of opportunity. It was very well played. They 100% deserved to win that game off the back of that play. So I think for Blackhand, they're slightly frustrated. Now, I think that getting that momentum back on board in Sandhawk, pretty important for them. In Hatin, easy enough rotation to head over towards that east side, towards Tatmark, towards Cow, maybe, and swing on the north towards where Nexus is playing, just the east of Paris Resort. On our screens, though, you've got Falcons able to get their boy back up in action. Really important for them. They've been trying to climb out from those bottom spots. We know this team can do well. Each player on this team has something special about them. But yeah, 12th place is not likely where Falcons White would enjoy finishing. I don't think it's where they should finish either.
No, it's been a bit of a shame. It almost feels like they should be higher up in the placements, but we'll come back to that later, because right now it's MUERTE that have set up a perfect trap. You've got players on either side of the bridge. Malloy waiting towards the front, Furia in the back, basically a human tripwire. He gets the info, they both peek, bullets from the front, bullets from the back, everyone's down in a matter of seconds. And MADBULLS, well, they've just been turned into a mad carcass, because they're completely removed from this one.
Blackhand trying to go for something similar with Xenon, moving up very close to the front here. Keme immediately hits the water, looks to try and get away, gather a bit of information for the rest of his team. But that's a classic MADBULLS rotation right there. A little bit lackluster. I feel like you would prefer to send one dude across in the vehicle, right? Spot if there's anyone on the other side. But we'll come back to that in just a short while, because right now it's clear vision coming up against Falcons once again.
Yeah, these fights aren't ending. They're not giving us much time to give us the analysis, because it's all about the aim and gameplay that's going down right here. Falcons White trying to spread their wings early. They've been looking better over the course of the competition. We were saying they need to push up in the rankings, and getting some Elim points here could be a good way to do it. You've got backup from AXA providing Overwatch, whilst Puncher is down in the thick of it. Pulling no punches with the utility. He's getting peeked though by one shot, hits the connection onto him, needs to reset the fight. Vankid takes a ton of damage. Poker's trying to defend from the backline behind the rock, but Puncher, he knows about this. He's prioritizing these targets so well in this fight, Blank.
There's some serious good gameplay coming out from Puncher right now. The swings, the peaks, the challenges have all been on point. And AXA's just playing this backstop maneuver. This is not easy to pull off either, because it all relies on Puncher holding his own in that engagement. Yes, AXA can provide firepower here and there in terms of trying to keep them off from challenging Puncher on the sides where he can't deal with it, and giving that information to kind of bounce off. But overall, you need to be really good to pull that type of thing off. And Puncher just looks like an absolute madman in that situation.
Really does. The decision making and the mechanical skill was on display there. The way that he would take the peaks whilst playing with the suppressive fire of AXA. Now he's got confidence as well to advance, realizing Pocus hasn't peaked. He's probably gone for a bit of a heal here behind the rock. I'll close the gap and strike onto him whilst I know he's not got a quick getaway. It's going to be a change of nades from either side. That one goes too far. Jumps on top of the rock, wants to peek down. The angle not quite favoring him. Peppering bullets, hoping he'll peek into the pre-fire with this SMG. Pocus just teasing him at this point blank. And this fight, it's going on for quite some time. He really wants to draw Puncher in so that he has to peek into him. Gives the advantage to Pocus.
Pulls a pin on the grenade there to try and actually get the peak to come through. But again, AXA's doing such a great job to deny any challenges coming through from Pocus at the moment. He's got a nade, pulls the pin again. He's just playing with him at this point.
Oh, it's so nice. You can see him using the audio cues to just bait out Pocus. And as soon as Pocus overextends, he's going to get shot in the side of the head. But here's the backstab. Didn't expect this one, did ya? MUERTE, they've roamed in and been able to strike onto AXA's elevated position. So whilst you're tunnel visioned, scrapping against Pocus, you've been struck upon, and Falcons, they've had their wings clipped.
They're done. They're out. That is a really good play from MUERTE. Quick pickup. And to be fair, I think Falcons are riding the high of the effective 1v4 coming through from Puncher there. An insane job, well done. But yeah, in comes MUERTE, quickly pick up the pieces, and they're going to go find themselves some extra loot on board as well, because there's technically 8 death crates around this location, which means that they should be coming into these end zones pretty looted, pretty packed with a lot of the little things that they could be using in towards those final circles. We are heading up towards Paris Resort. We've got that pretty barren region down towards the south side with the RUKH over towards Paradise itself. And then right now, because SPG won their fight out so early, it's continued to move up their way. They would have been able to set themselves up on those rooftops, which gives them some real ideal sight lines into this endgame zone, essentially.
On your screens as well, you can see the rotate there from Gladiators, who are actually starting to make their move over from boot camp and up towards where Titan are hanging out. Moments from Major Pride popping up on the Elim feed as well, as they have still been maintaining that pace when it comes to eliminations. Close grouping here towards Alpha, but it seems like the fight we were setting up, the fact that Titan was slowly being flanked by the stalkers of Gladiator, they played their card a bit early, and the high ground has worked well for Titan to put bullets downrange and take out two of the players, leaving just Tixi and Matic to attempt to pick up the pieces. They're throwing out smokes, but you're just smoking on death boxes at this point. There's no way for you to get Kitsune back in the game. He's already gone. So for Gladiators, this isn't the dream way to start off the day.
Yeah, one of their heavy hitters already out the game, and right now they do need to continue to move forward because Titan's in front of them. They send a player down towards that south side, whereas Gladiators, we have Matic trying to hold on for dear life, but Old Boy takes a quick flank of his own, and Tixi has to go for a really, really wide angle here to try and open something up in this tin can. Spots out Old Boy, and he hit these shots, goes for the headshot to start things off, but it's just not quite enough. That was a really good play as well, and if he was able to take down Old Boy, that might have just been exactly what they needed to attempt to get out of this horrible situation as we head further towards that northwest side.
The pressure stays on at this point then. At least there was the vehicle for the quick getaway, but it's about actually being able to pull off this rotation. Icy tried as hard as he could to deny it. Spam after spam from the barrage of bullets, but they do get away. Matic at least tucks back into some cover for now, so he can buy a few seconds behind the rock to get a heal in. Meanwhile, Meku, he's firing onto Old Boy's angle, providing that suppressive fire to give Matic time for the full heal. He's got utility as well. Still two more nades in the back pocket, but the first one is pristine. Blows Old Boy out of it.
I mean, this is just what Gladiators are very good at. It's quickly maneuvering around the map, getting a better angle on this one. Yes, they come into it. They're spotted quite early on. They lose Kitsune, who's playing that frontline position. But Meku taking the shots doesn't quite finish off Old Boy, but provides back enough information as Matic already is moving away to get that nade off. It's really, really well coordinated. Now, the question is, do Gladiators want to continue spraying onto this one? Matic can give cover to Meku as well as Tixi for them to get away from this one. Tixi actually picking him up now. This is very smart. They get a good tag off. They'll force the heal. Now they can continue to move to that eastern side, which right now is pretty clear, Jackie.
Yeah, this is their one blessing that they have. If they quickly go for this rotate now and commit to getting away from the fight, you still got a big grouping of squads because Titan, sure, your attention was focused on GG, but RUKH's there. The one last man from 77k is in the middle of it all. The MUERTE, in the meantime, are also scrapping towards the top side with NEXUS. There's a lot of individual fights that are going on here. So for Gladiators to quickly opt for the getaway, depending on what pathing they take, they might be able to forge themselves a bit more longevity in this game. Old Boy as well. He was stuck down for so long, he's going to be taken out by the blue for good. Same can be said for Havlik. Diana from the MUERTE trying to get away and link up with Furia as he barely makes it back into the zone and has a bit of cover now.
I think that's the difference though between Gladiators and Titan. We were trying to figure out what is the thing that's holding Titan back, and it feels like there was just a bit of a tunnel vision for them there. There wasn't really a thought about what's the next step here, whereas you saw Gladiators, their next step was, we need to get a single knock, let's take down the frontline member in Old Boy, and then we'll think about moving east. So their whole game plan was continuing to slowly maneuver down towards that eastern side. They got the single knock, they did a little bit of damage, and then that's where they pulled the pin on moving towards the east fully. They're actually in the circle now in a really good spot. The only player left for Titan is Robs.
And that's the crazy bit, right? Normally Rob's the robber. At this point, he feels like Rob's who's been robbed. His entire team have been snatched away from him. And he's in uncomfortable territory. You can see it reflected here with the minimap, right? Up towards Paradise Resort, you've got MUERTE, SPG, Major Pride, all on top of one another. And he's basically playing the imposter just slightly behind where Alpha are hanging out at this point. So if they clear the rear, they could spot Robs and deal with him. The World of Battle, they've been popping up in the Elim feed a lot today. And now we get to see what they are up against. against Matic running in, but he's been slain. And that's actually Gladiators that have been dealt with. So the World of Battle bruising them and actually showing they've got a bit of firepower left towards the final day of the competition.
Yeah, they took an aggressive fight versus the World of Battle. I think that maybe it was slightly overzealous. You've only got 3 players there, but 2 players going down in the back. Matic has to make the hero play right. There is 1 knock for the World of Battle. He has to find at least 1 more before he sends back with the smokes. It doesn't happen, though. The World of Battle, though, like you said, are showing up more and more frequently. So again, Max was saying you got to treat this like scrims. You've got to be able to use this gameplay to your advantage, to how you want to play future matches, how you want to play future PMPLs. We can say one thing for certain is that the World of Battle has learned a lot of valuable lessons.
Oh, massively so. The amount of benchmarks they can come away with from this game, watching back the VODs, talking about what they experienced here, going back over those replays, it should really help them elevate their overall skill ceiling in terms of adapting to other regions' meta and improving potentially in their own right. But as the game rages on, we see Major Pride relocating, barely getting into a compound to try and get themselves reset and back into a better position to battle from. For Nexus, though, it's not looking good. They're eating nades as they've had shrapnel for breakfast, courtesy of Furia, and he follows it up with a Bunsen burner Molotov.
Right now, Octavia's not feeling too happy about this one as the blue flames will lick away and take him out. Furia starts to move away. It's just him on his lonesome now. We know this guy is an extreme fragger, though, in his own right and can pull off some pretty marvelous plays. With a circle like that where he's dead center, you might be able to get a high placing. With MUERTE getting 8 eliminations as well, they've already kicked this game off very, very strongly. The World of Battle continues to move their way in. Nexus might have had a good chance here. Major Pride, RUKH Esports, 2 teams we need to have an eye on in this game, because if they get a good showing here, then that is 1 step closer towards first place, because Gladiators going out early with only 4 eliminations opens things up a little bit for both these teams.
Yeah, this is a big earner of a game now, as long as you can play it to perfection. And it's interesting seeing how some of our leftover solos are opting to snake their way around a battlefield as well, and where they're putting their attention to. You've got Furia, you've got Storm. We'll check in with them later. For now, it's RUKH that are firing as one big squad. All of the bullets raining down on top of TWAB. We say goodbye to Blackhand as well, as Storm has been found, and he's been taken out. Good nades from Furia as well. He's found his opportunity to reveal his card. Can't quite get an angle on him here either. There's no bullets back. He's taking damage now, though, and he'll finally be finished off. That's from Reflect from miles away.
I mean, mate, he was holding his own, though. If Alpha can take down the remaining members of RUKH, who have a really difficult rotation out of this position, and head over towards where the World of Battle is, they have so much space to play around with. But Reflect has to hit these shots, and he absolutely does. Now they need to think about getting over towards the World of Battle, but it's Major Pride moving in from that western side. They take down 1, and that was just 2 players from the Alpha team. And Major Pride might have just sold himself away. A really nice position in the circle now to play around with.
This could be huge. They've swarmed their way up into the backline. Quick movement, though, from Mandarin. He opts to jump inside of the vehicle. They're still spamming into the smoke. Haven't quite realized his new location. Reflect, with the information, lays down the law. Gets a pick back onto Major Pride. They've just got a duo left. They need to win this engagement. This is win or lose gameplay for them. They have to clean back up. They've been able to prioritize the fights, take down the rest of Alpha. You've got to reset, get into cover now, and think about the longevity of this one. We're into our final 4. SBG pushing on up as well. They know that Nexus, they're wounded right now. It's just Kapahala, the Warlord, beating his chest, waiting for him to come walking towards him, but he's wounded and finished off.
It's so difficult to play against snowX. He's been performing so incredibly well this entire tournament. He just drops the avalanche on Kapahala. There's not much more he can get off the back of that one. Unfortunately, the World of Battle, despite having a strong position and even time to go for the restabilize, the reset, they continue to take knocks here. Their positioning just isn't good enough. And now Nomi and Blackwhite, 2 players that have been absolutely stellar during this tournament, looking to take this one home for Major Pride. This game means so much to them in terms of placings that they really need to pop off here, Jackie.
They need to show us the animal that's within right now. You got to be online-animals and deal some damage, and the nades are going to assist them massively. They dash out 2 of those bad boys and blow away the World of Battle, leaving themselves in the final head-to-head clash versus SBG. 2 men versus 2 men. We get into it.
You can see already Nomi struggling a little bit. He has little to no information, but should have spotted out that push coming through from snowX. They're right on the edge of the circle right now, so the longer this game goes on, the more difficult life becomes for Major Pride, as SPG has already taken over the majority of the circle here, Jackie.
Nomi though, he's got info, he's got confidence, he takes the peak. SnowX, he's gone. In a matter of seconds, he's finished off, and all of that pressure is now mounting on the back of Alex. Realizes this is do or die territory, pops a stim, keeps his belly to the ground, looking for contact. Meanwhile, Black White setting up with the nades, that could be on the money, dashes it towards him. Nice tag. A lot of his HP's gone blank. He's a sitting duck.
One more nade, all it'll take right now. Throws it to the side, and Alex will be able to get a first aid kit off in the meantime. Black White, though, and Nomi pushed out into the open. Alex just needs to hit 2 really decent shots. He's only got bandages to work around with here. Nomi steps up. Another nade from Black White. Will that be the finisher?
He's got to take the fight. If Alex wants to win this, he needs to go for the info play at this point and push in. Close the gap, play with a shotty. First peak hits, looking for the second. Big tag, has to follow it up, and he does it. SPG pounding their chest as they snatch the chicken dinner away with a 1v2 clutch.
The Super Big Gorillas drag Major Pride out into the jungle, never to be seen again. What a finish from Alex there. This guy is definitely not the best player on the squad, but he'll certainly be the one receiving the claps on the back. What a wonderful finish. They'll be so happy with that. They had one of the strongest positions in the circle for such a long time, and the advantage that SnowX gave him was the fact that he'd pushed so far into the circle. Major Pride had to push towards them in the first place, and coming out from the blue there, the onus is on them to push him, right? And pulling out the DBS in that moment, considering he's not needed a secondary weapon for long-range gameplay, because he's been in Paris Resort the entire time, it's the perfect way to finish it. Man, Jackie, what a great game.
No, that was incredible. A fantastic finish, right? The confidence and the decision-making wanting to pull off the 1v2. Great start to our final day. So let's get back to the desk and break it down.
Thanks so much, gents. Let's change it up because we've just seen SPG take that chicken dinner. Normally I'd ask you to break down exactly how they did it, but I feel like this is a learning opportunity for everyone watching at home. So Max, man, explain to me how Major Pride could have flipped the script and potentially taken the chicken dinner away from SPG.
Yes, so sad because I really feel like Major Pride did stumble at the very end. They had such a great opportunity because you're entering from the western side, and we saw this exact circle, right, Sam, happening on day 1, game 1 over on Sanhok. That little hilltop south of Paradise Resort is so good for not only having an overview south and east of your location, but also gatekeeping all the remnant teams that are trying to exit outside Paradise Resort. And in this case, you had SPG, Blackhand, and Xenon all trying to leave that city, all trying to leave that position. If Major Pride, while no one is in that position, scout it out, see it's free, and take that position as their own, I feel like not only do they win this game severely easily compared to how it was wrapped up at the end, but they're going to do it with easily 15 elims crowns. So an opportunity was there, but we knew that SPG, the moment they made it up there, they were going to be the one at least getting a top 3.
Yeah, we already said it, right? It was a push that they should have made up to that north towards the outskirts of Paradise, gatekeep everyone and make it into the zone. But then instead we saw them push over to the side there of Alpha Team, hence losing one player already in that engagement. It was pretty much a nice defense coming through from SPG, and like we said, a whole lot of learning opportunities. The fact that SPG did not make the same mistake they made on day 1, map 1, where they did not defend their outskirts of Paradise well. They defended it well this game, and they were able to get a chicken dinner from it.
But we take a look at the highlights. I want to talk about Crowns. You said that we were going to see this aggression coming from some of the teams. I mean, SPG obviously got the chicken dinner, a lot of eliminations as well, but Alpha Team and also MUERTE, they were sitting with like 8-9 eliminations, and they didn't even need that chicken dinner to get those points. Is that because the teams are aware now that they need to point hunt?
Yes, and speaking of awareness, that awareness from Team MUERTE was excellent. And yeah, Maxman, we're talking about this, how they were hunting for third parties early on in the game. We saw them third party that early fights between 77k and Titan, and then they did it again and won that gatekeep against the Sunday of MADBULLS, and then third partied yet another fight between the World of Battle. I think it was beautiful, normal awareness, or beautiful awareness, like I like to say, coming through from the side there of the MUERTE.
Sam, we are getting so close to a fully blue top 8 of the leaderboards. I'd love for that to happen just once, or even just a full green one. I think it would be a really funny moment to have. But yeah, it's been so many elimination. 10 for SPG, 9 for Major Pride, 9 for Alpha Team. 6 still going the way of the World of Battle. They're still, well, they're low. They were last place before this game, and that's going to help them just build a little bit more confidence maybe before the end of the day. But MADBULLS just very narrow-minded on their rotation, Crowns, doing the exact same rotation every time. And you said it that MUERTE did set up that bridge camp, but because they do it every time the exact same way, so when teams are going to start to repeat their playstyle, teams are going to find weaknesses and will abuse it.
Yeah, we say flexibility, be ready to adapt. You cannot just come through and say you want to play that same play style all the time. You have to switch things up a little bit, and I really hoped the MADBULLS were going to do that, but they did not do that. Puncher, steady representing Africa, thank you.
Puncher representing Africa, but Nomi with the 5 eliminations, and let's see the damage as well, top of the leaderboard, Max.
Yeah, I just love how he said, thank you, Puncher, for putting a little bit of green on our graphic. We appreciate it. But Furia is always just such a menace. He's just always surviving, lingering. And I would even say, I don't know if you agree, Crowns, but I would say Furia just ruined it for the World of Battle for an opportunity to maybe get a win here.
I feel like Furia is pretty much every other team's enemy right now. It's Furia against any fight. He's always coming in there, putting in third party, putting in those shots that makes it such an inconvenience. He's single-handedly third party decider of the World of Battle, also putting a whole lot of work into RUKH Esports, which is paining me because I feel like RUKH Esports were finally getting onto something when they tried to make it out of that southern edge of the circle.
Yeah.
But Furia.
It's always the guy.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk a lot more about what we just saw in Sanok, but we have 5 more games to play tonight. So let's take a quick break, and we'll be back right after this.
With 2 angles to work with now, they have to split one off, take down Fury as he pushes through. Beautiful pick off from Becker. Moving away in the boogie, does stop dead, kind of gives him the slip though. Full mag wasted there, purple goes down, Matic.
It feels great to be among the best team from each region. I'm sure that everyone takes this event seriously and will perform. Fasten your seatbelts and support our region in the clash.
علن كلها بيوزول دبة الله والعودة في الفاينل أمره غير وكرون أمره غير يا عيني يا عيني يا عيني يا عيني يا عيني يا عيني يا كرون إن لو صابت تروح
إن شاء الله مش هنفوت فرصة إن إحنا نظهر بمستوانا الحقيقي في البطولات القادمة والإيفنت هيبقى قوي إن إحنا ننافس ونشارك فيه شجعونا إحنا التيم المصري الوحيد The World of Battle.
Welcome back, and we're moving on to Erangel now. We have 3 Erangels that we're going to get to see, and the first one should be pretty interesting because it tends to dictate how the other 2 will go down. Coming into this, the strongest team on Erangel so far in the tournament has been Gladiators. Maxman, are you expecting them to be just as strong today?
I really do. They've got multiple drop locations, so they can adapt to any kind of playing path, any kind of circles they can easily find a rotation path into. So I'm not really too scared for Gladiators. I expect good things from them. There are other teams that we saw glimpses of hope from that I want to see come back a little bit stronger, and one of those teams would be Greedy for Kill. I want to see that resurgence a little bit on this Erangel map because they would like him to be aggressive sometimes, but they've been really silent recently.
We're taking a look now at the leaderboard, and here's the thing. Gladiators obviously claimed that top spot yesterday. For the first 2 days, RUKH, the African team, was sitting right at the top. They are slowly starting to lose that lead, and they are now being threatened by Major Pride as well, Crowns. I mean, Maxman said this during the break, but we have to bring it up. Is this potentially the last time we see RUKH in those top 2 spots, or do you think they're going to be able to bring the aggression and get the points they need to carry on fighting for the first place?
Said it at the beginning of the day, I think RUKH Esports are going to bring in their aggression. I saw them starting to tap into something in that Sandhawk game, and I really hope they do not let how that Sandhawk game ended out affect the mentality that they bring into the rest of the games today. And right now, if they see that leaderboard, I hope they do not get pressured by the fact that the gap is being closed by the side of Major Pride, and hopefully they're able to put up some points up on board.
It's not only scary because Major Pride have been, of course, bringing some really, really consistent points recently. It's now the MUERTE has turned it up to 11, it seems. They are just looking for every opportunity to frag out, get those elimination points. I mean, look at the elimination placement point disparity for them. 90 elimination point for 50 placement points is absolutely bonkers. And actually, Krabs, this makes me think, how many does Fury have of those eliminations compared to the rest of the team? I would love to have that stat. It must be an insanely high number. But yeah, those 2 teams are currently racing to the top, and RUKH maybe not only falling out of top 2, there's a chance they might fall out of the podium for the very first time in this PMRC.
And it's not the right time to do it. You do not want to fall off on the last day. That is not a good showing for you, RUKH Esports. So please put up that number on the board. And I'm going to point this out on the leaderboard. The fact that MADBULLS have been on, it's almost been stagnant for them. And we're beginning to see some other teams start to climb up. And I'm looking at how close SPG is making it to that top 5 position there, Sam.
SPG starting to close the gap as well. Blackhand's going to have to do something. MADBULLS, I think, is dropping off. But I want to circle back to the conversation around MUERTE. And this is a bit of a cheeky question. I'll ask it anyway, because I like cheeky questions. Do you think if the rest of the team started helping Furia and possibly just doing a little bit more to add to the elimination tally, this team would be able to move further up the leaderboard, Max?
Well, if the team stopped dying, they would do better. Yes, they
100%.
Exactly. I mean, we saw what Furia could do, and there's so many times where Furia is not only fragging out, he's lingering in the game, allowing the team to get top 5, top 4 podium finishes sometimes, and also getting eliminations pretty easily. It seems like he's just on a completely different level. So I would love to see more structure around him. It's always good to have a star player, but you can't let that star player outshine everyone else. You need to have a kind of a strategy around him. And as of right now, there's no strategy. The strategy is Furia.
We see proactiveness coming through from Furia, especially in that Sandhawk game. The rotation where the rest of the team went out, he was ahead on that rotation. He seemed to have started that rotation before the rest of the team, and eventually that did bite the team in the behind. But I would say maybe the team is intentionally going out just so Furia can shine.
What?
I mean, I wouldn't do that if I were them, but fair enough. I think it's a bit of a bad game plan. But let's do something else that's sometimes bad, our predictions, because we get them horribly wrong on and off. Krans, who are you predicting for the Erangel game to win the chicken dinner?
I saw confident players coming through from the side of Major Pride yesterday in all 3 Erangel games, and I think today they will be able to do yet another chicken dinner on Erangel. So Major Pride, that's my prediction for now.
How about you, Max?
I'm going to go with SPG this time. We saw some good, a great clutch from Alice, and I always wanted to see what these new additions to the SPG roster could bring to the table, and we've seen a little bit of that in that previous game, so I just hope we can see a chapter 2 of that kind of presence of SPG in these Erangel matches.
I'm playing it very safe. I'm going with Gladiators, currently sitting on the top. My question is, though, they didn't have a great start to the day. Do you think that's going to impact them at all, Max?
It might a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's a Sanhok. It was not a circle that they really enjoy rotating into too much, so it's just a one game. We've still got now the Erangels, which is their bread and butter, so I feel like they're going to start kicking things off right now.
Krantz, can the African teams bring it back? I didn't like seeing all that blue at the top of the leaderboard.
Well, the World of Battle seem to have gotten the memo today, so I really hope they continue to show that prowess that we know them to have. I saw nice fights coming through from the side there of Falcons, even though it was against Clear Vision, and I hope that does make them feel more confident going against Clear Vision now in MUERTE, because I'm expecting that hot drop.
It is the final day of competition. Africa up against Europe here at the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. We've given you our thoughts, and now we want to hear from you. Let us know in the chat how you think the first Erangel is going to go down as we head on over to the casters.
That's right, answers on a postcard, get your name on it, ship it into us, and we'll read them off on the broadcast if you can find where we are. Because who knows where we're going to be going, Blank? Are we going to Gatka? Are we going to Quarry? Are we going to Hospital? Where are we going, Blank? Tell me, I'm scared.
I'm going to use my crystal 8 ball. It says possibly Mansion. I think that is where we're going to be finishing up. But a lot of these teams will have to figure out where they want to go in the first place, considering this plane path is down towards the south side.
That's right. It is indeed, Blank. It's where it's going to be taking them. Let's see, though, how this game's going to go. Like the desk said, setting up the first of the triple threat of Erangels. We get those bad boys back to back to back. And it's always provided us with very different outcomes each and every time. It's nice to see at least how things will go.
I love seeing how things will go. That is my favourite part of PUBG Mobile. I just like to wait and see sometimes, Jackie. But with this particular playing path, we will just have to wait and see, because it's going to cause some really big shakeups for some of these teams. We saw some massive amounts of these teams clashing in the early game, and this is the type of circle that's going to force even more of those clashes coming through. Nexus taking up the western side. Wow, okay. We're not going to Mansion. I apologise. The Crystal 8 ball was very wrong today, but we're heading over towards the western side, so a lot of these teams shouldn't feel too put out by this playing path. It does mean that a lot of these areas in the beginning of the game are going to be hugely contested straight away, so getting towards that central position for teams like Falcons or MUERTE that might want to head their center nice and early, Jackie, not so much of a possibility anymore.
Exactly. Take away those possibilities and see what we're going to get, at least this time as well. I'm kind of sat here with my fingers crossed, hoping that maybe we'll get another one of those ridiculous circles, because it did provide us with at least a very weird Erangel, but this time we go back to something a little bit more normal for trends for Titan as well, as it always feels like it's old boy on his own, just getting bullets fired at him. I mean, the scary bit is, though, Tenchik's actually missing a few of these and giving an opportunity for old boy to almost close the gap, but he will finish him off. Oh, Blank, I feel like we've possibly cursed Titan over the course of this event.
Yeah, maybe we're so excited to watch them play as well. See them bring something different to the lobby, and it's just not meant to be, with Titan actually sending quite a few players down towards that south side. You got Robs and Icy already looting down towards Sosnovka and Ferry Pier. Clear Vision punching out Havlik, so just 2 players left remaining for them. Real unfortunate stuff here. Gladiators head up towards South George, with Xenon heading a little bit further. I like this play from Gladiators. They quickly make a switch up. They send towards Hospital side. They're going to loot crates as well. They got some info over towards Box Compound, so they know that RUKH is actually sent up towards Severny, straight to their original drop spot. So they've got a lot of information to work with, because I think that when you do play the western side of Mount Everest, right, it's nice to know if you've got a team in North George. It's nice to know if you've got a team coming through Box Compound, because you're relatively never going to be looking over towards Ruins side, just because that mountain just denies all the sightlines through there. So their main concern is rotating past down towards the fields on their south, making sure Xenon doesn't backstab them, making sure RUKH doesn't get too far into this area. So I think that they've got a decent setup at the moment here, Jackie.
Yeah, it's not too bad whatsoever. They've read this one quite nicely, just analysing where things are going in terms of the overall map feed there. What we've been seeing on our screens as well, to touch on this, Poker is just basically driving laps around with the backup of Clear Vision now arriving. Koa's the one that's got a bit of a different angle compared to everyone else. He's just kind of been third-personing out the window and getting the read, so they have that extra info of what they're up to. No one's kicked off the engagement yet, but if they clear down towards the compound, you have the back flank from Koa, and Moz Arrow, up close and personal, deals with two of them instantly. Vito and Vankid have both been spammed into. If he can actually get himself far enough back that he can't be firsted onto here, this could be really uncomfortable for Clear Vision. He's screaming in the comms right now, begging for a rotate. I mean, Pocus is like 1 HP. He's debating whether or not he actually hard commits to the peek out. He's so low that Koa could have got an angle onto him if he puts his head over the top of the ridge. So maybe hoping that he hard commits onto Moz Arrow. Utility to work with as well. Is the frag going to land right on the bullseye? Not quite where he wanted it to go. Bought enough time for the rotate in from Storm and Nomi towards the back though. Drops the smoke and is trying to go for the revive here. This is going to be an uncomfortable one for either team.
Yeah, they're surrounded right now, Clear Vision. Blackhand has to play off one another, but not really close enough to go for these refrags, so just to be a bit more careful here. One of the players of Clear Vision sent out wide, tries to get some information, and I think they're just going to heal up, get back in these vehicles and get gone. It's not really worth it to them. But Storm, you can see, already rotated back up to this high ground, keeping them at bay. He wants to lock this team in position, drop down the fences of the prison, and make sure Clear Vision does not leave. These are some nice shots coming through from Pocus on the SKS. It was so important that he sent wide here to make that happen. And now Blackhand thrown for a huge loop, Jackie.
Oh yeah, they've got to try and pick up the pieces from this one with Koa now being the knocked man. They thought they had all of the maneuvers on their side by being able to get that initial knock off when Clear Vision came in for the play. Remember, they downed 2 players. Instead, it's resulted with Blackhand losing Koa for good, can't be brought back on this one, and just having to get away with 3 of them surviving, but barely. So not the best engagement there. Clear Vision being able to play it out and have the long game to thank. They'll both split off, rotate in different directions and call that one quits.
Yeah, the way that Clear Vision dealt with that is pretty decent, honestly. You know, you lose 2 players, you get the refrag, quick to try and pull everyone back to position. Pocus opts not to go for the cheeky rotate, the cheeky peek over the top side. And now Alpha's suffering. As Mozaro just goes straight past and gives him the pistol whip on the way through. But yeah, Clear Vision, I think that they've got to thank Pocus for a lot of that. This guy has been very efficient at the moment. Keme tries to go for the 3-man surf. Actually working so far.
Hey man, he's got it down. You know, this is pretty good. It's like a skateboard, Blank, but a big skateboard.
The old long and wide board.
More like a skate car, really. Imagine that. Imagine if we could make skateboards that have seats in them and a steering wheel. We could call it a skateboard, a cascar. Maybe a car, Blank. We could call it a car. We could sell that.
Mate, you need to get that patented real quick because, look, I think you're on something. I think you're on something big style.
Like a train, but without rails.
But what if we took 2 of those and we put like 2 like little footholds in them and you just like attach 1 to each side? What about that?
Oh, I mean,
bigger roller skates.
You know what? Let's not give all of our bright ideas away, Black. People are listening. We're going to make sure we get these patented first, all right? These are our products.
I'm looking up the trademarks right now. Clear Vision certainly got a trademark on these wide flanks, though, with Pocus. Again, coming back to that point really quickly, he has definitely been one of the big boys for the team. Him and One Shot, carrying them through a lot of these games. That's why they're currently in 9th place, one of the highest ranked African teams in this lobby, with a lot of EU on top at the moment. Alpha Team seems to be the only one that's really suffering for EU, down in 13th place. But again, let's take a quick check-in with that 1st, 2nd and 3rd spot here, Jackie, because we've got 3rd with 155 points, 169 for RUKH, and Gladiators haven't punched out quite as far as they might like during these games. 191. we did talk about how they had a very, very decent read on this circle earlier on, with the position in hospital, the amount of information they were able to gather early on too. This is going to give them a real good chance into this late game. We head down towards Quarry side though, a bit more of a difficult rotate for a lot of teams. If you can get towards that backside of Quarry and pick up the warehouse in that position, gives you some really good sight lines towards that northern side. So I wonder who's going to be able to grab that nice and early on.
And those are some stats that you absolutely love to see, right? 90 total limbs up on screen here for MUERTE. And the one that's got the biggest bar of them all, that's Furia. And he has been dropping some big bars. Man has been an absolute show-stopping rapper throughout every one of our games. It feels like he's so damn consistent. MADBULLS on parade again though, as we flick to their POV, and they're kicking off a bit of a firefight versus Major Pride. Major Pride that are looking a little bit fragmented on this one. You could see basically just deviated into a solo and a trio. They go through the quick rotate back around to try and save their mate. By the time they get there, he's already expired. They've got compound control though. Tulika overconfident on his reposition. He gets shot in the face. Fleek pulling off the flank. Bullets into the feet of Black White. Takes the peek from the elevated angle. Lots of damage, but he's still not down. Wow. He's got confidence to keep peeking on this one as well. He keeps the pressure on. Robs has to strike. That's Titan also getting involved with the firefight now. Okay, Blank, this one's delivering.
It really is. I mean, again, Tulika, we said it before, we'll say it again. This is the type of guy to either win you or lose some games. And that was one hell of an aggressive rotate. Straight through the buildings as well, where it's pretty open sightlines towards that position. But Major Pride, they hold it to just 3 players, their teammates. We were talking about this is a team that wants to pick up some big points during this match. They found themselves a nice central position just on the western side of Quarry. But Gladiators, they hear all this engagement, they hear all this fighting. They make a long rotate from that north side. Get into a decent position towards the north edge, towards the roadside. They can work with this. It's not ideal, but it's certainly workable.
And there's a lot of teams making their big old moves the whole way down from Georgia Pole into the circle at this point. It's RUKH that at the furthest behind, just behind the World of Battle that are on your screens now, with Hazem starting to make his maneuver. They've got vehicles to work with at least. Zone getting a little bit more intense and nipping at the heels, causing a few knocks here and there. They'll want to just try and slow that down, go for those constant pit stops, use a bit of that utility and make it later into the zone. Meanwhile, inside of the Carnage Center that is the big old zone, you can see the groupings we've got. Obviously, there was the fight that kicked off with Major Pride. Robs was lurking off to the side. He's got backup of Icy. They're taking pot shots at Major Pride where possible. Gladiators wanted to hard to commit onto that one. Now it feels like they've realized probably not worth over egging the pudding, so they've slowed it down a little bit. Xenon are close by as well.
Yeah, I think this is probably the part of the map where we're going to see the majority of the action coming through, and Gladiators did pull off a bit. They retreated. I think that's because they realized that, you know, we saw those lads up towards that north side earlier. We may as well give a quick scout. We don't want them actually getting too close behind us and getting out the old knife. So I think that Gladiators realize this, immediately go for a quick rotate, quick scout inside the vehicles. Meku's looking up that way. And with this circle shift towards the western side, Gladiators one of the teams in the center with the most maneuverability. They've already got Meku and Matic over towards this position, but Meku gets shot out of the vehicle as the World of Battle keep making this fast rotation. He's trying to egg from side to side, but it's not enough. And just before it's too late, Matic's able to hit the knock. So unfortunate.
So the trade back on that one. Matic, if he thought that it was uncomfortable before, now it's getting even worse as the pressure is mounting. His angle is being watched from 2 sides. He knows at least he's bought time where he isn't going to be peeked from the beach, rather, from the World of Battle. Kitsune, what are you doing? He just goes in on a solo maneuver. Oh, I really don't like the look of this one, Blank. He's going to be taking bullets as well. So Kitsune down, you're going to finish him off. That's Gladiators now relying so heavily on just Tixi to basically bail them out of an unwinnable situation. He's got the pin pulled on a nade, using that to instigate the fight. He's going to be flanked from down by the coastline. He's got a read on it at least, but this has to be absolutely perfect. 1 foot out of line and you are fragged out, and that's Gladiator's chances really just disappearing with it.
You see how good this player is, though. Look at the way he's maneuvering around, baiting off his positions, allowing Matty to get stuck in there on the sidelines. Now he just needs to throw a well-placed grenade over the top and hit nicely. Does a huge amount of damage over towards Hazem. Does not re-knock any of the players underneath. Both players extremely low. He has another nade to play around with, but does not throw it far enough. One more to go, but they'll get the first aid kits off before he can hit a big nasty one.
Oh, perfect timing. Actually, special delivery as he's played for first-class delivery on that one. It arrives in the nick of time. Hazem forced to use even more of his util. Meanwhile, Tixi takes a sec to refresh himself with those stims, give himself a little bit more room to stand on, and drops the smokes, blocking off the line of sight, and now finally starting to backpedal. Moves further back, drops down to the ground, and sets up with that final frag, it seems. Launches that one out. In the meantime, Major Pride have been going head-to-head, and they have been eliminated.
Man, that was from Titan as well, who was able to make that happen. It was just Robs, I believe, who was last man standing for the guys on Titan. Major Pride, they had 3 players up and kicking. We said this was an important game for them, and they're throwing it away to the hands of Robs. The robber comes in and steals away. A big opportunity of the day for Major Pride. Xenon, though, continue to move down. We got to talk about that push coming through from Kitsune, because that was just blind ambition.
It did feel like a blunder, right? It's one of those where you can kind of see the decision of, at least if it was the duo, if he had pushed up with Tixi and they go for the split push, you peek into it together from either side, then you're drawing the crosshairs off. They have to prioritize one of you or the other. You can trade for one another, but there's no room for trading for Kitsune. He was so far ahead of everyone else. It just kind of felt like a, I don't know, just a weird decision where he's gone for it just off the back of his confidence. Tixi here, trying his best as well. Gets them all so close to expiring with the level of HP they had, but they still hit the mark. They finish him off. They can wait. They can re-heal. They can build off of this. But for Gladiators, their chances of going further into this game and pushing to hold on to this top spot, it looks a whole lot harder now.
Yeah, I think you look at this game and you feel like Gladiators suddenly have just put on the weighted anklets. Like, I don't know what they're doing, but they're definitely giving a chance to teams underneath them to catch up. And this is some crazy plays that are, let's just put it this way, almost working out, which is the crazy thing. That's not something that should be happening during this game. So they do live a little bit longer, but they are opening the floodgates a little bit for teams underneath them to catch up. So either they want the end game to be spectacular and be a fun finish for us, which I'm absolutely okay with, or these missed plays are just coming off the back of overconfidence, right?
I think that really is what it is. That feels like it hammers it home the most, right? Because it's one of those where they basically have just gone for ego challenges, potentially from overconfidence. I think because they knew it was the World of Battle that historically haven't had the best run in the tournament. So maybe they're thinking, no, we can pull this off. We can go in for basically solo plays and clean up, get the extra elim points. That certainly comes back to bite them. The hubris there not helping them. The World of Battle, though, they're starting to feel the pain that they've just experienced. As you can see, one by one, they're just getting gunned down, basically just trying to survive with a solo now, swimming through the commotion that's been caused on the coast. Meanwhile, checking in with 77k in clear vision. This is a battle for control of the hill, and these nades are going to leave you feeling quite ill. Behind the box, Morteza, he is the main man for this squad. If there's anyone for the job, it would have to be him. He's trying to play off of the contact. Pocus peeking in from the slight ridge, ready with a nade as well. That could be the GG nade right on top of him.
I mean, just tosses it in to cause a bit of problems in this situation. Morteza still around the side. Poker steps out. Easily done there with the AKM. I love that he uses this weapon so often as well. Hard to control, but hits real hard a lot of times. For Pocus, though, I think he's realized that Clear Vision needs someone on that team to stand up. And if he has to be that guy, then he's giving his all on that on this final day, right? Already up to 8th place at the moment. Can continue to climb, because look at the group in here. 104 to 118 to 5th place. It's not a lot, so they can still earn a lot of prize money today if Pocus continues to be that point man for Clear Vision, and they can follow up on a lot of his plays, because he is just making these hero maneuvers a fair few times where the team shouldn't really get away with something, and then he's there just pulling out cheat codes.
Hitting him with the up, up, down, down, left, left, right, right, BA, select, start, as he's able to make his way through that one. Oh man,
This is a game where now I want to kind of put a little bit of focus back on the RUKH, right? Because you're thinking GG in terms of the placement points that they're going to get from this one, unless it's some crazy maneuver where it all goes down to the last man and he's able to pull off something heroic. RUKH are now back into a position where they should be thinking, all right, as long as we play this one smart and we can make the right decisions, we've got all of the extra edge on our side. The big name squads, they've lost all of their edge early. Even MUERTE are down to just a trio. That could harm them. We know MUERTE, if they're able to play off each other's contact, that's when they're even better. So for RUKH, you got to be thinking long term. On our screens here, though, it's Xenon that are going for the quicker rotate. They want to reposition, get themselves a compound, and they need to, because Octavian, he's sniffing them out, relaying this info back over to NEXUS. And this is NEXUS that are all alive and kicking as well. And they love these long games. When they can play their slow style, get into a position like this where all of them are full of nades, they're full of ammunition, these are the moments they thrive.
Yeah, it's a great spot for them to start off things with as well, because Kapahala, probably one of the most aggressive scouts in EU. You can see how far away he is from the team. He's over towards the east here. You can just see him coming back into view on that top right of your screen at the moment as he regroups with the team. And they're just going to take this full team fight with Xenon. But the best thing about this is that now they know that eastern side is fully clean. Kapahala's already cleaned it out. So if they take this fight with Xenon, they can instantly shift back over towards the circle, back over towards the actual roadside, and they already start themselves off with a nice quick knock over to one of the players on Xenon. They don't need to push this too heavily though. They can just continue to use this little knock, use this time to get further into the circle and get ahead of Xenon. It's really smart gameplay here, Jackie.
It really is. They've executed this quite perfectly. And you can see Xenon suffering because of it, right? You've already got yourself in a position where you've lost one player for good now. There was another knock. They've been able to get him back on his feet. But where do you go from this? MUERTE as well, just waiting, back down for the contact. There's two angles where you could be taking bullets from, but they actually strike first. Peeking up over the ridge, you're able to get first contact onto clear vision. There's the trade with a headshot landing onto Korka. Makes it a bit harder. If Furia wanted to go off on his solo play, now he's got to wind that back in a bit. Wait for them to be back on their feet, get the heals in, then you can let him off the leash. Potentially, if he finds an angle where he's confident to go for a flank, that could be the difference. He's keeping the attention of Redox as well, who's trying to prioritize two different angles at once, so it's keeping him guessing.
It's a cool play from Redox, actually, because he understands that this is such open playing field that, you know, cars could zip up this way at any time, in which case NEXUS has to be very afraid of a third party. So sends Redox down towards that south side, and now with Kapahala and EXO having a pretty good hold over Xenon, you know, they can send Octavian and Redox down towards the south to try and hold out some of these other teams coming in from the blue. It's very aggressive and also sort of unlike NEXUS to play this. And I think, again, it's a case of NEXUS learning a lot of good lessons this tournament and slowly working their way back up into the top 5.
Yeah, this is the most NEXUS we've seen them look like in a while. They strike here with perfect timing as well. Didn't reveal their card until just the right time. They strike, you get the collected fire off onto the vehicles, and you shut down MUERTE on their quicker rotate. Hey. NEXUS, they're just finding pot shots all over the place. That's onto Xenon as well. They're the only team popping up in the Elim feed right now.
You know, this kind of feels like a 24 Elim NEXUS game, right? They do have to be really careful because they are getting majorly aggressive at this point, yeah. Jackie. And RUKH can spot them over this way, and they got the circle again. Nade goes out towards Lazy Boy. If he threads it through the window, it's game over. Octavian's in the front. EXO goes down, and now the rest of the team has to respond here. And I think they're just down to one player now, and Redox down towards that south side. Kapahala, I think, is still going. But yeah, that could have been a really good game there for NEXUS. They throw it away a little bit because that 2-2 split, they continue it for too long here.
That's the thing, right? When they went for that final push there, down onto the last remaining Xenon players, that's one where you have to win those fights and you have to win them cleanly. Instead, it just doesn't really work out. You instantly had a drop, but then there was no trade back from EXO. He's trying to use his nades to reinstigate the fight, and it's not looking good. And now, one by one, they've been whittled down. It goes from us singing their praises to NEXUS really overcommitting and losing everything. They're completely gone from the equation on this one now.
Rob's probably going to take a nade for the wind here from Tenshik. Tries to step out, gets a bit of damage done. In goes the nade, should be him over, but makes it quite far into the game to a 7th place. Now, I didn't want to set up this storyline too early, Jackie, just in case it was all over. But Matic typically is the guy you want as that solo player for Gladiators. When he's all on his lonesome and he can just breathe and play like an individual, doesn't have to worry about the rest of his teammates, typically he can get to a pretty high placing. Already, we're down to 6 teams, he's dead center.
The longer this game goes on, you're absolutely right. The more of a surprise he's going to have. Just let everyone else duke it out, waste their supplies, lose numbers in the battle of attrition, and then strike in the right moments. Double Molotov thrown across onto MUERTE as well. Oh, you are sitting ducks at this point. It's not looking comfortable for them. They only have 1 man alive, and that's barely. Half HP to his name. Really, for MUERTE, it feels like you're kind of up the creek with no paddle within sight. For RUKH, they're just lobbing the nades. A lot of utility in play here. Locked in a bout, head-to-head versus Falcons. And this is in close proximity to where Robs has been waiting this whole time. Again, he probably isn't going to want to commit to this. He'll let them just fight and then see how things are looking towards the end. As the nades are coming over from Eugene, a lot of damage onto the Falcons. But same can be said. RUKH have to back off with a hard commit onto the hill. Default landing that nade might be a bit of a difference. Hard commit from Clear Vision in the end. They finally finish off the 2 low players from MUERTE.
Again, this is kind of typical RUKH fashion, though, is a case of not being too proactive in this endgame. They've got gifted a lot of really strong circles earlier on, and I think they had to take control of more space, but that firepower just doesn't feel like it's behind them at the moment. The first 2 days, they really had a good grip of it, but now it's starting to slip away, and it feels that all they can do is really just throw these haphazard grenades to keep Falcons at bay for the time being. They retreat off this position, but now RUKH is in a really bad spot, because again, just like Sandhawk, they're on the edge of the circle where they needed to move about 30 seconds ago, and they're still here.
Circle repositions not too badly for them. You could still build off of this if they can get their health back up to scratch. That's the one key thing, because they're one of the only squads that actually has the full unit available. All 4 of them alive. And we know RUKH are great in those final bouts. When it's at 3 squads, when it's all about that last second.
Significantly. But all right, Matic's still going. A top 5. And even for RUKH, if they get a strong game here, they need more eliminations to make this one count. Because all the while, Matic continues to put up those placement points in this match. RUKH, though, it's Rami, finds the first shot with the dinner play over towards Falcons. They try to rotate through over towards the spot that RUKH just took earlier. Another Molotov down the side to limit the push.
Oh, RUKH. They've overcommitted on the peak though. Pusher, he's exposed himself, and Falcons frustrated after losing one of their men. They're clapping back, fighting fire with fire. Axa, he's got so many nades to play with as well. One by one, just detonating like a line here. So they can't quite move. They can't quite go for the plays that they want to. They're trying to keep focused on Default's vehicle, keep them guessing what they're up to whilst they hard commit on getting the other man back up. That's your big benefit, is having these 4 players, so you can't afford to lose one of them. All 4 back in the game now. Pusher healed up. He had so many nades on his person as well, so he's starting to throw those through. Molotovs and smokes on top of Matic's position. Alpha, they're covering either side of it, so starting to get awkward now for the solo of GG as nades are detonating right on top of his head.
I love that he throws the Molotov out the window as well to kind of stop players from getting too close. Molly comes in from his own, tries to get around the side. The smoke might just keep it at bay. The fact that he has lived is absolutely unbelievable. Should not have been able to get past that.
Mate, is that Matic or Bon Jovi? Because he's living on a prayer right now, Blank.
He is really living, but the moment Puncher gets some good shots over towards RUKH, they lose 2 players. I don't think anyone can really take advantage of this because the Matic's been slowed down and will finally be eliminated, I believe. That no, he's still up. He's still up.
He's got like 1 HP to his name.
Living on a prayer.
He's taken the nade though, finally. There we go, Reflect. You could see that one going in like a game of human bowling. Hits a strike and knocks him off his feet. We get the final 3 squads then on this one, Blank. RUKH with 7 elims to their name. Clear Vision, they are big dogs in this matchup though. 11 elims, they're going to be gunning for the placement points on this one as well. And then Alpha Team with a duo remaining, 4 elims over the course of this. We get into the final clash.
issue for RUKH is that utility is an all-time low at the moment, right? They don't have much first aid kits to work around with. They don't have a lot of nades. They expended a lot of those versus Falcons, and Falcons in turn used a lot of theirs on their initial push. So they have to rely a lot on gun skill here. 3 first aid kits will do the trick, but a 4v2v1, I think this is kind of doable. Reflect has 6 grenades, can throw one out the window towards default. They can't clear him from this position purely because they don't have the nades to do it right now. So he can live here quite easily.
They can't force him out of position, but he opts to double back so that he can actually take peeks onto them. Knew that he didn't really have much of an angle for the hard commit on this firefight, and he's still confident to line up the nades. That's good. Them one by one. That should be on the money. Clean connection onto the back of default, but hang on a second. Put a pin in that. Look what's going on here. Vankit, he's seen his window of opportunity. He's going to strike from the back. Molly's up. It's burning the entire angle that RUKH have to play with on this hill. Rami peeks in though for the contact. Ooh. In the meantime, Reflect hits one onto default. Oh, things are starting to turn blank. RUKH, they're losing their edge. The SMG clapping onto them. The trade comes through. This is looking really bad.
They're so low right now. Reflect might be able to get his HP back up into action. 3 first aid kits to play around with. Pusher basically impossible to get back up now as the blue continues to push in. So 1v2 on the card for Reflect. He has done such good work. And this is all off the back that RUKH expended so much utility early on.
This is nice. Reflect, a cheeky peek on the far left. He is hard denied both of those pickups. That he knows that he can't get the reses in now. He had utility, but look what he's got left. Only one bit of medical help in his back pocket. Everything else is gone. No nades, no bells, no whistles. It's all on his gun skill in a raw 1v2.
He has to break left. It's his only option here. Get down towards the vehicle itself. Move towards his exploded out buggy because the blue's going to reach him way before RUKH, as you can see on your screen right now. So he's going to make the break at the moment, goes straight into the shack. Doesn't really have much time to play around with, and Eugene moves forward. He's just going to sit this one out in the blue, take the L, and it will be RUKH winning this game, but it was not easy, Jackie. It was not easy.
It was not. I mean, a few small differences there, and RUKH might have lost this one. Towards the end, they were the team that everyone wanted to defeat, but they played the numbers game. They played it smart, and honestly, this looks a lot more like the RUKH we were talking about in the first 2 days than anything we saw yesterday.
It did worry me though, Jackie, right? It worried me in the sense that a lot of times when things started to go wrong, they got a circle blessing. Again, they played that one a bit haphazardly, another circle blessing, and that's something that they cannot rely on to get this first place, but it's kept them in the game, and it's going to get them ever closer to the Gladiators.
It is, man. I mean, that's the one blessing, right? Is at least for RUKH now, you're accumulating points again. Because we were worried. We were thinking they were stagnating. They were only going to fall further down. At least now they're starting to get another foot back on the ladder. But let's get our feet back down on the ground and sprint on over to the analyst desk to break this one down.
Crowns has been stealing the caster's crystal balls because he said that this was the opportunity, right? RUKH was going to come back, and that's exactly what they did. Not only did they get the chicken dinner, Crowns, but they also got some decent elims. They are still in this fight.
I was at my happiest when, as of phase 4, I saw them actually third party in a fight. I went, yes, this is what I wanted from the side of RUKH Esports. You cannot continue to play passive, and I liked the fact that they were able to get some eliminations with that chicken dinner.
And we've finally seen some glimmers of what we saw of them in day 2, that we've seen them being a little bit more aggressive, of course, and as Blank mentioned at the end there before going to the desk, there was definitely a lot of circle lock involved, Crowns, and I feel like we can both agree on that at least, but they were trying to be more controlling of it, and I can appreciate that a lot more when you're trying to do something and to zone teams away. And here, the way they were dealing with Falcon, it was a bit messy. Okay, there was definitely ways to improve that fight and that whole execution, but when they cleared Falcons, they start to spread out a little bit more thinly, taking more control, which is what we needed from RUKH Esports. And I hope that this is the mentality they're going to bring over into PMPL Africa, because this level of play in the Africa region as a whole, in full, I think could be hyper successful.
Hyper successful. I really agree with you on that one. And to be honest, they did go very sloppy against the side there of Falcons, which eventually played out bad for them at the end because they had to lose default because of so much utils being used in that fight against the side there of Falcons. They used up everything that when they had to push a solo, they had no nades left for, you know, to take out that solo, but they played it quite well. I enjoyed the fact that this time when they got the zone bless, they were able to get information. We saw Eugene out on the outskirts. At the point we saw default also out on on the outskirts, scouting towards that southern edge, trying to analyze just how much space they had to be able to comfortably take fights up there on the north, and it worked out well for them.
We got to talk about Pocus and Vankid too, because we were talking about Clear Vision being alive for so long and how they were playing the West super passively. I do believe that was the right approach because you don't have the manpower to be aggressive that early on. And Vankid was such a gifted player throughout these last few days. He almost brought it back. It was a tough transition, but the top 3, he can't complain too much.
They cleared that south so well, doing that with so many eliminations. I believe they finished this game with about 11 elims from the side of Clear Vision. This is the Clear Vision that we want to see. And this push that came through from Vankid up towards the side of RUKH Esports, he came so close to that. And I really like the fact that before he embarked on that push, he threw up some Molotovs, preventing RUKH Esports from pushing him a little further, giving him that space to move up. And it almost played out well for him in the end, but unfortunately, he just had to go.
A little bit unfortunate for RUKH Esports though, because Reflect does deny the point. I think that was the right thing to do because you never know how that point is going to impact your position in the rankings, but it could have an impact down the line. But RUKH still get 20 points on the board, and we're not seeing too much of Gladiators here, only scoring a mere 5 points.
We'll be able to find out exactly what those 20 points will do for RUKH Esports a little bit later. But Crowns, you got to be happy. Those African teams are coming in the top 8 here. We're seeing a lot more green.
Yeah, a lot more green coming up. And even speaking of green, Falcon White, and I'm just going to point this out. We see Falcon White finish 4th, and we see Clear Vision finish 2nd. Why? They did not drop together. This time we saw Falcon White go all the way to MUERTE, and we saw Clear Vision go to farm. This is what we have been advocating for since day 2, and now they eventually do it. And look how well it played out for both teams, given that they were able to play comfortably to their play style.
Yeah, and it's not even about them not dropping on one another anymore. Is that we see Clear Vision go to farm, and it's the exact same rotational path to get in these late game circles, which means they're playing in their comfort zone. They know how the game is going to unfold and unravel as they approach phase after phase after phase. So that's why you see them make it so fun in the game, because there's no hot drops and it is still their own playstyle. They're playing around as much as they can. Then on the second page, no teams that have had a little bit of a rough transition, and we have yet to see MADBULLS initiate that redemption, and they're going to start slipping real bad.
They are going to start slipping. This is very similar to what we saw them do yesterday. I want to talk about Gladiators' game plan, though. They only had 1 elimination, but they were able to stay alive till the final 4. Maxman, do you think that was part of the plan? Going, you know what? This game isn't going for us. We've dropped a lot of our players. We just need to stay alive and make sure we get some placement points.
You have to go salvage mode sometimes, though. I do have to say, really good job, Pusher. Again, Crowns doing so much work for the team. Vankid and Pocus being the top 2 fraggers of Clear Vision. But yeah, you were down to 1 player for this team, and Gladiators know that despite the fact that maybe RUKH are not the hyper-aggressive team that could really threaten their position, they still know that going out early is not the way to go. So Matic was alone. He was like, let's just send in the middle, and if I do get there, I can just play the long game, which is what he did, and he did get top 5. So that just allows them to not fall too far behind in that game and not allow that gap to be reduced too heavily.
It was an interesting push coming through from the Gladiators on that northern side against the side of the World of Battle. And I feel like this is, like you just said, Gladiators know that RUKH Esports is not that team that might actually threaten them, but things could go south. Because that push coming in through, we saw Kitsune just drive straight into like a full squad of the World of Battle. And I'm like, what is going on here? And the instance they lost 3 in that fight, they had that one player just send it straight into the circle in Matic to just hold on. So that is pretty much a defensive play coming through. And I feel like every other team in the lobby shouldn't think this is how Gladiators are going to play. I feel like right now it is intentional play coming through from the Gladiators.
What a fantastic performance on our first Erangel. We do have 2 more of those, and it's going to be so difficult to make predictions because all the teams are playing so well. And you know what? I'm going to give you a little bit of time to think about those predictions, figure out who you think is going to take the next chicken dinner as we head into a break.
They go. Tixie picks it up. There is Nox sent back their way, but only onto Matic.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, and of course we are all about making sure that you get the best possible show. We want to put on a show for the players, we want to put on a show for you because you're watching at home. So here's what we're going to ask you. Right now in the chat is a link to a survey. It is specifically for feedback. We would love to know what you thought of the whole of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash with Europe versus Africa, what you thought about the show, what you thought about the games, and if you have any feedback that you'd love to share with us. Click on the link, let us know. We want to hear from you. Okay, and I want to hear from my analyst desk now as we move into the second Erangel. The pace, the aggression, all of these teams, they are bringing the heat crowns, and I think that they're going to turn it up even more as we move into this next game.
Yeah, and it becomes so heated up when it is the bottom teams that are applying that heat. And maybe not bottom teams per se, but teams that were on that second side of the table. I mean, we're beginning to see SBG put up a good performance. Nexus is stepping up on their game now. The World of Battle is standing strong in 4v4 fights. This is not something that we expected to see today.
Look at those standings. RUKH Esports with that last performance on Erangel is going to allow them to just creep a little bit back closer to Gladiators, Maxman, and this is their opportunity. They need one more good game, and there's a very good chance they could steal their first place spot back.
Yeah, I know this might be a little bit early to say this, but we could get in a situation where a hot drop could make a little bit of sense towards the end of the day if this lead stays so close between those top few teams, mainly RUKH and Gladiators. But man, Clear Vision really putting a dent in these top teams on the first page of the rankings. Now in the top 5 because MADBULLS have been really silent, as we said multiple times, Crown. So there was an opportunity there. Clear Vision took it, and I really want to see now with Falcon White and Clear Vision not hot dropping each other anymore. How are they going to be able to truly perform on this map when there's no early game hindrances? So I'm hyped to see what these two teams can do in these next two Erangels.
I'm curious in terms of the teams that are sitting towards the lower end of the leaderboard now, Crowns. Do you think exactly what Maxman said? Maybe as we reach the halfway mark, they start going, you know what? We can't get the points, but we can make sure an African team wins this or a European team and starts contributing to that?
Yes, absolutely. And we can already see glimpses of it with the way some of these teams are playing. And I'm feeling like, given that they're taking some fights and they've seen how they're able to win the head-on fights, it's going to boost that confidence as to, okay, I think we can go on and if not hot drop this team, we can keep them on their hot drop or their drop spots and decide to prevent them from making it into the zone safely, obstructs that first rotation.
It's going to be interesting, and I think what I'd love to know is which teams you plan to keep your eyes out on. Max, who are you looking at?
I just talked about Falcon White and Clear Vision, so because of that, I'm going to continue with that point and say I want to see Clear Vision do really well. We saw some good presence, and we know this team has the fragging power to back up some absolutely mind-boggling plays. We saw Vankid and Pocus play it so well until the very end. I just don't want to see the typical Clear Vision thing come through again, which is they don't usually make it as a 3-4-man team until the very late game. They're down to a solo or duo, which is what we saw this last Erangel. So just making it through the early mid-game stage as a full squad, if they do that, I feel like a chicken dinner could be on board for them today.
How about you, Crowns? What is your prediction?
I've gone a whole day without the Black Hand prediction, and I think that is what is dragging them down. So, Black Hand for the second Erangel of the day. I think they will have that chicken dinner come up. We're beginning to see a little bit more composure coming through from them. In as much as the first rotation on Sandhawk did not play out well, in this Erangel, I saw glimpses of that team getting things back together, and I think they can bring it to fruition in this game.
I'm surprised. Look at both of you going for the African teams. I love it. I love that we're starting to region hop a little bit, and now we're going to hop right on into game.
Like a kangaroo, but with 4 legs. A kangaroo. Here we go. We're into the game, Blank. Quickly invent an animal for me that sums up how this game's going to go.
Lampingo.
Oh, a lampingo. Wait, is that the combination between a Labrador and a flamingo?
It is, yeah. It's got 4 legs also.
Damn, that's pretty good. Did you know a collection of flamingos is known as a flamboyance?
I did actually, yeah, and it's probably one of my favourite facts around. I do like that, and the way that they all just got that they're on one foot the entire time all together. It's really good. They know they don't need supporting, yet they have the crowd around them, which is what Gladiators really do need. Honestly, at this point in time, is a little bit of support, maybe from the other teammates. Maybe the other teammates would like to support them in coming back to the rest of the squad, because this overconfidence is a bit flamboyant in its own right, Jackie. I do think that maybe maybe this is something they could change. Kitsune already can see him down towards that south side, dangerously close to players from Titan, who we know are all firecrackers in their own right, just not quite getting to the end game as a full 4-man squad.
Oh man, there's a couple of fights that are going to go on early here, right? Like you said, Titans and Gladiators, that's going to be a clash. You've also got this head-to-head here with Falcons and Clear Vision. Now, this would be summed up like a collection of rhinos. A collection of rhinos is known as a crash, and that's what we're going to have going down here. Instantly, a crash and a clash between these teams, and it seems like even 77k are getting stuck in with a firefight onto SPG. SPG, who we've been singing their praises over the course of the day, at the minute they're taking a ton of damage and have already suffered 2 knocks in their encounter trying to fight over control of that drop spot. Let's hone in on this one though. Falcons white for now. You've got Puncher moving in and trying to close some of the gap between him and the rest of Clear Vision. If he can pull the flank off on this, it could actually be a great way to open up the engagement. You'd split those rotate points between Vito and One Shot, and he's trying to hard commit. Got back up from his teammate as well. Nade comes over the top, lowers the HP.
Clear Vision should be feeling pretty strong coming off the back of that last game, Jackie, though, and I'd hope that they can win this fight out. Last time it went the way of the Falcons after there was a really, really nice little angle come through from 6, but One Shot starts things off strong. There's a peek over the top side. Shotgun is pulled out. He has one chance to make this work, doesn't quite hit the shot, and now he's got another chance to make this work.
That one chance is a long chance, and now it turns into a chance that works. I mean, he's pulled it off in the end, right? The recoil coming into play as he'll strike with the shotty. Oh, 6 as well. Actually being able to find the adjustment there with a UMP and hits the shot onto Pocus. So a fight that looked like it was about to finish off, we thought we had reached the crescendo. It's still going. The drums are still being beaten. And Axa, he's the one leaving them broken as well. Strikes onto One Shot through the gap in the window. And now you've got 3 knocked players for Clear Vision, with Vankid being the only one alive. Can he recover from this? This is going to be such an awkward situation to be left in. He might even be thinking about just trying to back off at this point. I don't think it's looking good for Clear Vision.
He's got the micro Uzi. It's not looking good at all. And I think this is, again, a problem we see between this engagement is the fact that they get into these firefights. They feel like it's all done and dusted. And they forget that there might be an off angle involved. And that's Axa who comes in right at the end. Yes, they lose 1 player, but 3 eliminations, 3 players. It is way, way better than they could have hoped for. MADBULLS, once again, in this team fight between them and the World of Battle. I will say one thing about this tournament. There has been a huge amount of misplays just in terms of backup drops and positions around the map. Like, I'll put it this way, okay? The observers who usually have our map screen, right? We have this on our side. They've already cut off half the map because no one's playing there. So we don't even need that position at the moment. And this is just another case of, I do think that the African region could really, really work on figuring out positions around the map that they could potentially drop to, or even just have a long drop to. Pick up some vehicles and head over there. You don't need to all go for these hot drops all the time. They've happened every day. Yeah. Every single day. And, you know, I would even go as far to say that, like, they're hampering their own teammates. We see Falcons taking down Clear Vision, currently in 5th place on a good run out towards that top side. And a lot of times you don't see these European hot drops. I think the only European hot drop that we have between 2 teams is MUERTE and NEXUS right now. But even that is like out of the way, right? You know, because NEXUS usually play Milton Power. MUERTE is halfway up towards Lipovka. It was sort of difficult for them to get towards the position in the first place. So again, I think the African region could really, really work on that. That's my one thing, my coaching moment.
No, I completely agree with you. It does feel like that's been the case, right? Because especially over the longer this event's gone on, the more it seemed almost as if they've tunnel visioned even further and gone, okay, we were up for conceding some of our default drop spots on day 1, but now let's just fight for them. And if we win, great. If we don't, at least we tried. And you can see that embodied with Clear Vision, that, like you were saying, they had been climbing steadily. The fact that they're in 5th place, Blank, they really could have ballooned even further into this event. You know, you'd hope last day of the event, you've got to make every game count. For him to lose out here on our 3rd outing of the day that early in an encounter where you could have have backed off. You could have taken, you know, the swallow your pride play, give up the drop site, try and reposition somewhere else. Maybe we'd be able to tune in with them a little bit later on. Instead, they're already gone for good. Just food for thought. But there's not really much time to make big adaptations, with this being our last day, and really with this being the halfway mark of the day as well, right, Blank? It just makes it so much harder to make big changes that will affect the overall standings.
Yeah. I mean, Clear Vision's a team that's really seeming to thrive in those endgame environments as well, where they can just duck and dive around these other teams, get these scrappy engagements and get it going. The fact they're going out this early, yeah, it's just unfortunate because they're giving up the best part of their game, in my opinion, which is those final 10 minutes. So, swallowing their pride, best way to put it, Jackie, that you said is a case of, yeah, they're in 5th place right now. It doesn't mean you're still the better squad than the team in 11th place. They still can take you out. In the meantime, NEXUS having a real hard time versus MUERTE. KORKA has to instantly hit some heals if he wants to live through the blue, and it's looking ever so close.
Oh, that must have been last second on the tick there.
Yeah.
Okay.
His vision was going black.
Yeah, dude. Like, honestly, he must have thought it was game over, right? He could see the light, but instead, he's still shining in this one. Man, all right, let's see how this actually works out for him then, because NEXUS, they've kind of been whittled down quite quickly in this game. NEXUS, again, it feels like we're kind of beating the same drum, but they're a squad that's been showing us improvement over the event. But today, some of the decision-making, some of the fights they've been forced into have just been a bit uncomfortable, always breaking off into those duos. And right now, they've only got a duo to work with, and MUERTE, they always slay. Furia pulls up quickly, jumps out the vehicle with a drive-by, says goodbye to NEXUS as they're gone, and MADBULLS exiting stage left in 14th in this game as well. Blank, this one's actually pretty hectic. We're losing a ton of squads quickly, and big names too.
Yeah, again, Major Pride used to hot drop over towards MADBULLS back in the day. And even Major Pride, currently 3rd place team, there's a team that decided, let's just head down over towards apartments and school. Let's head down towards the compounds that surround that area. There's no point in doing it. And it just shows you what kind of a team MADBULLS is that they're dead set on going for these drop spots. And I think you've got to even consider larger than that on the macro of the games. With what's going on your screen right now is that every single time we have seen this fight conclude between the World of Battle and MADBULLS when it goes on for a long while, is that G4K swooping from that north side. Now even RUKH's getting involved. This is not a good drop spot at all. RUKH has a huge amount of loot, but there's still Watertown available. There's still Gatka available. It just doesn't really compute for me right now, Jackie. And again, I'm gonna keep saying these are some horrible spots to drop in, especially for the hot drops.
Yeah, it does really feel like tunnel vision is being the big buzzword going into our last sort of collection of games here. Teams potentially even committing to fights they know aren't correct, just because you're at such a large point in the tournament where you think, okay, maybe we can't make up that many points. We might as well just play a little bit more risky for the elims, but that's only going to go so far. Let's tune in here as well for a second. We've got Blackhand, another squad that are going to be in close proximity with SBG. Now, Blackhand, we've been saying they look really good. They've had some great individual plays. They've had some good teamwork as well, especially when they make it to those last-minute plays, when they're in those final zones. Can they make it there, though, today? That'll be the question. Meanwhile, the fight continues between the World of Battle and Greedy for Kills. But RUKH have also roamed in and got stuck into this engagement. But they might be stuck in the mud a little bit. They've taken a ton of damage, lost one of their players. Rami's lucky to actually even get back over this geometry on the ridge to keep himself out of trouble. And now Eugene, he's just trying to line up any kind of peak where he can take an advantage fight down onto Toxin and help out his teammate. As Rami's having to deal with it as a solo, he waits until he's got clear contact that he's pushed too far out. Then you peek in, hard commit onto that kill, wipe up Greedy for Kills, and now back off. But that's RUKH having to get Default back on his feet. Luckily, they arrive in the nick of time and can save him. That could have been rough. If they lost a player that early, that's RUKH at a big disadvantage. At least you can save Default here and still contend in the game.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Again, there's way better routes to take this. You know, even going down Box Compound Way, crossing over towards South George, even heading over towards the Western Bridge. We know a lot of these teams have been taking that Eastern Bridge, and there's been a lot of holdout on the area, which means the Western Bridge is a bit more clear. It just feels very weird for every single team to be making that straight arrow dash through RUKH each and every time. And like you said, RUKH's now hugely delayed. We're Sosnovka finish, by the way. So getting across here, getting into good position for RUKH Esports, incredibly difficult here forwards. Blackhand come in. This is what they've done quite a few times over different maps as well, which is just slowly but surely coming towards a third party towards the latter end of it. SBG took a couple of knocks over towards the side from 77k. Blackhand finishes them up in Yasnaya, and now teams head down towards that south side. 10 teams, 38 players, stage 2. Something's wrong.
Something is a bit wrong. And it feels like there's going to be some criminal wrongdoing going on here as well. Look at this battle that's about to occur towards the bridge side, right? Xenon are coming down. They're in the middle of the bridge right now. They don't want to overstep the mark. A little bit worried about the peak. They want to push as a full 4, so at least there's room to trade. But you've got to bypass 6 and the rest of the squad, taking a ton of damage. Bullets whizzing through. Lazy Boy breaks through the blockade. One man takes a heavy hit. 6, still not been forced out of his ankle just yet. He's been able to split them up and at least make it uncomfortable. You're then going to have SPG coming down into the same position after this as well. So Falcons, if they want to clean up from this, you've got to win these fights quickly and then reset, or you're going to get sprung on and be the team that gets third-partied in the manner that you wanted to. Lazy Boy can take the range advantage as well. If they've forgotten about him, oh blank, the damage he could do with a DP from this position could be absolutely monumental.
Tries to peek out the window here. It goes for a bit of a play, but it won't work out the way he wanted it to. Lazy Boy moves down the stairs with the nade. Again, just trying to keep the players from Falcons at bay. Out comes the Molotov. Puncher keeps throwing those nades in. Really difficult with this building to determine exactly where a player is hiding out. On these stairs, it's also incredibly hard to get a nade into this position effectively because you can just go over towards the rooftop. Finally, though, there is a decent nade pop through the window to finish it off, and Falcons pick themselves a nice 4 eliminations. We're already down to single digits in terms of teams this early in the game, which means there's really a lot of opportunity for these teams to take up some of these prior compounds over towards the roadside in this circle on the north edge of Sosnovka.
And we flick on over to the other side, and here we have a similar kind of fight going on. It's Major Pride's being able to hold the angles and just put bullets down range. They can see the feet here for RUKH, so anytime they're trying to go for a peek, anytime they're trying to advance, they're just taking so much damage. The one blessing is Rami was able to get an off-angle peek from the right side. He takes the fight in and does a nice amount of damage, gets the knock back onto Nomi and starts to close the gap. Man, the sad bit is about this is it feels like both of these teams are going to come away either completely ripped to shreds with half of their numbers gone from this engagement. It just feels like a stalemate fight between two of the bigger squads that we've got here, Blank. This isn't going to end nicely. You do at least have the Overwatch position from Black White. If he can hit his shots now, might be able to save their bacon a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, even getting Nomi up here is going to be really difficult because we're just about to head into Zone 4. So if Nomi doesn't instantly hit the bandage and then the first aid kit first, then he just dies. He just dies off the back of this. They really need to get him to safety soon. I think they've already delayed RUKH enough here. They don't need to look for the final 2 eliminations. Play Zone instantly re-knocks Nomi, just like I was saying. And right now, Major Pride has to leave. They have to leave with just 3 players in tow, head towards a circle. With 9 teams, though, I think they've got a blessing in disguise here in the sense that there's not going to be many teams following them, so they should have a free enough approach into the circle. They have to pick Effect up. What a horrible time. Just place him in the vehicle and get him going.
This is exactly what I was talking about, right? You thought that you had a nice tripwire play to cut off the rotation from RUKH. You're hoping you get through it quickly with the element of surprise. Instead, sure, you do get away, and yeah, RUKH are basically going to be left at most with just Pusher or just someone trying to hold a semblance of the squad together. But Major Pride, they're wearing that same badge of defeat. Their team's been dismantled, and this squad is going to be so worse for wear when it comes to the longevity of this game that this fight probably wasn't worth it at all. Pusher goes for the long haul rotation as well, trying to clear as much space as possible and getting into a better angle where Major Pride aren't going to be able to just pick him off instantly. But nothing looks good for RUKH. Taken down by the zone. We wave goodbye to them as they are out of it. Didn't have any way of keeping themselves topped up on that one, and the zone just nipping its way through them. So Major Pride eventually get what they want, but they have paid a big cost for it, and they are driving straight into the Hornets' nest. The Hornets that are waiting, though, that's going to be Alpha, Blank. They They've got good positional play here and the element of surprise.
Yeah, they know the exact rotational routes these teams will take towards this position. Reflect waiting with the PP Bison inside the shack, ready to take down Naomi as he moves over towards that top side. Gladiators down to 2 players as well. I think they took a fair few shots there from Titan in the first place. And at the moment, RUKH Esports are just 3 points behind them. So this has to be kind of a placement point game for the Gladiators. Already up to top 8 teams remaining. So if they can get towards the top 4, top 3, that'll be good enough. They just want to put a 10-point buffer between them and RUKH Esports. And despite them going out early, yeah, they have come quite far here to actually catch up Gladiators and make this a bit more of a, I guess, a spectacular finish.
And that's what this is going to be. A lot of fireworks. Ooh, 6 as well. Just taking fire more literally as he's burned out of this one. The SMG of Narvalo going to be able to execute him on that. He's got nades to work with as well. 5 of them in the back pocket. So he can just throw those out if he feels like Falcons White are coming back in for close contact again. We look back over onto Major Pride with Naomi here just clearing towards the front compound. Reflect's been waiting this entire time. So Alpha still have a good read. They're split up into 2 duos. One of them down towards where you've got all of Titan. The other 2 lurking up in between Major Pride and Blackhand. These fights are going to start occurring in unison as well. So there's going to be a lot of combat across the battlefield at any given time. Storm from Blackhand is able to get the first jab in. We then see Titan strike against one set of the duos for Alpha, and Alpha have come unstuck. If they thought they had the timing on it, it's not worked well. Reflect is now forced to peek out and strike onto the back of Major Pride. He's got the angle on Naomi. A lot of damage done. Finishes off the first. Effect should be ready for this, but Blank, Effect takes so much damage. He gets the quick switch off onto the other rifle as well. He's done it. He's taken out Major Pride with his dying wish.
Down to 6 teams as well. Goodness me. I mean, this is exactly why me and Max were both thinking about on the first day. We did not want to see Reflect as a sub, okay? This guy is so good on Alpha. He's probably one at like by far the best player on that team, by quite a mile as well. So the fact that he's still playing and still popping off like this doesn't look like he personally should be in our team that is down towards 13th place. He is just disgustingly good at the game. I think some of his other teammates maybe just letting him down just a little bit. They aren't finding their stride here in this tournament because we know that when they used to be under the banner of Sly Europe, they were a strong team. Really good in terms of positional play, with Reflect being that fragger. They just needed to support off the back of one another a little bit more. So it was unfortunate seeing them down towards 13th place, but by no means have they not put up a good amount of points. 83 points, right? They're only around about 30 points behind like a decent finish here in this lobby. Up towards 6th place as well, 115. So there's definitely possibility, there's definitely movement that can happen. But we have been waiting for this moment all day, Jackie. And that moment is a moment where Titan can actually get something done that looks a little bit more akin to what we first saw on that first day.
Yeah, I think the easiest way to describe this one, right, is this is Titan with everything in their favor. You've got the advantage with utility, the advantage with health, all 4 of their squad mates alive and kicking, and look where they are in the zone. They're going to be confident. They right now are certainly in their zone. Blank, they run this city. They've just got to defend this and be able to choose these fights. And that's coming down right on top of them. They've been blessed from the heavens.
Man, they got one finger on each cheek, just like, it's for me. That's crazy. I like that a lot. Good stuff, though. I mean, MK14 will absolutely shred through anyone that gets a little bit too close. And honestly, I think that PUBG mobile players with MK14s, they're just animals. They're animals. The speed at which they fire that thing is just disgusting.
Hopefully we'll get to see a bit of that as Robs has made his maneuver. We've seen the weapons picked up. You're going to get the scavenge on the go. So if there wasn't enough of a reason to think this should be Titan standing tall at the end of this game, well, now they've just been given an extra bit of firepower. So hopefully they're handy with the steel. They can earn their keep and prove that caliber we've been hyping up over the course of this event. It's final day territory. Give us that extra 15% here on Championship Sunday.
Exactly, Jackie. Look, come on. You've been delivered a loot crate. You've been delivered the circle. You've been delivered the compound, for goodness sake. It is time to deliver. It's time to turn up the door at the time You suggested. Okay, come on. I don't want no late deliveries. I don't want any early deliveries. This feels like it has to be right on time with Titan. Everything is going well for them right now. The roads are clear. And this is it. MUERTE, though, down towards that southeast side. On the ridge side, this is a team that can be problematic. They're a strong team. They've continually been putting up points. They're sort of like the dark horse in between that top three, just always looming behind them on that 4th place position. This game could be another one where they put up some decent points. Major Pride just haven't been finding that chicken dinner success so far, with the next circle actually favouring them down towards this south side. This could be a game where they leapfrog.
It very well could be. Especially with the man on your screens there. Furia, who has had so many frags over the course of this event. He's been an absolute mean machine, keeping him alive and kicking with the rest of the squad to play off of. That's when they're at their best, in these moments of carnage that will come with that circle getting closer and closer, squads being on top of one another. A lot of utility as well for MUERTE. They're going to be happy about this. Meanwhile, Titan, slightly fragmented in terms of the setup. They do like to play in their individuals. They like to take their own fights, and you can see they've kicked it off with Icy finding an opportunity to peek out the back window, get contact from quite a distance. Talking of which, same can be said for Malloy, who is looking murderous, fires off bullets downrange, gets the connection onto Meku. If Gladiators were hoping for a last-second surprise attack into this, any chance of that is gone now. Their position has been compromised, and everyone knows they're basically ringing the dinner bell.
Matic moving over, trying to pick up Meku. Get him back on board. I think he needs Meku to actually get in towards this bike and send away, because they need 2 points of contact on either side when they make their run towards the circle itself. If they don't have that, it's very easy for one team to just fully pinpoint on one of those players in the cards. It's way more likely they make it in if they have 2 vehicles to work around with. Icy now on the outside. Nade comes through. It's Havlik. Takes down his teammate. He's got a death wish.
Oh, he tried to pre-nade onto the door and asked for the nade for his teammate as well, expecting them to go running into the building so that they would be able to be knocked away by the nades in the compound. Instead, that knocks him, moving the numbers of Titan down to just 3, but they get the double knock back onto Blackhand. So, a bit of a trade there. You've played off each other's contact, you've lost one of your members, that's fine as long as they can reset from the spot that they're now in. Hard stuck with a triple threat. Titan still fragging those. They want to finish off the downed players on Blackhand. Now, Gladiators finally finding the opportunity to go for their quick rotate. They're on the bike, they're in the vehicle, they are driving their way over the hill, and Mozarro's got contact. If Meku peeks too far out, he could be slain immediately. That's the tag. It's actually Havlik that's able to get the final word in with the shot on that one.
Oh boy, takes down Meku, and it will be Navallo to find Matic. 6th place there, will get themselves a couple of courtesy placement points, but not many whatsoever. MUERTE now, we set themselves up for big success at the start of this circle towards stage 5. 4 eliminations, Blackhand with 7, but only 1 player remaining with Mazzaro to make this one happen. Alex with the big DBS from earlier. Does take a bit of a lick in terms of damage. Mazzaro sets up the nade, but Snowix isn't getting close enough. He will just put it away, put the mag back in the M4. Get himself ready for any kind of engagement, but there is a mini 14 shot. That's Old Boy, I think, actually taking shots over towards Snowix in the vehicle. Pops him out with the mini 14. Goodness me.
It's madness how many of these weakened players Titan are being able to locate and instantly get shots on. I don't even know how they're getting some of these angles, right? It's crazy how many of them they finished off. But this is Old Boy up to his old tricks already. You can see him itching to rotate early. The second the zone's moved, he's already debating how to get into a better position. He's got his head around the corner here, but it's going to get knocked off as Korka, he's flanked down onto the lower ground. No one was ready for the execution as he peeks in, hits the first, nearly tags onto Havlik through the window as well. So Titan going from being this big roster that had all 4 alive, it was whittled down to 3. Now you've just got a duo left, and MUERTE, they are the only squad that is standing with the whole team on the server this late into the zone.
Man, Titan's chicken dinner is delayed once again. I cannot believe it, but somehow I can. It happens so many times for Titan where just one little thing keeps going wrong for them. They cannot quite find the right combination of maneuvers to finish out these games strong. Old Boy, with a lot of overconfidence, can certainly cause massive pandemonium in the lobby just as a solo, but sometimes that confidence comes back to bite him. I mean, you stand up there practically in the open to a position that is widely taken on this part of the map. I just don't know what he was thinking in that location. Havlik and Robs, it's left up to them.
Seems like Titan, they just had frags on the brain. They were doing a good job of it with 8 eliminations to their name, but now we might not be able to say the name Titan when it comes to who claims the chicken dinner, as we're into our final 4 squads. MUERTE, SBG, Titan Gaming and Falcons White going head to head here as the circle closes on in and pressure mounts. SBG as well. They've basically been scraping by, and finally there's an opportunity for another squad to engage onto them. Narvalo, he's been spotted as AXA. He hits him heavy from quite a distance. 6 elims in this game alone for AXA, and he wants to snag a 7th here. As Narvalo is down, Alex would have to commit to the res and then get things moving again. Zone coming in, that's going to be ticking a bit of damage, feeling uncomfortable as that one tickles him.
Narvalo was right on the edge there, almost sliced in two by the blue. MUERTE starts to move up. Not much cover to speak of at the moment. They'll have to use the US to provide themselves a bit of impromptu cover, almost. Just have to improvise a little bit. Furia trying to spot up towards the likely positions, and he's almost locked on there. The heat-seeking missiles from the M4, which seems to feel like a lot of times connect. Looks for the second. Can he hit it? Alex has just been plinked away. And that's Furia for you once again. Up to 7 eliminations now for MUERTE. 4 players alive. It's like clockwork for this team. But Corker goes down to Havlik, leaving it 3 players. Instantly, Diana's there with the support.
Oh, that is vintage Furia on display. And this is the game now with MUERTE. They're going to be thinking, we have control of this one. They want that chicken dinner, and they're going to fight for it. Malloy with the wide swing out, gets contact onto Falcons White and strikes, slaying the first man. AXA on the floor. This puts more pressure on Falcons. They've got to focus on getting him back up whilst there's a flank coming in. Malloy, not content with just playing with them. He wants to take them out of the game for good. Heavy lob on the frag. Tons of damage done. Diana backing him up as well. They clean house. Falcons are gone. It's down to the head-to-head between Titan Gaming and MUERTE. Robs, oh, he's getting ripped to shreds. Takes so many bullets through the smoke, barely standing. And Havlik, he's all on his lonesome. He has full HP, sure, but how can he contend with this? Fury is coming his way, Blank, and he's looking ready for this encounter.
Big explosion sends Havlik dodging to the side here. Fury sends another one through, but Havlik's already out the way. In the meantime, Malloy's still going on that eastern edge. We're in the final circle now where it'll start to just close and close. Robs finds Corker on the respawns, but Malloy with a meticulous malice from the side almost takes down Havlik. This guy has been really good on the aim today. And the Molotov, it falls short. Furia takes a huge amount of damage. Can they do this? Can Titan from the back rope?
Titan trying as hard as they can to piece this one back together. It's all on Robs though. It's been whittled down to a 1v2, and now he's got to stand tall if he wants to snatch the crown for Titan. Meanwhile, MUERTE, they've got both of the angles in play. They finish off the downed man as well. Havlik's finished. Rob, he's overlooked the positioning from Diana. Didn't see him on the side of the scope. He's going to be exposed on the rotate. He's been able to get back at least, tuck himself into the smoke blank, but bullets still coming his way. He just wants someone to peek. He wants to hit the shot with this.
Malloy has an angle on this, drops the smoke, he has to hit the deck, and it will be finished. Malloy swings the camera at the end as he swings punches through towards Titan and the rest of the teams in the lobby. Fury's been stepping up a big way, but Malloy finally back to his old tricks of back in the day when this guy really was out here to slay.
That is absolute insanity. We were hyping up Titan the entire time. It felt like they couldn't have had any more stock in that one. They had everything they needed, but over peaks and not quite being able to clutch it out when it mattered most. And MUERTE, they show just how much damage they can do. Demolishing them there. Furia going big. Malloy having his moments. It felt like we saw a bit of everything from MUERTE in that game.
Yeah, every little bit of the smorgasbord of MUERTE was out in play. Really, really nice stuff. Honestly, though, MUERTE, I think with that, should be in a 3rd place position now, Jackie. I genuinely think that if they continue playing like this today, there's 3 more games to do it. I just really wonder, can MUERTE make this happen? Let's find out back over at the desk.
Their second chicken dinner of the tournament, and you know what? We actually spoke about this leading into this game. We said, what happens if MUERTE, if the rest of the team stays alive and Furia isn't trying to single-handedly carry them into the placement points? Look what happens when everyone stays alive. Maxman, they get chicken dinners.
They get win. Very good. Stay alive equal chicken dinner. It's worked out. The strat is beautiful, MUERTE. Really, the way they play this game was so fantastic because they were waiting as long as possible for hope, just a little bit of hope that the Titans' position would not be in play anymore at the very late game. And if so, then the POI is lost and they can start to try and take more control around that ridge, especially if they eliminate Falcon. But I'm sold, Crowns, if we can see them survive as a crew, as a team, late into the match, we can see so many good games from them. So MUERTE, the dream for top 3, is now up and alive.
Yeah, and I enjoy the fact that they played more condensed this game. We saw them together many times, you know, not pushing and rotating, you know, one after the other like we saw in the previous games where they all lose players and then it's just down to the one player. So this time they stayed together and they were able to capitalize on that one, getting themselves nice elims to go alongside the chicken. I cannot complain about that one, MUERTE.
Also nice to see Titan back up their Crowns. They did such a good job on day 1, and then they slowly started fading away from day 2 into day 3. So clearly they've woken up again, and nice to see them back there being in contention.
Yeah, we saw glimpses of overextending coming through from the side of Titan, which eventually led to them going out because they took one too many knocks out there on that southern side when they were about to make the exit from the compound. But ultimately, they're beginning to play more like a team. The synergy, you can already start to see it, and it is working out well for the team there from Titan. I believe you'd agree with me there, man.
Yeah, I would agree. Actually, I want to go on another topic there. We're seeing RUKH being gatekept by Major Pride, and we've seen a very similar situation, and I think you pointed it out during that game, Sam, actually, that we are seeing again Gladiators heading towards that salvage mode because they lose 2 players relatively early in the match. Our understanding, okay, RUKH, we don't know if they're still alive or not at this point in time, so we're just going to like hang it down in melee base itself and just try and survive as long as we possibly can. And they, again, go pretty damn fast, so that lead is just not reducing to the speed at which RUKH already hoping for. Of course, Meku does try and stretch out, but Malloy, as Blank mentioned at the end of that game, he seems like he's back to the glory days that we had him back in spring, and Malloy is so good if he's in these positions of interest, and I just want to see more of this Malloy presence in these matches.
It's going to be such a, I mean, for Gladiators, I think the game plan is really clever of like, okay, we've taken early knocks, we now have to just bank it down because placement points will keep our lead going, right? Let's not risk being aggressive. Let's just sit this out and make sure we can get in the top 6, the top 5. But the problem is that's the Gladiators strategy. I think Crowns, for any other team that's trying to find their way into the top 3, the strategy now has to be as aggressive as possible. If you can find an elim, get that elim. So it's going to be difficult for Gladiators if they keep doing this where they lose players early on and then they try to sit it out till the end game. The closer we get to the final, the more the pace is going to increase. There's a very good chance they're going to get picked off.
I tell you, if Gladiators continue to play for the elimination feed, it becomes very hard for any other team to try to breach that position that they're kind of holding up there. We saw RUKH Esports actually go for early fights in this game, and each eventually led to that gatekeep coming through from Major Pride. And I was going to ask, you know, I was saying it's Markland, is it worth it? We saw them try to play for more elims by going towards that RUKH hot drop, knowing fully well they would get themselves some elims. They were able to get 4, but not quite able to get themselves into that late game, so it wasn't really worth it if you ask me.
Yeah, it's good to get some early game eliminations, but if it does hinder your chances of reaching the late game in a healthy way, then I would say it's just not worth it a lot of the time, so maybe just give up on it at the end of that day. And it really hurts. It really hurts to see MADBULLS again. They got, what, 1 point the previous game, now 0 points there. I mean, of course, the early game is just so horrendous because of that hot drop, but I'm just not sure what's really happening here, though. Looking at the top fraggers, Acer, you know, sometimes you've got some other players. You have Puncher doing really good from time to time, Pusher too, but Acer is really doing so well for himself in some of these matches. A bit inconsistent, but when he pops off, it's a big number a lot of the time.
It's nice plays coming through from the side of Falcon too, generally. I mean, they held up quite well in MUERTE, and this time they were able to hold that bridge camp so well. And right now, I'm liking the fact that we're looking at elimination leaders, and we're looking at, you know, damage leaders, and I'm getting to see more players from MUERTE that is not Furia. So I think the squad really staying alive this time. He's played out well.
Yeah, he's got to share the limelight eventually.
I mean, it clearly works. Keep the rest of your team alive. You'll stay in longer than possible. I quite like Black Hand's aggressiveness as well, Crowns, in this. I know it didn't really pay off, but they looked like a team revitalized. They were out there looking for elims left, right, center, everywhere.
Yeah, coming in from the north of the swim did work out well for them, and I like the fact that this time they were more proactive. The last time we saw this zone, because me and Max were talking about how this zone looked just like the one we saw on day one where the Gladiators ended up taking them out, right? But this time Black Hand were willing to go for the third party in that fight and getting themselves a little bit more elims. Lack of vehicles eventually played out to their going out at the end, but ultimately I feel it was more composure coming through from Black Hand.
There you have it. We've wrapped up the second Erangel, and the final Erangel of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash is coming up right after this.
He's guarded out by Major Pride on that top side, who have no idea he's there.
Talking about not knowing a position, Six is hoping that he's got quick wit decision making for the peek out, as he's been lurking on the angle for quite some time. Distance on this firefight not going to be favoring him though. Has to make a smart decision about how he plays it. Working off the back of the other squad that are engaging as well. Timing doesn't quite go the way he wanted it to. And now RUKH have arrived on the scene and the carnage keeps on going. Falcons White having to back off down to just a duo. SPG, you've got two players.
I mean, the Watchtower there to come over towards this side to try and eliminate the teams that they hear fighting inside Quarry. It's a really smart move from RUKH Esports. The thing I worry about is Gladiators maybe wrapping on that north side, but we do need to move down towards the south now. Good plays from Falcons.
Back on his legs, Dino trying to do something decisive instead as he strikes against Havlik. Black White also taking a piece of the pie. Old boy, single-handedly could do some major moves here. Tries to get away from the bullets, but Dino just sprays his way through him and gets him on his legs. Okay, so down on the floor, the nade could be critical as well. That's going to land right on top of the head of Icy. That's not the sort of thing you want to be wearing like a hat.
They toss back up that way. There is information being provided from the side of the player that's not on Major Pride, so Icy's going to move up, but Dino should have the bead on this one. Molotov could be huge, immediately get out of the way, but it will force effect out. Immediately gets the refrag onto it. Icy now in a 1v1, but cannot make it happen.
We've just hit the halfway mark on Championship Sunday. Only 3 games are separating us from the winner of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash Europe versus Africa. And of course, the big question coming into the lead up into this final, Erangel, is Maxman, have they been able to do it? Has MUERTE been able to get into 3rd spot on the leaderboard?
I don't know how it would not have happened by now. It has to be, and there we go. By 1 point, it's that close between MUERTE and Major Pride, but they do overtake that last podium position here. Gladiators, RUKH Esports, and MUERTE. RUKH Esports, fair to say here, Crowns, not the best sandwich position to be in. Those are 2 highly aggressive teams in these last few matches.
Yeah, I'm looking at every other team that is making it up here. SBG.
True.
In 5th. No way. This is wonderful coming through from them, and I'm so happy that the squad is able to find that that roster that is doing the magic for them.
5 points separate 1st from 2nd. 5 points. That is the difference. That is so easy. That gap between RUKH Esports and Gladiators is so easy to bridge. Then you've got 1 point separating MUERTE from Major Pride. It is so close between these top 4 teams. And really, as we move into the last 3 maps, those are the top 4 we need to look at, because any one of them could do something incredible and take that 1st place, Crowns.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this. RUKH Esports and Gladiators. You can tell why these 2 are in contention for that number 1 spot. The numbers are looking quite close. I mean, except for the knocks. But still, they're still looking quite close. Like, look at the average damage that RUKH Esports is able to put. To be contesting with Gladiators in such manner just makes me so happy.
When looking at the RUKH stats, all of their chicken dinners, I'm going to go through all the eliminations on their wins. Currently, they have 8, 8, 3, like low eliminations when they typically do get those wins. When you're looking at Gladiators, 11, 9, 15, 15. For RUKH, when they get a win, it's a simple chicken dinner. When Gladiators get a win, it's a statement that they are currently the most aggressive and gifted team in this lobby. And they're not going to slow down, but the salvage mode has worked out. But RUKH need to go just a little bit further to reclaim that top spot.
A little bit further, 5 whole points. Predictions time. I'm going with Gladiators, to be honest. I actually think that they know now. They would have been doing the mental maths. They know they have to pull something out of the hat. So my prediction for the next game is that Gladiators is going to do just that, pull something out of the hat. How about you, Maxman?
Looking at MUERTE this time around, I want to see them continue on that bandwagon. I'm a hype boy, so I'm just going to follow after that win and maybe a back-to-back. That would be cool.
What about you, Grant?
Blackhand once more. I see them knocking that door, and I think they can do it. To be honest, they're still quite close on those rankings, and I'd like to see them bump up further. I see Falcons is also getting up little by little, and I'd like to see Falcon be that
just one team
from Africa.
Stop it.
I just want one.
Stop it.
No, I'm predicting Blackhand for the chicken, but I'm seeing Titan Gaming finding their way, Titan White finding their way into that top 8.
Titan White?
4 African teams.
That's a new team.
Falcons White.
He's inventing new teams right now. He's doing a mix-up. It's an 8-player team.
He's just so excited about the regional battle that is going down here. And it is really interesting, though, because you mentioned MUERTE. Like, they actually, if they have another game like what they just had, not what they just had, what they had earlier, so say a chicken dinner, and the likes of RUKH or Gladiator go out early, it could actually set them up to really start contending for one of the 1st or 2nd spots, Max.
That's exactly also why I predicted them here, not only because they just got himself that win, but also because I want to see them breach in top 2. And I want to see RUKH try and, like, not get in top 2 purely because they're just able to get a few points here and there. I want to see RUKH, if they do stay in top 2 or get in 1st place, I want them to see them make a statement in these matches and get a massive, at least podium finish, backed up with some eliminations. If they don't do so, I feel like MUERTE might be a bit more deserving of a 2nd place.
We joke about this all the time, and I know we say we don't want to talk about it, but Krantz, we are going to talk about it right now. This hot drop situation, as annoying as it is, and I mean, I agree with what Blank said in the cast earlier about how it's important to figure out your spot, stay away from everyone else, but that hot drop situation could benefit a lot of teams, especially the 3 or 4 teams at the top, because as of now, you know if you're on the other side of the leaderboard, you're not in contention. So do you try and play for the future, thinking, let me change my spot, let me practice that? Or do you just go, you know what, I have an opportunity now to wreak some havoc on this lobby, and that's what I'm going to do?
think, left to me, I would go for the let's ruin the game for everybody.
Me too, that's why we're not pro players.
Ultimately, you can tell that is not what these players there are going for, especially the ones in the hot drop. You can tell that this is plainly just for the pride. They're doing this just because I'm not losing my drop location.
We're hot dropping straight into the cast now. This is Blank and Jackie.
It is indeed back on the mic as we keep things moving here. Game 4 of 6. We're cutting it close. Last few opportunities to rise through the ranks and solidify yourself as the top dog in our clash between these two fantastic regions, Europe and Africa, going head to head in our last few games of the night, Blank, and we slip back into it.
Europe so far has absolutely dominated. That's all that needs to be said. Anyway, looking at the game right now, Gladiators heading back down towards Sosnovka. They've been loving this drop at the moment. It's actually worked out really well for them. I do like it. Usually drop down towards very Pier, but with Titans actually picking up that spot quite a few times, it's not really worth it to them, especially with Titan being quite a battle-hungry team, let's put it that way. I think them choosing Sosnovka over this just gives them a lot more freedom in terms of their rotates later on. Look at this though, right? This is what I mean. Why are we all dropping out in the middle? There's so many places over towards the western side. There's Hospital, there's Gatka, there's even Yellows over towards the western road. What is going on?
Mate, right, hang on a minute. There has to have been some kind of explanation for the fact that 77k and Titan share all of the exact same drop spots all the time. Like, it can't just be coincidence. Surely 77k, they've based their playstyle off of Titan's demos or something. Because it's just silly. It's every fight. We see them go head to head. Oh, and Clear Vision taking up a fight against Falcons White. Never seen this one before.
I know. I want to be like you. At the end of the day, and I think 77k just takes a leaf out of Titans, but they're both like very much elimination hungry teams. You might be right, maybe they have been watching the VODs. Six tries to come out with a cheeky peek on the shotgun, gets immediately shut down. We know how this goes though. AXA is going to sit in the back for a long time. Then what's going to happen is the team is going to almost feel like they've won. Clear Vision will get a lot of eliminations, and then AXA will stroll over and conclude the engagement. This engagement will occur for some time, then Greedy for Kills will rock up from the south and eliminate MADBULLS. It's in the script.
It actually is, and we haven't deviated from the script at all. It seems like at this point we're not really going to be flipping the script either. This is the portion of the film where you see Clear Vision normally start to lose a lot of their numbers. Pocus being the only one that's trying to defend right now, taking little pot shots from his elevated angle, but really doesn't have too much left. You're looking at even just the ammunition alone. He has to be absolutely flawless with this weapon, or he's just going to have nothing to defend himself. So he tries to close the gap and reposition, taking bullets as well. He's going to lose an awful lot of health on this one, and finally finished off. So Clear Vision going down. They've flipped the scripts, but they've kind of just thrown the script in the bin.
Mate, they were 5th place. They're 9th now. It's just... we can't make it up because we've already seen it. We know what's going to occur before it even happens. Now, MADBULLS, though, they're trying to change things a little bit here. They finished out their fight with the World of Battle very quickly. Very, very quickly. Don't allow Greedy for Kills to come in and try and mop things up afterwards like the scavengers that they are. And RUKH's still not started to make their move down from Severny. This is what frustrates me, though. The playing path was from the west, yet all the teams are currently on the east. We have a western circle, right? If you'd just taken the chance, maybe picked up Gatka, maybe picked up South George or Hospital, you would be in a really good spot right now. It just does not make much sense to me. And I think that's just coming from European PMPL, Jackie, where I think that a lot of those teams just take up a huge amount of space around the circle itself. It's sort of weird. It's sort of weird.
I wouldn't turn my nose up at it. It has at least been enjoyable in terms of these early game fights, providing us with a lot of highlights, and a lot of crazy twists and turns. But in the global standings, it has affected a lot of our games. But potentially, if we had a complete redo of all of these 4 days, if you're thinking if we didn't have these early fights, the late game placements for some of our big teams that we know can be competitive, where they excel, they've never had that chance because they're losing so much of an edge in the early game, just overcommitting, potentially thinking that their eyes are bigger than their belly, and they can't quite stomach it in these initial fights. It's been interesting. It certainly has. But we'll roll with the punches. We'll keep it going for now. Obviously, in terms of the circle that you've got to work with, you've got to start making your move up towards Georgia Pole. And already we can see teams on the rotate. Blackhand, they're perfectly set up for it. They're inside the big city, living it lavish. You've got the rotate from RUKH as well. On your screens here, though, it's going to be MADBULLS that are now starting to make their big migration over. They've got vehicles to play with. And they're closely followed by Greedy for Kills. This is Greedy for Kills that normally we're expecting to third party onto the back of 77k. Instead, it could be them running into a bit of a scrap with the MADBULLS and potentially Major Pride over towards Hospital side in the next couple minutes. Titan finally bailing out as well as they give up on the rest of the encounter with the old boys in 77k and start to drive off and just get out of dodge on this one.
We have the African region intel though, Jackie. We just got word from Crowns who told us that, look, I can't believe that I've not realised this sooner, honestly, to be fair. But it was Old Boy who used to IGL on 77k. There are old teammates there. And they've just decided that they'll just keep doing what Old Boy told them to do. On every map.
Explains everything. Yeah. I suppose to a degree also there's probably a little bit of ego challenging going on where you're like, okay, well this is our drop spot and it's also your drop spot, so let's just fight for it then. And they just keep pushing the issue. That's quite good. I like that. Shout out Crowns, mastermind. He always knows what's going down. He's got all the tidbits, and honestly, he's had some of the best burns on the show. I got to give it to him. He's had some good comebacks on the analyst desk.
Yeah, he's been definitely giving it large. We'll give him that. And I think that realistically as well, it's kind of funny that they will do this, but there's also no reason for either of these teams to change these drop spots, right?
Yeah.
Purely because 77k is going to go back to play in the African region. Titan's going to come back over towards Europe. So why would they change that? This is the one drop spot that maybe I can forgive. I can forgive it because Titan want to get a little bit of experience playing together on drops that they will continue to drop towards in the future in PMPLs. 77k is also going to continue to drop in these spots in future PMPLs. So getting practice now in the PMRC actually is a really big boon going forward. That is an unreal elimination count. 34 from Snowix. He has done a ridiculous amount of work for this team. He's been working overtime to the point where I think that he hasn't slept in 4 days. So realistically, at the end of this tournament, SBG are going to have to go out and treat this guy to a nice dinner somewhere.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, basically him and Narvello, right? The fact that he's only like 5 frags behind him and both of them are pushing up towards the 30 frag mark, that's ridiculous. The amount of damage they've been doing, especially with Narvello, it's been really impact frags that we've seen him get. In situations where he's lurking around, he's using the map positioning to his advantage to completely cut off rotates for teams or save the bacon of SPG to get some last minute elims in that have won them games. That's where both of them have been showing up. So not just stat padding, impact frags on those counts. That's what makes it even more impressive. We're talking about impact frags though. Look who's on our screens now. GG. The Gladiators that truly have just been cutting their way through the competition, nearly pushing plus 200 points here going into our 4th game of the day. And in terms of the eliminations, they've been at the top of the standings for quite some time.
Yeah, and they've been holding on to it pretty decently. They didn't get that 10-point buffer that I was talking about before. 5 points at the moment is not too shabby for them. Dropping in Sosnovka, though, with this kind of circle does mean they have quite a while to go to head up towards this circle, particularly moving through the fields of Gatka as well, which leaves you pretty open. But it looks like they're going to actually swing down Primos way, maybe head up towards that western road, which would also be pretty smart, but we'll wait and see what they actually do choose in the end. Titan have set themselves up towards the center. RUKH coming in from that northern side. Major Pride, fairly central too. I think for them, this game's pretty important to them, coming off the back of losing out by 1 point on that podium finish at MUERTE. And you really do have to give it to MUERTE. They have come an insanely long way from the start of this tournament. They were towards the bottom of the leaderboard, and slowly but surely they have worked their way into top 3, which has required them to get fairly decent performances every single game, not including placement points. They've had to get a limbs every single game too, so I think that they have worked some real magic towards the latter half of this tournament.
I think they've really been kind of the star of the show in terms of stealing the fans' hearts. For me, especially, MUERTE are definitely a team now that I feel like have really come into their own, and I want to see more from them, right? Because they play very fun PUBG Mobile, but they back it up with confident plays. They can hit their marks. Each one of them feels like they can really command respect in 1v3s, 1v4s at any given day. So yeah, MUERTE, definitely a dark horse that you're hoping, if this is a benchmark right now where they can come away rejuvenated, who knows what they can get up to once we get back into the regular season. It could be so sick to see. Let's focus in here for a second though on Major Pride. They've got hill control. They're taking the battle down range onto both Alpha and Titan. Peppered up the Alpha team. You've seen a lot of damage done on Amanda and Nexupa. They got to back off for a sec to get the quick heals in. But Titan are close by as well. And they're no strangers to getting stuck in if they see an opportunity to try and third party. We've seen Old Boy has been willing to just go absolutely nuts, sprint on in and try and get the squad to follow suit in any of these fights. So there is potential. We could see a bit more Titan on screens in the next few moments. You've got RUKH on the rotate here as well.
Lost a player in the water. I think they do get Rami back up again, and they will head on over. Finally, Blackhand, I think, took a couple of pot shots at them from behind. You can see out there in the midst of the drink, trying to get the team back towards them. Eugene's going to probably try and set up with a long-range scope to keep them safe for as long as possible. Blackhand do have to move from that North George position, so eventually RUKH will have to deal with them. We'll see how that actually does go down in the end. Nexus takes some shots over towards Falcon's White. Redox will have to drop the first aid kit on. This is all the way down towards the southeast side as well, so that fight between Falcons and Clear Vision actually cleared up fairly quickly. So the fact that they've still been hovering around MUERTE area, now towards yellows, is a bit confusing to me. I think they could have been much sooner to the circle here. And you know, if Nexus ahead of you, again, I'll make the same joke that you have a problem. Because this is a slow rotate team.
Yeah, like the slowest possible. They've actually sped it up a lot more in the past couple games today. Now they've really dialed back the pace. The fact the Falcons are so fragmented on this one, oh, it's not going to be good. Tuning in here, though, we've got MADBULLS that have just been absolutely annihilated, but they're replying back actually pretty consistently. They're keeping this fight going. Frozen dives out the vehicle to try and deal some deathly blows, gets a nice connection off with the shotty just as the other boys arrive. Kitsune lands on his feet. Alpha now getting involved. Okay, this isn't going to end anytime soon. The Doorman's checking the list blank. No one's supposed to be coming into the private party, but the third party of Alpha have just cleaned up.
I love that Meku goes down, but he goes down with his hands on the wheel. You know, he knows that he's the driver of this game. It wasn't the fact that Alpha came in and performed a really, really, really good third party. You know, he knew what he was doing. He went down by his own will. But Alpha, really strong third party there, as we said. You know, coming in, finding that one that was a fast play coming from Gladiators. So Alpha being able to respond that quickly is fairly impressive. It might have been a position they were looking for to take for quite some time, and just serendipitously just actually able to get in there, Jackie.
No, really nicely executed. Good timing on it. And also just hit their shots as well, right? And they do so cleanly. That's the most important bit, because now Alpha can keep going, heads held high, completely scavenge the rest of those death boxes and reset themselves. Here's the effect that this has had, though. You're thinking the top two teams in GG and RUKH, now GG have no ability into the fourth game of the day to climb further and set themselves apart from RUKH. This is RUKH's game again, Blank, where they've got to be thinking, okay, we need to have a really clean game here. If we want to be the top dogs at the end of the event, if we want to be crowned as number one, we have to play it smart from this point forward. They've been given a blessing. Can they clutch onto it?
Yeah, and the fact they've got chicken dinner already, so the momentum is pretty good for this team. The spirits are fairly high. Like, they can work with this. They're going to be less afraid to take some of these decisive, aggressive plays towards this game. Now, the biggest issue for Gladiators that I'm seeing is that most of Gladiator's big pointers have been our angle, right? This is the final angle of the day. We have Vikendi coming up next. They won it yesterday. Not statistically likely they're going to get another big game on Vikendi with the way that match plays out. They had a lot of the zone for a long, long time. Yes, they had some very good rotations, but you do need to have that shift on your side. So for the Gladiators, who have not done well on Miramar as well this tournament, it is going to be pretty rough, as is this circle, as we head down towards the fielded area underneath Hospital. So open, bro. Like, I think that this is just going to be a huge amount of teams crashing against the waves and getting basically drowning in this circle. It's so hard to keep your head above water.
Yeah, it's not going to get any easier the longer it goes on as well. Pusher here, trying to get a few pot shots off with the AK towards the back. Can't quite land those bad boys. Ugh. Tries to drop. Is able to at least connect onto one as he shuts down the main man in front of him. That's Inows, who has been fragged out. Meanwhile, Nexus getting stuck in as well in close quarters combat versus Xeno, as they've been able to at least punish one of them. RUKH reset from the firefight, though. It did look a bit iffy at times, but they've still got all four alive, and they're going to be contending. We got the greedy for kills POV here as well. They've lost one player, but they're still standing. You've got all three alive, basically just behind the setup from Blackhand, peering around the corner to see if they can execute. Timing's a little bit rough for Delhap. He was trying to pop the stim just as Storm goes for the getaway. So he's been able to close that and completely get out of there. Still two players here, though. At least they have the read on where greedy for kills are, and they're trying to take the peak. Koa, he thought he had an angle and the timing to back it up, Blank, but he's been slapped in the face.
Yeah, really good reflexes there from Delhap to spot that one coming through. Instantly down range on the sights. They're going to send some players forward. Hemo comes through with a grenade. If he times this just right, it should be a freebie. Wait, what?
How on earth has that nade not absolutely blown to bits? It felt like it should have bounced off the backside of the metal on the shipping crate, landed perfectly, and dealt with them. Instead, it's actually resulted in a fair bit of damage back onto greedy for kills, where, yes, they clean up onto the two players, but you've taken so much more damage than you needed to on that one.
Yeah, that was a real horror moment, honestly. I don't really know. Either he actually tossed it into the shipping crate, in which case that's probably one of the most sad plays I've seen all tournament. But yeah, I don't really know what happened. And Major Pride's actually taking shots from above on Mount Everest, clearing out players coming out from crates. Because that's delayed greedy for kills for so much, I think it will just be Toxin moving forward. This is very unfortunate. Now, what I will say is that RUKH has had a good play. Right, they made a fairly aggressive push down towards this northwest side. I got all the dials wrong there. Over towards this northwest side, they've done really well in this position. I think getting towards the position nice and early is something that we can build off the fact that they do have that momentum coming through. They're ready to make these decisions early. Yes, they're an edge team, but sometimes they've been struggling to get to this edge in the first place, being held out on the outside.
Tuning back in to Falcons White. Didn't have the best start in this game. At this point, you've basically just got the one man belly on the deck holding this position. You remember Alpha came in and had a bit of a gate crash on the party that was here where they cleaned up Gladiators. They've since held on to the compound, picked all of the bodies clean and been able to reset themselves. MUERTE on screens as well, specifically one big name player, Furia, who's been proving that he can really show up over the course of this event. And there's a chance that we get a bit of a fight between them. Nexus potentially, looking at the way they're wrapping their way in, with Nexus now starting to close the gap. It is funny to see where Narvello has ended up as well, just behind the hay bales.
The liver. This guy is just continuing on, trying to keep the legacy going for SPG. I'm laughing because 77k Esports have such an insane position in this particular circle, right? In loads of fielded areas around you. Right, and I think for 77k, there is a slope that comes up from the south side towards their position. It's difficult to fight. There's a couple of telephone towers in this area as well, where you can just play around them, but it does not give you too much cover. It's one of the positions you can't take until late in the game, where you're sure that there's not a huge amount of teams around you. However, if 77k Esports can channel that inner demon that we've seen before from them, in terms of the eliminations, being able to hit these big, heavy frags, they're going to have to get that demon out, because there's going to be a huge amount of teams coming their way to third party this spot soon, Jackie.
And talking of things kicking off, this is Major Pride pushing their way down and looking to try and surprise attack onto Alpha. Oh, the connection onto Exjeep is actually huge. Reflect dives out the back though. He's been playing a bit of a late game on this one, lurking inside the vehicle, but that nade is absolutely huge. 10 out of 10 from Tenchik as he drops the frag at just the right time, dismantling two of the Major Pride players and leaving them in a bit of a rough duo here. Effect with the backup, trying to wrap round the side. Tenchik has more of these nades to use as well. This fight is quite drawn out and there's a lot of investment going into it, and it seems like Titan, they've heard the dinner bell being rung. They're rotating in as well to get stuck into the carnage that's occurring in the compound.
Smell the blood. They want a bit of the action. As they instantly roll down the hill, they can kind of hear things slowing down. They want to speed things back up again. But it will be Naomi out the side. Instantly robs the master of the shotgun, pulls out the S12K. Will be shut down there by one of the players, by Effect, but Havlik immediately is on the case. And the Titans will pick up this position. This is just one of the scariest spots to take a fight in. You have to be so clean on the engagement, and things went downhill for Major Pride as soon as Tenchik hit that grenade. It delayed things so much, and Titans were very wise to pick up that third party as soon as they did. Now, this is what I was talking about. A knock goes over towards 77k. This area is so difficult to play around because so many teams want a piece of it.
And right now, it's Nexus that want to fight for it, and they're getting in. Dealing damage. Oh, Kakao with a peek though. Timed it nice. Swings into Redux. Gets him down on the deck. Follow up with the utility as well. Aggressing. Kapahala knows that he can't actually go on the warpath he wanted to here. And that lob could be pretty clean. That should be a connection right on top of the downed player. Kapahala tries to reply with utility of his own. He's been swung on. Actually from the back though. It's Furia taking shots from a substantial distance. Kakao lucky to be alive. But RUKH battling from the far back, connect onto him and eliminate him. Nexus at least getting one well-placed nade off to blow some of the chances of MUERTE a little bit more down the pan and make it harder. But these duos are constantly scrapping blank. No time for respite.
Absolutely not. There's so many teams, like I said, want this position. As soon as RUKH saw the engagement concluding over this side, they've made this aggressive play, and I really like to see it. You were saying at the start of this game, once Gladiators went out, it was a real chance for RUKH Esports. They had to take fate into their own hands, and at the moment, they are grasping it. Nades go over the top side. Octavian currently living this one out. Kapahala, off the back of exercising the demon in 77k, now has to pray a little bit more to hope in hell that he's able to get himself through this and the rest of his team.
Oh, through the smoke. Rami leaving Nexus broke as he'll pop his way through the first man. Octavian exploded. Kapahala trying to put down some kind of blockade and hold on versus the incoming assailants. They've whizzed round the back. Eugene, he's had contact. He knows exactly where Kapahala is. Rami runs through the smoke. Hard spam, couple of bullets connect, but it's not enough. Nexus to finish off. RUKH, can they reset from this? There's bullets whizzing by as Furia takes pot shots, but they've been able to at least slip into the smokes, buy a bit of time, and reset the fight. Get your HP back.
That is so unfortunate. Kapahala looked like he was being hypnotized as the buggies moved round the outside of him. RUKH telling him, look into the eyes, not around the eyes, directly into the eyes. And now they're right in the middle, looking to take out as many players as possible. Could this be another chicken dinner on the day for them here on their angle, setting their eyes, their sights over towards that first place position, Jackie? Rami hits a good shot over towards the MUERTE. They're in a struggle spot. Havlik goes in for the sideswipe, all on his lonesome. Corker tries to move.
Oh, he's been spotted though. Havlik, he thought he had the upper hand in a situation like this. Now it's all just about getting out without losing everything. He takes so much damage, but Corker, unfortunately times reload, couldn't re-aggress, and Havlik's been able to get back.
Oh boy, he's bored, Jackie. He's moving up. He wants a piece of the pie. He's got 10 nades.
This always happens, old boy. It feels like if there's not been an opportunity for him to fight in the past 30 seconds, well, you know what he's going to do? He's going to sprint at you, and he's windmilling blank, lobbing nade after nade, hoping that he can blow away the chance of RUKH grabbing all the points from this one. He's literally in their base right now.
What is he doing? He just wants the whole base to belong to him at this point in time. Continues to toss these nades through, but he's delaying, denying them time to make these maneuvers. It feels like he's a four-man team all on his lonesome. Default will take down Malloy. The MUERTE tries to make these wild rotations. These guys are really in the struggle bus at the moment, whereas Old Boy doesn't care. He's just out in the open.
Old Boy is legitimately trying to take a 1v4 all on his own, whilst his entire squad is alive, just defending at this point for the long game. Meanwhile, RUKH are still so tunnel visioned into fighting MUERTE, they probably think it's at least a duo from what Old Boy's done on the side. He lobbed so many nades, he tried to cause them to just feel uncomfortable. And bear in mind, Falcon's white, their sole survivor, he's still there in the back.
And the fact that he's still going is really impressive, actually. I feel bad for Titans, though, as they finally get the RC Old Boy controls back under control because kept pressing the back button, but he kept going forwards. Finally returns back to their side as they get the circle. But he's done enough. He's delayed them, Jackie, and that's the most important thing. Not sure exactly how MUERTE was actually able to get their player back up in action. But I mean, with that moment that was given to them, they are going to thrive with it. They find the initial knock over to Old Boy. That's really important. RUKH, though, in a bit of an issue at the moment. They have to get in these vehicles to get moving very quickly. Old Boy, unresable. The team's not with him. They've given up on him.
You live by the Old Boy, you die by the Old Boy. That seems to be the motto for Titan Gaming right now as we get left into our final four squads duking it out here. Fourth game of the night, a big one to try and get points here. Most important for RUKH to win this one. They've got to have their eyes set on the prize and stop any more surprises from teams like Titan coming in to backstab them. MUERTE, they're closing the gap and pushing further up. Meanwhile, RUKH, they hone their fire in onto Titan and deal damage from a distance. Another man knocked. Old Boy finally finished off as well. And they're so closely grouped. The spacing is awful for them. If they put their heads up, this could be a squad wipe in a matter of seconds.
They took a huge amount of damage, having to use a lot of utility to keep themselves in this one. MUERTE probably out of smokes at this point in time. A smoke placed down for RUKH as well to give them a little bit of something to play around with. But his puncher tossing grenades over the top, over towards Eugene's position. Explosion hasn't gone off just yet, so he seems to have got away with it.
Eugene waiting potentially for the backstab to come his way. Surely there's got to be some kind of read, but look at this. The positional play. He spotted him. He's seen him on the side. Pusher. He's going to be able to peek into it. Furia, that could have been a hell of a game-winning play. Instead, it's given up the whole damn maneuver. He's been spotted on the peak. He's able to strike against him. RUKH have another leg up in this fight as they are the squad with by far the most manpower on the server, and Puncher, the zone is nipping at his heels. He's got to be quick. Barely slips back in. Limited HP to play with. He doesn't want to stand up. He does not want to be seen.
Pops up for just a second there, dude. I think he did get spotted in the end as Rami looks to the side. Does get knocked, though, by Icy as he goes for those shots over that way. Eugene, a little bit isolated. Again, really nice spot play by Pusher there. Understood there might have been a backstab, a flank over to their side, so sets themselves up for success. And MUERTE lose Furia, one of their best players.
Oh, Havlik, he's always so confident with the shotty, and he introduces Eugene to Big Papa Pump as he blows him away with the first blow. Havlik re-aggressing though, trying to find a way for Titan to steal victory on this one. Robs, he's on his last legs. He's been downed. A lot of damage, Blank. We're into a solo for Titan Gaming. A duo for RUKH and MUERTE. Havlik wanting to clean up onto the weakened players, finally executes onto Eugene and spams those smokes out to give him some cover.
Mate, MUERTE might be on for Grand Theft Chicken here because down to 2 players, a lot of RUKH Esports teammates have been absolutely blasted in the process. They were able to catch up a couple of Titan players as they made their push through. Again, even more damage sent over their way. It's looking a little bit scary. They've not had a lot of time to refresh quite a bit of their utility on side, and that will be them being taken out. RUKH, though, 3 players. A really crucial knock coming through from Corker on the backside. Will take a little bit more, but Malloy with the AUG up close and personal, Jackie.
Oh, the AUG has absolutely ruined them. Now look at the position you've been left into. Basically just the solo of Pusher, but he's got to be the defender right now to save the bacon of RUKH. Knows how important this game is, has to win it for the team. If they want to stay as the top dogs, if they want to be the one that is walking away with their heads held high here and a chicken dinner in the back pocket, he's got to pick up the pieces. Slowly lurking his way back to the hay bales, trying to get into a better position. Paranoid about where the next peak is going to come from.
MUERTE just pushing over. We can see the X-ray being turned off and on there. Malloy doesn't really have much of a good idea of where he is, but I think they have a general clue to his position. And now it's just a case of sniffing it out. This Pusher has been insanely good at predicting these rotations from the teams, where they might be coming from. Sixth sense from this lad. But will that save him from the 1v2? They're split at the moment. If you can isolate one, it might be doable. And RUKH could be sending themselves sky high towards the top of the leaderboard.
It's all on Malloy. He would get first contact from this angle with the way that he's clearing things. If there's any chance he spots a bit of the body of Pusher, he can instigate the fight. It's all about the trade from that point. It either opens, ends with Malloy. Nade's coming in over the top from Corker. He's trying to put pressure on and link up with his teammate. They want to play as a duo. It's the smartest way to open the fight. A lot of damage done onto Pusher there. He stays low on the deck. Doesn't want a surprise attack just yet, leading them to believe that he hasn't changed positions. Corker is a bit suspicious about this. Oh, the nade from Malloy though. He didn't see that bad boy coming, and it detonates perfectly. MUERTE, they snatch it away at the end, denying RUKH their right on that one blank. MUERTE do it again.
A back-to-back from MUERTE, and they're just thieving these chicken dinners out of the way. I mean, this might be them even closer to a top spot position, Jackie. They are catching up so blindingly fast at the moment. It is disgusting behavior coming out from this team. I mean, if I'm RUKH, if I'm Gladiators, I'm shaking in my boots right now, because there is another big dog that just entered the lobby here into MUERTE.
It's madness. It's absolutely madness. You know, that's one of those games where you're thinking, GG going down that early? RUKH must have been thinking, oh, we've been given a field day. For it to end in that manner and MUERTE get the back-to-back? Oh, boy, blank. The standings, they're going to get shaken up. Let's get back to the desk and break this down.
I think we might have a new number one, but we will look at the standings much later on. Right now, we're going to talk about the game we just saw. MUERTE played that so well, that 2v1 fight, Maxman. They knew exactly where to position themselves and how to get it done. And also what I loved is they slowed the pace of the game right down so that they could take full control of the situation. I'm
not going to lie though, Sam, there was a moment where I got a bit scared for the team because I saw Furia die. I was like, oh, that's not normally good news when you look at the MUERTE roster. But yeah, as you said, they slowed it down, really waited for the opportunity to rise up, and they especially saw that mistake from Titan. I think you might agree here, Crowns, is like Titans splitting up the way they did made them so vulnerable, and MUERTE with their angles, same as RUKH, actually allowed them to turn it back on its head.
Yeah, I think Titans just got a little bit carried away at the elim count, right? And I'm saying this not in terms of they had too many elims. It's more like they had only like 4 elims heading towards those late phases, and then they're feeling like, okay, we need to increase our elimination counts. The numbers are dwindling, right?
Yeah.
And then we're seeing Havlik driving all the way to the south to look for fights. We're seeing Old Boy going on his lonesome to try to take the whole of RUKH Esports. I think it was just overextending that happened with the side of Titans.
I want to ask you a question though, Crowns. What do you think of that push off RUKH? Because I loved it.
Yeah, it was a very good push, and it held them so well. Unfortunately, just didn't play out. That off angle was not okay enough, and you could just see how much work Havlik was able to do on the side there of RUKH Esports, right? That just goes to show that if Havlik were to be there with Old Boy initially, they could have taken out the whole, RUKH Esports heading towards that final moment.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of an earlier push. I'm thinking of the one onto 77k Esports, Little Mountain on the western side. I feel like that is this position here. Nexus clear it, and right away RUKH have a third party. They know that this fight is not really getting in the way of Nexus. They're getting multiple shots taken also by MUERTE, and RUKH were looking so aggressive. They instantly knew that was a potential game-winning position, fully sent it, and then you have absolute overview on the rest of that field position. So this is the RUKH we want to see, Sam, and if this can continue, because now they should be technically first place, I would love to see them retain that first position until the end, because RUKH, they've improved a lot it seems, and this is by far, I would say, their best game yet.
Are you surprised by how, when you talk about the improvements, I mean, the fact that they're not as slow to make their decisions, they're not as slow to move on stuff, they're far more aggressive. Where did this all come from? Because we've been saying this is what we needed from RUKH. Hell, even when they were at the top of the leaderboard on day 1 and day 2, we were saying we wanted this.
Because RUKH are desperate. They are getting to that finish line. We're slowly closing in on knowing which team is going to become the champions of this PMRC event. And they understand that, okay, we need to go with desperate plays because it's such a desperate situation. And RUKH now, I hope they see that this is the strongest display they've ever done, because they know they need to start not only getting placement points, but also eliminations. If they can maintain this mentality in the future crowns, I feel like RUKH could dominate Africa, because I can't even imagine a team at this level right now.
Yeah, and I said it. Today is the day they will improve, and they're definitely doing that one. They did watch the VODs, and it is playing out well for them. Good to see that. I hope they can maintain it, because right now it's almost like they've woken up the sleeping lions in terms of Gladiators, because I'm sure Gladiators is seeing this and they're like, okay, guys, time to stop playing around. Let us get on our A game, and that is something I want to see from the Gladiators heading into the last couple of games.
I love that we're talking so much about RUKH, even though it's a MUERTE chicken dinner at the end there. It's because it's such an interesting storyline, right? We really need to highlight. And Gladiators died again pretty damn early on a wrangle, and we're not going to have a wrangle. I think Jackie and Blank mentioned it during the game. We're now heading into Vikendi, which is going to be a lot tougher potentially for Gladiators to get that consistency, get those points on board. So it's opened up not only for RUKH Esports to now, as we said, jump in first place, but maybe also for MUERTE to overtake that Gladiator spot. That would be super impressive to wrap up the day.
So here's something that's kind of interesting, is if you go back through the last 3 days. So on the first day, RUKH Esports came second on Vikendi. Major Pride took the chicken dinner. But on the second day, what we saw was a 3rd and 4th place fight out between Gladiators and Vikendi. And of course, yesterday, it was the battle between Gladiators and RUKH again for that chicken dinner. So I feel like Vikendi might just be the place where RUKH and Gladiators get to fight it out in the top 4. They're going to be maybe 3 or 4 points apart from one another as well. But based on the previous Vikendis we've seen during the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, Max, there is an opportunity to see both these teams in the top 4, and then it's going to get really exciting because we'll be able to do the quick maths, because we'll be figuring out who is going to go into the lead into the final game.
Vikendi is always that X factor, right? And even though we know the teams like to drop in specific locations and rotate a certain way, we've had every single one of these games so far different circles, so you can't really have that experience of previous games because every one of those previous 3 Vikendis have been so drastically different. So if we have an Eastern Circle shift, which might happen, then it's going to throw so many questions in the air as to how it's going to unfold. So I'm so excited to see this Vikendi unfold, because we could have some hot drops happening because we're so close to the end.
So close to the end, only 2 games left to go, and I know that you want to see the standings, so we will bring them up and show them to you right after this.
Reflect just to line up the shot, but doesn't go for it. And Singly might just make away from this one. Right out into the edge. Black is spotted here, or certainly should be, by Mandarin. Stands up, and in that moment, Nomi's able to set up a really nice nade whilst they're both distracted with the pin in the hand. It's so easy.
It's a great pleasure for us to be at such an event. We did the best preparation to the stage, and now we're ready to rock. Support us and become part of our journey.
صور عايز الونا شخصنها الولد فلتت منك يا ابو نجر خد بالك يا ابو نجر اي سي هنشوف اي سي وتي كيو اكزر والشباب في الاوبن الصريح افرح
يا رفاق. نحن في سباق النقاط في بطولة PMRC، نود بكم دعما ان شاء الله.
You're watching the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. It is Africa up against Europe, and while Europe might have already won the actual regional clash, we are still in contention for who is going to claim the top spot in this competition. 16 squads, 8 from Europe, 8 from Africa, and there it is. RUKH Esports has taken the lead. The African team has very quickly knocked Gladiators down to second place, but such a small margin separating them. The one you want to keep an eye out on, Crowns, is MUERTE. They've moved into third spot, and they need 2 good games, and there's a very good chance they could find themselves in one of those top 2 positions.
But that is 2 good games, provided RUKH Esports and Gladiators do not play well. I mean, that gap is already looking a little too much, but I mean, there's 2 games left, and that's 20 points for them to cover. They would need an absolute cracker of a performance, and maybe bad performances from GG and RUKH in order to be able to get a second place finish here.
I do want to paint a picture though. RUKH, of course, first place, so there's 7-point difference. Gap can be closed very quickly by Gladiators. Then MUERTE, another big game, they could be up there in the race, but almost at 170 points. Major Pride also could be a lingering issue for these teams. It's going to be tough. We're going to need 2 bangers of a game, 2 zingers back to back. But Major Pride, we've seen them do it already in day 2, day 3, right? That they can get those big pop-off performances. So, no, don't sleep on Major Pride. But other than Major Pride, all the other teams have no chance of breaching that top position. So it's a 4-team race right now at the top, and RUKH need to hold on strong.
This is the thing, right? I mean, I just want to stop you there to talk about those 4 teams just one more time to say it is still completely open. We only have 2 more games to go. It is open for the top. What I want to talk about is the bottom, because we know these teams are out now. So Crowns, any surprises when you take a look at that standings and you see a team that's completely out of contention? Any surprises for you? Ones that you go, wow, I did not expect to see that name there?
Falcon White jumping up, that is a name I did not expect to see, and I'm seeing them inching closer and closer. That is something that I'm enjoying from them so far. 77k on the other hand, nah, I'm not really vibing what I'm seeing from them. They're like pretty low there. So I feel like this is the point where we start to see the world about to put up, you know, the Hail Mary play of, you know, let's just make it work.
If we were ever going to see a moment where 77k Esport were going to initiate maybe a little bit of a comeback in the rankings and start to get those big pointer games that we want to see, Crowns, it would have been that previous game. They had the best overview position in all of the fields, and then they get shot at by NEXUS. NEXUS go for the breach. There's almost no resistance set up by 77k Esport, and then they just get obliterated, lose that position, get taken out of the game. 77k Esport needs to do a better job when they are in these strong spots to zone teams away and not allow them to get as close as NEXUS did in that previous game. If they can do so, they know the value of these spots, but on the defensive side, I feel like that's where 77k Esports are lacking heavily right now.
Maxman, if you take a look now at the standings, obviously, again, like I said, we'll be talking a lot about those top 4 teams as we move into these final 2 maps, but there is a lot of teams on the other side of the leaderboard. Any names there that have surprised you by possibly not showing up for this tournament?
Yeah, Greedy for Kill. I've had some hype moments. I was like, oh, Greedy for Kill. They're going for some nice third parties. I feel like I touched a nerve right there, Grounds. But I do want to see more opportunities taken from this team. But despite having so much success in the first few days of going on those third parties, they slowed things down, which is a bit weird to me.
Yeah, and to be honest, I can't quite put my finger on it as to what is up with Greedy for Kills right now. Like, they do not have any hot drops that I can think of. So it's just them not getting into those good positions in the game. And I feel like it's something that they will definitely be looking forward to working on. But Greedy for Kills did fall off from, you know, the first day.
I'm so surprised neither of you said MADBULLS. After their phenomenal run, day 1, day 2, they were in contention for one of the top spots. Yesterday, they fell off the leaderboard completely. They fell out of the... it felt like they fell out of the lobby, and now we saw the same thing happen all over again today. Maxman, what happened to that team? I mean, I keep asking it, but the truth is, I think that a lot of fans wanted to see MADBULLS up there.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people wanted to see them do good and expected so much better. They have not made the changes that we mentioned about the hot drops. I'm not going to lie, with their position right now, I'm going to be a bit aggressive. I don't really care. You know, MADBULLS, you did this yourself. That's your fault.
Do you know what I do care about? Getting into Vikendi, so that's exactly what we're going to do.
Here we are. It's time for Vikendi, another outing of the day, the last one before we get into the big finale where it'll all go down, the dust will settle, and we'll see which team takes the cake as the top dogs at the end of the tournament. Now, Vikendi, it's been interesting. The past 3 Vikendis we've had over this exciting competition, Blank, they've all had a little bit of a different pep to them. Each time it's a bit more unpredictable, but the one thing that seems to be a set factor, we're going to get so much carnage from the get-go.
Yeah, Vikendi has been serving pizzazz for the past 3 days, and I would like to see a little bit more of that in this game. Give me 60% water, please, and that would make me extremely happy. Obviously, these teams would be extremely unhappy by the prospect of that, but it would look quite amusing to watch out for the rest of the game. Gladiators, as the guys on the desk were talking about, they need to pull those socks up to the top of their knees because they really need to get a groove on at this point in time, because RUKH is getting away with it. They're getting away with it time and time again. They have been consistent, and we got to praise them for that fact. On the other hand, I think me and you both, we're cheering for MUERTE.
Absolutely, man. I think after the day they've had, they've commanded respect from everyone. But they've not just been playing, you know, standard PUBG Mobile. They've not just been making calculated decisions. They've been playing really exciting, enjoyable, highlight reel level PUBG Mobile. And it's been fantastic to watch. And now they kind of do have their destiny in their own hands, right? It's up to them to keep this going. Somehow, some way, if they're able to find back-to-back wins over the course of this day, it would be miraculous, it would be madness, but that's what they've got to do if they want to contend to take this one. Trailing by about 30 points at this moment in time. Can MUERTE go from 3 to 1? We'll find out, but we've already kicked off Vikendi, and there's a few scraps that are going down. Xenon, lose 1 man. Major Pride as well, losing 1 man already, Blank. Those are the teams we've been talking about towards the upper echelons. If Gladiators have a slow start, if RUKH have a slow start, that's where MUERTE are going to be thinking, all right, here we go, everything's coming together. So definitely something to keep your eyes on.
Major Pride, you know, they're just starting to lose their grip on the ladders at the moment as MUERTE clambered over them earlier on, which has got to feel a little bit bad, to be quite honest with you. They do have a player down towards that south side in Diana. Old boy and the rest of Titan just wandering around in the open, in the wilderness of Vikendi. And 60% water, I think, is what we get. You know, if you count the frozen water around Castle, yeah, I think this is probably as 60% it gets, down towards Winery. We're returning to our first day of play. This is not an easy circle to play by any stretch of the word. You know, Winery is a difficult position to play around. Major Pride already finding their position up towards that top side they can play off the back of. But we know we've been getting some weird and wacky shifts on the circle. It's not always going to end up where you expect. RUKH Esports down to the south side. They're trying to keep themselves out of the action as long as possible so they can make those cool little maneuvers towards the end game, which they really do excel at. Tixi, 39 eliminations, almost breaking that 40 elim barrier.
Man, what an absolute mad fragger, right? Never normally a defined role in PUBG Mobile, but Tixi, he's trying to make it a position on this team. When it comes to renegotiating contracts, he's going to be saying, look, guys, have you seen my eliminations? Pretty sure I am a mad fragger. Do need the extra bag because he deserves it. He's been playing absolutely out of his mind, supporting the team, but also being able to pick up impact frags, right? That's the key bit. It's not just stat padding. It's not just finishing knock players. It's not just third partying. He's getting some real big pickups in clutch moments. When you need to hit precise one bullets, that's when he delivers. It's just madness, Blank. I can't believe how many elims we've had over the course of this tournament. It just feels like everyone has been up for a tussle. You know, they've been putting the gloves on, they're looking for a duel, and I'm living for it.
Yeah, he's one of the players that I would say has matured the most over the PUBG Mobile history, right? I think when we first saw him, we were talking about this on the first day, you know, he was very much like a pit bull that refused to stay on the lead. And this time around, you know, he just is looking so much calmer in these situations where before he might panic or try and get into a situation that is too far away from his team, he's just really reliable and also picks up those elims too, like you were saying. So I think that as a player, I genuinely think that, you know, Max has said this so many times in the past, but I genuinely believe it now. We are in a Tixi supremacy.
Oh, yeah. He just deserves all the props, right? And he kind of really is the one writing the history books for himself right now. And it's one of those where the way you watch him play, the way he moves, the way he takes fights, the decision-making, it screams someone that still has more of a skill ceiling to hit as well. This isn't even his final form. You know, we've got like 3 of the 4 Exodia cards on the field.
Dude, and honestly, once we find that last one, he is going to be something else. In the meantime, though, let's take a look at MUERTE. With Fury on our screen right now, another player that we have to give big shout outs to because he has been playing phenomenally well. Yes, he went down on that last match, but it was because he was trying to make plays happen. And this is what's happened a fair few times for MUERTE, is that Fury, he's the one that has been gripping the lid on the gherkin jar and pulling it clean off. You know, a lot of the teammates, they need a helping hand at times, and this is the guy to do it. He really is blowing a lot of these situations open for his team, and they rally around him a lot. When he goes down, though, it's still nice because the rest of his team still feels like they are fantastic players. Malloy's been really stepping up today, which is great to see.
You've got Titan on your screens here. Now, Titan, it feels like they have some of the biggest ups and downs. You know, there is no sort of consistent flow to the way they play. It's just all over the shop in terms of consistent aggression. Old boy alone, some of the games today have been proving that. Like, he's just off the leash. He's out of control. MUERTE, though, they might be letting go control as already they've lost a key player from the team and are stuck in really uncomfortable positions here, down towards the coastline, fragmented in terms of the setup. Not really an easy getaway. They're trying their best to swim out, and luckily the attention of Alpha has been taken by Falcons that rotate in. This could be the window of opportunity for Malloy to safely find and execute back onto Xjipa and then potentially try to get away from there. But this is looking uncomfortable. A clash towards the coast between 3 squads.
Yeah, for MUERTE right now, the biggest difficulty is the fact that, you know, they need 10 points on this game at least if they want to catch up, and they have to profit. So if Gladiators and RUKH Esports go down early, that is the ideal word to be in. Now, Old Boy all on his lonesome, this is where this guy thrives. When he has to pull off a clutch moment like this, he's very good at it. Smokes at the top of the stairs, most likely the rest of his teammates will go down, but he's going to go down swinging.
He pulls no punches, but can he land any uppercuts? That'll be the big question, as his team, they're completely gone. Wiped off the face of the earth. Old Boy bides time. Takes down those snacks, gets himself stimmed up and at least healed as he realizes this is probably one of his last opportunities too. He has a bit of firepower to play with. In terms of the nades, though, it's basically bone dry. Only has smokes to maneuver with, so keeps this angle covered. Smokes off the line of sight so that he can bob and weave between. He wants to play around the stairway, so there's only one access point in, but they won't even push through. They'll just use utility to blow him out of there. Old boy goes up in a puff of smoke. Toxin, hang on a minute. You might be on fire, but don't do it literally.
It's Clear Vision versus RUKH Esports, a really important engagement on our screens occurring right now. And Clear Vision, typically quite good at these scrappy engagements. I think the only team to really shut them down is Falcons so far. They've been the ones to be able to put the stopper on them. Immediately, they flood the space with smoke to RUKH Esports to try and get away through the mist. They send over towards the coastal side, but that's going to lock them out a lot of play. With Clear Vision being able to take over the majority of this area now, that's very, very good news for Gladiators. But they have to win this engagement between them and SBG. And Tixi, like we said before, swings round for a double.
Tixi always tormenting anyone that dares to try and defy him, backed up by Kitsune, who has been incredible with some of his play. Strikes again to weaken SBG's squad here, leaving them really fragmented and down to just a duo trying to play around this one. Man, this is Gladiators looking quite vicious. And, you know, we built up that storyline of can MUERTE do the unthinkable and be able to go on to snatch the crown away? Let's look at things that are slightly more realistic. For Gladiators, it's them that are just on the cusp of pushing past RUKH. All it requires is them to slow it down a little bit. Today, they've been a bit overzealous in some of the maneuvers. Kitsune's been doing some crazy things, and a few of them, they felt like big blunders that have come back to haunt them. With this being one of the last games of the day, if there was any time to think, okay, forget about prior mistakes and focus on the present, this would be it.
Yeah, this is a time to really slow it down for Gladiators. They typically do well when they sit it out for the first couple of zones, right? They find themselves in a good position. They use that smart rotational practice to their favor and then move from there. Again, RUKH right now, if Gladiators knew the position that they're currently in, they would be way, way happier to sit this game out. The unthinkable does look a little bit far away from grasp at this point in time for MUERTE. Just 2 players left alive. When Gladiator is in a position set on getting a good game here, you know, it's going to be very difficult. Even, again, MUERTE has to get 10 points on this game if they want to have a chance at catching these 2 teams up. And I think, to be honest with you, even getting a podium finish in 3rd place at this point in time for MUERTE would be one hell of an achievement from considering where they were at the start of this tournament to where they are now. So I think they can be proud of that. What they need to make sure does not happen is Major Pride catches up. 12 points behind. That is pretty easy to profit over the top of. With Major Pride's central position on a high ground area, yeah, that might be the place to do it.
Major Pride, they've been no strangers in these Vikendi matchups. They've looked pretty good at playing around the map. They understand the geometry quite well and seem confident to take a lot of fights on it. So even just from Elims, they could build up some points. Let's talk about Elims though. Furia, he's always good for them. In this situation, he's got a lot of pressure being applied on him. The entire building basically being detonated there. Went up like some C4 had been detonated. And Alpha, they're hard committing onto this. They've got nades to work with. You've got a duo with MUERTE that are going to be shaking, scared, thinking they're on their last legs. Similar wording could be used for 77k as they're getting slain. Oh, perfect placement from Tenchik through the window as well. He's getting the nades in, but they're not dealing enough damage with the splash damage here.
Trying to toss these grenades down the stairs. There is a DBS in play for Furia. He's waiting patiently underneath. They reset towards that top side. Snowix, though, this guy has been absolutely on fire for SPG. Takes down Meku in the process. So now Gladiator is just down to 3 players. Molotov on the top side. Forces him to play this stairway. They're going to try and maybe refrag off the back of one another or just leave him up top side.
He wants the fight to come to him. He has avenues to aggress onto this, though. 3 separate exit points he can go for quick strikes.
No! That is bad news, Jackie. A frag over towards Matic from Kitsune leaves them down at just 2.
And this is rough. I mean, SPG hard committing onto this one. The peak comes around the corner. Snowix strikes on the first. Quick reset on the stairway, but couldn't get the repump off in time. And Matic instantly goes on the res.
Man, Matic actually knocking Kitsune there with the nade is horrible news for them. Because then Naomi from along the way, or Major Pride, just finishes him off. That was a res that could have come through for Gladiators, leaving them on 3 players. Now they're just down to 2. RUKH Esports still need to get themselves out of this position eventually, as this will move away from the water. But right now they're fine. And Clear Vision has totally moved their attention away from that coastal side, and we're still going down towards there. With 50% landmass still in, we are really going to get crunched up. Again, for MUERTE down on this south side, they still need to deal with a team of Alpha who are just chilling. They do need to move through them eventually. They're sitting in the vehicles, trying to get some better sight lines, get some information onto the 2 players from MUERTE, see if they can hold their own.
Not looking too good for Greedy for Kills, as they're locked into combat with the World of Battle as well, and they're losing numbers. Fragmented now as they have to split up. Meanwhile, tuning back into this bout that's been going on for quite some time. Alpha are still trying to overwhelm MUERTE. They haven't been able to force them out of this position. They've used an awful lot of utility for it though. And you can see they're just trying their best to push on through, but they don't want to overstep the mark. Take first contact from it. They want MUERTE to peek into them. Tenchik also gets some tags off onto Axa in the distance as he'll be hitting heavy. Finally, the Molotov lands though. Surely that's your cue to fully commit onto this. Finish off MUERTE now, knowing that you've tagged one and that Furious should be low. He's burning as well. The follow-up Molotov spreads enough, and MUERTE's hopes and dreams go up in a puff of smoke.
That is so unfortunate. I think he tried to go for the res there, but you're right. A second Molotov comes through and completely finishes them off. So unfortunate. So MUERTE will be going down in our 3rd place. This really opens things up now for Major Pride, with the 2 players from Gladiators left remaining, with RUKH Esports still living in this game. Down to 13 teams. No teams actually earned any placement points from this match as of yet, and RUKH really does not have to move at all from this coastal side. The World of Battle is sending in though from their west, so eventually they'll have to deal with them.
Can the World of Battle show us what they're made of here on Vikendi? NEXUS as well. Always up to their old shenanigans, taking that slow rotate round the corner, just playing on the edge of the zone. They opt to bypass the World of Battle, but you're going straight into the awaiting arms of MADBULLS, Frozen and Fleek that are driving down whilst being spammed into the back by Koa. Koa who snipes one. Oh, and now you've run directly into MADBULLS. You're getting pushed and pinched from both sides with the zone further pushing you out as well. You're not going to be feeling very comfortable at all on this one. Kapahala trying his best to land some bullets, but Fleek's G36C will annihilate him.
Fleek, a really good player in the past, has hit some really good moments as well as just a solo. Moves in with the DBS a little bit further forward, understands the team has to push into him. They're inside the blue at the moment. Frozen tries to move forward, but there's Octavian with a great set of shots over towards his way. Will keep them at bay for the time being. The MADBULLS have to cease the charge for now.
They can't really do too much. Their legs are basically broken at this point. The MADBULLS slowed down so much and just so split as well. Positionally, Fleek has to play off the skin of his own back. Look at the adjustment shot on that though. He heard Octavian sprinting over the top of him, instantly reacts, punishes with the shotty, and Fleek, he's just going to opt to get out of here, knowing that Nexus are really quite damaged off the back of this, wants to help out Tulika, who's stuck behind his vehicle, eating nades from Lazy Boy. Fleek's arrived, but is it too late?
Instantly they maneuver out. They're going to be spotted for just a second, and Tulika only needs a couple of shots, but Fleek body blocks for him. What a hero in the vehicle. Tulika gets out of there. The vehicle certainly takes a good hit for Fleek, but he will save his teammate in the process.
They've regrouped. MADBULLS. Oh, it was not a clean series of events for them. Everything looked so rough, but at least the triple threat gets away. They can slow it down. You've got a compound to play off of. You've got cover, and you can use what you had in your back pockets to heal yourself back up and play for the long con. Meanwhile, Greedy for Kills. They're pushing in from the back line, slowly advancing in. It seems like they've got a bit of a read. They've seen them jumping through the windows. They know that MADBULLS are here, but picking your timing is everything. everything. The peak there, on point, hits into the head of Tulika. Fleek immediately baited over. He wants to double his money on this one, trying to strike onto Fleek as well. A well-placed nade could be the difference maker as they are trapped in the garage. Meanwhile, Zerich fully finished off as Gladiators have rocked up to the party.
It's a good opportunity strike from the Gladiators. They see Zerich, they take him down, they understand that they need to whittle down teams around them. There are only 2 players, so for Gladiators at the moment, this is a pretty cool last stand from their side. Down towards that south, though, with RUKH Esports, you can see them on your map at the moment. They've done a really good job to take advantage of the coast that they were in. Obviously, it's not the best position in the world, but what it does give you is a lot of denial of sightlines, right? So they've been able to have this big split and be able to regroup together. Default has been holding out on this eastern side all on his lonesome. A really effective player from the team. And Alpha Team just could not get past him as he put the wall up in their face.
It feels like we're seeing that really being the big set piece for RUKH as well, right? Where Default can basically just be the go-to man for them in situations where you have to play as a solo. He's so confident for it. He's like old boy, but he doesn't sprint into their face. He just holds ankles and deals damage from downrange. Blackhand, though, they're getting punished here. They've been punched. They've already had Keme dropped into a downed position. They commit utility to res him. Oh, Storm, lucky to be alive with the detonations exploding all around him. He will pull off the res onto Keme, but at the last second, Lazy Boy follows it up with a frag. Oh, he's absolutely owned them. Koa, pressure is on. He's being pushed by Senkei as well. Oh my God, Blank. How on earth have they timed that so perfectly?
Lazy Boy waits for that last 1 second. It always hurts more than anything when you're just about to res your teammate. Nade comes through, you realise that you're just donezo at that point. Sankey will get the refresh on some of this loot whilst they leave Koa underneath. Eventually, he'll have to leave, but it won't be whilst Xenon's still here. MADBULLS move over towards the western side of this compound. Maybe look to grab these stragglers as they're leaving. Alpha still struggling over towards the eastern side to move further in. And finally, will be RUKH regrouping down towards the south. They've already accrued 3 eliminations on the game. They dealt with the World of Battle fairly decently towards that western side and now can start to recoalesce. And because they haven't gotten engaged on a lot of these engagements towards that northern edge, they've not lost any players. So as a powerhouse team with 4 players, they still can be very effective even out in the open here, Jackie.
I mean, that's the scary bit. As it stands right now, if Clear Vision can't save the down man on their team, it will only be RUKH and Major Pride that have all 4 players alive this late into the game here. Oh, clean connection across. Bit of a bite back as well. And this fight hasn't given up at any point. MADBULLS, it feels like they're consistently on the floor. They stand tall, they try and fight their way through it, and they are scrapping. Smart read from Koa here, trying to predict where he needs to throw this nade. Doesn't even need to dash it in the direction of MADBULLS, though, as Xenon have done the work for him. Now he's got to put his attention on the Xenon squad as they're tight left just down the ridge. They're eating nades. Koa perfectly places that one. Gets to the vehicle as well. He's got a getaway, an avenue to escape here. He might be able to save his bacon. Meanwhile, Toxin pushes in, but he's been struck. Slain out. Gladiators clashing from a very awkward position. Say goodbye to Greedy for kills.
Now, with this actual zone shift, it pushes Major Pride out of this compound. So RUKH might be able to strike at the last moment to find themselves some eliminations here. Gladiators aren't down and out just yet, though. They're still taking shots at some of these other teams. Clear Vision have 4 players still alive, and it's just the 2 from Gladiators. And they will have to leave this compound, so they need a knock. They need Clear Vision to peek them, which is why they're taking so many shots their way. Dino moves out the side, tries to toss a nade in, doesn't get quite close enough, but it will be Xenon Carry Boy to take down Reflect.
Xenon hard committing off the back of the fight that was instigated by Dino's utility. Nomi realizing these are additional points up for grabs. He's going to go for the bold peek through the top floor window and strike down on him. Now the attention is set on Xenon, frustrated that they dared to try snatch away some of your points in such a pivotal point of the game. Meanwhile, Gladiators as well, man. Like you said, rotating out of this position is going to be the hard part. Sure, it provided some cover for the meantime, but you've got to get moving eventually. It depends how they play it. They can try and take a slower rotate on it it. Xenon are already pushing in. This could be a great opener for them, actually. Line of smokes, they push their way through. They want to close the gap between them and Major Pride. Major Pride in a 1-for-1 trade. They had one knock, they clap back onto Xenon, strike on Senkai and Co. Down Lazy Boy, Carry Boy eating damage from the HE as well. He's now half HP.
Lazy Boy has been significant with the nades today. Tixi tries to start the smokes train right now. Matic has to leave. Vito goes down to a good amount of shots, but it's Vankid they have to worry about. They have all the information. Matic's just going to run through. He has to make the death march here, Jackie.
It's do or die, literally. As they push their way through the smoke, they're getting pot shots fired at them. Clear vision. They really do have clear vision directly onto the Gladiators. Tixi, he's trying to debate how he even survives on this one. So low on HP as the bullets connect. The zone will take him out. Gladiators' hopes and dreams. They go down in a puff of smoke. Meanwhile, Major Pride striking as Black White takes a confident peek and attacks towards RUKH, diving round the corner and striking with a DBS. Everyone is fighting for control of this compound right now. Major Pride, RUKH, and what remains of Xenon all on top of one another.
For RUKH Esports, this was really good timing for them, and it was kind of fortuitous that Xenon pushed when they did, and then they could move up the coastal side under relative cover, because pushing towards this spot right now is actually really difficult. As you just saw, Black White jumping over the wall there to hit with the shotgun itself, it makes life so difficult for RUKH, so they picked their moment very, very well. It's the exact reason why they currently are in #1 spot. They are just very, very good at timing a lot of these pushes, picking out some of these interesting positions around the map to play. With Vito being cleared out by that nade, RUKH now has a really good chance at this game. They're still playing with a little bit of cover, but eventually with the way the circle's going, they'll have to push out into the open. They could technically rotate towards that west side and try and go for a cheeky flank over towards clear vision here, Jackie.
It might have to be the play they go for, really. Looking at the spacing on this one with the zone about to start coming in. Carry Boy, he knows that his position's been compromised as well. Seems like he's deciding to go through the leap out through the window and wrap into his own smoke. Even then, you're going to be so exposed, and Dino knows about his location. So Major Pride have a great read on the game, and Dino, the follow-up Molotov, perfectly timed. It burns him out. We say goodbye to Xenon as we're down to a 1v1v1. 3 squads remaining. Closing the gap here. RUKH causing the ruckus as the Major Pride squad need to protect their necks on this one. He's going in with a shotty. He shuts them down blow by blow. Takes out Major Pride. Now it's all into the 1 versus 1. 2 squads remain here in our 4th game of the night. The nades are dealing damage. Eugene is a machine.
Right over the top side, it's the worst player to drop down at this point in time, as well as Vankid for clear vision. Him and Pokers have really been the foundations of this team. Pusher rolls in. He's got a DBS on the side with Rami, but they're into the blue here. This is not good news. And Pokers with the DBS comes in clutch. One shot steps up, and Eugene has to pass backwards and forwards here. RUKH really needed this win to secure the title at the end of the day, but there's still a chance perhaps now if RUKH goes down here. And that nade is perfect. One shot. It's just one shot required with a nade over the top, and it's clear vision to take a win that's felt like it's been a long time coming.
Clear vision in the final moments of that one, being able to steal it, and you can't help but think RUKH, they played it to perfection up until the final few moments. The overindulgence with the vehicle, hard committing to a play that might have sold them down the river, but you cannot take it away from clear vision. They get the chicken dinner. Oh boy, what an intense final fight that was, Blank.
Seriously intense. I mean, for Major Pride, I think they've accrued quite a few points during that game. So MUERTE, they want to hold on that 3rd place spot. They'll have to do a little bit better. For Gladiators, their life becomes even harder now, Jackie, to actually catch up to RUKH Esports with the points they're able to get towards the end of the game. It was 6 eliminations and a 2nd place, so I think 12 points total. So Gladiators, they need another one of these 25-point games, honestly, if they want to take the win.
Man, it's going to be a tough one. Let's see how the standings are shaping up, though, and get back to the desk.
You know, sometimes when you fly too close to the sun, here's my thing. We have spent the entire PUBG Mobile Regional Clash on this desk talking about how RUKH is not aggressive enough. We talk about how they play it too safe, how they don't take the fights, how they're not getting the elims. I feel like We finally see the RUKH we want, and then they just get so overconfident that they completely lose their chicken dinner. If it was on an open flame, it was like they just threw it at someone, Maxman.
Crowns, it feels like we were just telling them to be so aggressive all the time. They're like, okay, we'll show you aggressive. We'll send it. Right. And just ruining maybe our chance to win it. Oh my, because I saw them get in the car, Crowns, and that off angle would have been so good, right? It would have been perfect.
It would have been wonderful. They had trees to play with. There were smokes.
Exactly.
I mean, it was like, why? Why you didn't even have to? And then driving straight up into the blue zone. Oh no, I'm so pained because I feel like this could have been extra points that they could have put up on board. But then it would be painful. It would be more painful if at the final game Gladiators do something and it's like a 4 points different that they could have easily gotten from this game.
It could happen. It could really happen. That's the thing. It's such a scary prospect. I feel like if they did clear this game up properly in a proper way without being overconfident with the car play, I think we already know they would be first, and it would be a fight for second place between MUERTE, Major Pride, Gladiators. That would be the prospect that would have been set up as a storyline for match 24, then going into the last game of the day. So yeah, that's a throw. I really hope they don't completely mess it up in the last game, because they're going to look back at this exact moment and realize this is where they messed up. This is where it just got out of their hands.
I mean, obviously they make it fun for all of us, because now it is going to come down to the final game to determine who's going to win this. Have to give a shout out to Major Pride though. Really good performance from them as well. We thought that they were dropping out of that top 3, but they've made themselves known. They put on a really good show, Crowns. They got some good points, and that's going to put them in good stead to fight for one of those top 3 positions as well.
I think they just went from Major Pride understanding that Vikendi zones are kind of easy to read. I mean, Maxman were having a little chat about this. They realized that, oh, this zone looks familiar. We might as well just, you know, do the same thing. And it did the same thing. It worked out well for them.
Yeah, if you see phase 2, phase 3s that are similar, that are circles that you've already played with, you can kind of start to know which coastline is going to finish on. And in this case, Major Pride are like, well, same old, we'll just send it again, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So they do get himself a lot of points once more, 13. And Gladiators, Crowns, my heart broke when we saw Matic nade Kitsune and he got flushed by another team. Like, oh my, it happens. It's so unfortunate when it happens, but the fact that it happens now on the last 2 games, that's the worst time to kill your teammate. Don't do that.
Your heart broke. My heart was lit on fire because I'm like, yes, let's do this. Snowix, you go, boy. You go get it. Ultimately, it did actually put a huge pin in the haystack there for the side there of Gladiators. Not quite working out well for them heading towards the final moments of that game. But I do have to point out, MADBULLS have been trying to find a little bit of a redemption for themselves. But this little scrappy points, I don't know if it's going to be enough for them.
I don't know if it's going to be enough for them. I don't think it is. I do think what we should talk about is the fact that even though Europe has won the regional clash so far overall, we've seen a lot more African teams rise up, Crowns, in this final day. Maybe they just needed a couple more days to warm up. Took them a little bit longer to get those thumbs working.
Yeah, and this is something I'm just going to point out, and I really hope the African teams realize, and I'm even going to actually throw this at Clear Vision, right? Because Clear Vision winning this game just goes to show how well they play as a team. This is something we've seen not just once today. This is the second time we saw them play so well in it as a team in Erangel. The Erangel where they didn't land with Falcons, and that just goes to show that this team actually has that potential to play. They just need to play more as a team and not die early.
And the point that we mentioned many times, we really hope that they're going to take what they've learned from PMRC in PMPL Africa. And it's not only these teams that would improve, right, Crowns? I think it would be the region as a whole that would improve from learning from the teams that have played this PMRC in direct contact with these European squads. So Africa is still a relatively new region in PUBG Mobile Esport. We are witnessing live in this event the potential this region has to offer on the international stage. Give it an extra year, potentially next year, and Africa could be an absolute bomb of a region on PMGC or PMWI.
And obviously, Maxman, I mean, that's why these regional clashes are so important, because it's allowing teams to see new ways of playing, teaching them how to adapt, teaching them how to change their style as well. And that's why these are so important.
Exactly. I mean, the clash of metas is something that we never used to see in PUBG Mobile history. And the fact it's been brought up as the end of last year, now this year, has been so important for teams and regions to improve as a whole. So I'm loving it, and I can't wait to see even more PMRCs in the future.
It is time for a break, and when we return, the final game of our regional clash and the decider as to who will take that #1 spot.
Hello PUBG Mobile fans, this is Alan Walker. The airdrop carnival is now in full swing and I hope you're ready to dive into the most incredible event yet. Make sure to grab your own airdrop crate and don't forget to unlock the epic Land of the Heroes theme song and the Walker series in-game. I can't wait to see you all at the PUBG Mobile airdrop carnival.
They go. Tixi picks it up. There is Nox sent back their way, but only onto Matic.
It is finally upon us after 4 days of competition, so many games played. We get to see the final game for the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, Europe up against Africa, and it is going to come down to this game. It is still open at the top. It is still not decided who's going to win it. Right now, RUKH Esports sitting with 221 points after that chicken dinner we just saw them almost secure. And right below them is Gladiators on 210, chomping in the corner after a phenomenal performance on Vikendi. Major Pride on 181 points. Maxman, MUERTE right there on 180. Look how open this is for these 4 teams to battle it out.
Yeah, now you have 2 storylines that we're going to have to pay attention to during this last game on Miramar. It's RUKH versus Gladiators for the first place, and it's Major Pride versus MUERTE for this 3rd place position. And outside of that, then it's just extra kind of like flex power if you do rank up a little bit higher than your current position before this game. But man, these 2 battles are great, but Crowns, if I have to give any bit of extra respect over to RUKH, the fact that they've been battling against 3 EU teams throughout the entirety of today and holding so damn well along those matches is so impressive. So for that alone, they get so much respect from my end. But 11 points, that is all that separates Gladiators and RUKH. RUKH, I hope they're not going to be scared at the start of this game. They need to hold strong to their mental game. They cannot falter.
Yeah, I really hope RUKH Esports do not go into their yesterday mentality where they start to gatekeep or where they start to play defensive, right? So I hope they're not shaking up in their pants right now and they're able to continue on with that momentum that they've been able to gather, in particular in the last 3 games. I look forward to seeing this final game there from RUKH Esports.
They're going to have to find a balance, right? We don't want to see what we saw yesterday, like you said, Crowns, where they kind of were just passively playing. But we also don't want to see what we just saw, where Max, they took a huge risk and it did not pay off.
Exactly. Just play it cautious, right? Especially if you know that Gladiators are still alive until those very final moments, you do not want to misplay. And I know it makes it hard because the fact of us saying that on the desk, and also I guess they're thinking it too, adds so much extra pressure on their mental game. And maybe there's going to be some miscalls on the IGL side. Maybe there's going to be some significant misplays because of it. You need to stay cool, calm, and collected. That is the approach from RUKH we need to see, because one single mistake, and Gladiators, you know they're there to punish you, and they will try their best to reclaim that top spot.
If you take a look at Major Pride and MUERTE, right, this is going to come down to whoever finishes higher on the leaderboard in this game, whether it be with placement points or eliminations, right, Crowns?
Yep, it is a battle for who finishes or who goes out first. I think the side of Major Pride and MUERTE would be staring at that elimination feed most of the times. They're looking at like, okay, who's going out? The instance one of those teams goes out before the other, I believe we would see an instant switch in playstyle coming through from the other team.
It's going to be so close. So let's talk about our final predictions now as to who we think you should be keeping an eye out on. So it's really interesting to me because Crowns did not go with any of the top 4 teams. What did you go for, Crowns?
I went for Falcon White, and the only reason why I went for Falcon White is, or maybe the reasons why I went for Falcon White is, first of all, I've lost the prediction game, so there. Second of all, a chicken dinner coming through from Falcon White would actually toss them into that top 8, and I want to see a top 8 that has 4 African teams and 4 European teams, so at least I have a little bit of bragging right.
Fair enough. Maxman, what team did you put down for your predictions?
Gladiators. I want to see Gladiators do the comeback they're known for. It's always towards the end that they start popping off, and they can bring it back from the brink of death. So Gladiators, if there's any time to pop off, it is now. RUKH better be careful.
I did put Gladiators down as well. They are the team. I think they've got it. I've actually called Gladiators every single game today. So there you go. Just a little added fun for you. I'd like to see the comeback, but I would like to actually see a Miramar Gladiator fight it out right at the end. I don't know if we'll see that, but I know what we're going to hear. It's Blank and Jackie on the cast.
It certainly is, and a game that deserves some grandiose now. Our last matchup as the battles raged on for 4 incredibly exciting days here. Europe and Africa, they've clashed again and again and again. And now we're in an important position where a few minute differences will make the difference of you walking away as the champion with those points, thrusting you to the top spot. And sheer mistakes, Blank, could cost so much here. We're looking at a few key teams. RUKH early on into this game alongside Gladiators. How does the early game go? How far can they push it? And Major Pride and MUERTE battling it out to try and claim that podium finish as well. The storylines in this one could not have been better.
Just 1 point defines that third place position, but it's a bit more than that for first place here, Jackie. 10 points total required. RUKH needs to go out early. And look at this. Gladiators have actually dropped out early towards RUKH's initial position. They're hunting for them. They might be trying to take them down early here. We know that Gladiators, as Max said over on the desk, is the team that really excels on that final match of the day. Over in PMPL, their finals, Major Pride was in first place. They took away that game in the last moment. The circle shifts up towards the northeast side. We could not have asked for more. This encompasses both RUKH and Gladiators.
Oh, this is fantastic. The way this has been set up and the potential for that early clash between both Gladiators and RUKH, with Gladiators seemingly thinking, you know what, let's leave nothing up to chance. Let's eliminate them early and know that we've made the game-winning play off the skin of our own backs. Wow. If we thought it was interesting when we were in the lobby, now already we're seeing that those storylines are being elevated.
Mate, are RUKH going to lock up ready to try and take down Gladiators? If they go all the way to look over here, I will laugh so hard because it's basically the double Uno Reverso card. Gladiators try and drop towards Mina, up towards Tori Armada to take down RUKH. RUKH pushes over towards La Coveria to come in the backside to take down Gladiators. What is this game?
Man, looking at the map feed on this one, Whew, all right, it's going to get spicy. We can already see that with the way the early rotations are going in. Quickly touching on what you've been witnessing on your screens here as well. We've had a bit of a back and forth with Titan taking pot shots, trying to defend against Alpha. Here, 77k are also denying an early rotation from MADBULLS, wanting to stop them dead in their tracks. And the SMGs from quite a distance, they're burning through the Bulls. They're leaving them in a really risky position here, where they've got to bail on some of their mates and try to get away as Morteza connects onto Zerich.
Kakao using the to give MADBULLS a bit of oomph as well. Titan, it's icy underneath, looking towards Reflect here. Tries to fled the bullets, but can't quite pick him up here. Sees the feet as Reflect just keeps crawling away. Desperately trying to get on the shingles of those roofs here, Jackie.
Oh, Reflect does not want to give out the feet for free, but it seems that they'll be taking them anyway. Bullets constantly being peppered towards him. Icy eventually able to connect that one. Meanwhile, an unexpected third party pulls up on the ridge here, and that's the World of Battle, starting a clash versus the weakened 77k. They all in commit to it though. Mohammed, he's been traded upon as Morteza strikes back with that SMG. Peek from C80 as he's able to punish from a distance. Big damage done. Remember, Morteza is normally the main man, and he's been bonneted blank.
Plasm comes in from out of nowhere, takes him down. Kakao up in the distance. He needs a hot chocolate of his own because he's been sent back to the lobby and he needs something a little bit comforting. As 77k Esports will leave the tournament in 15th place on the last match here. Alpha moves in. Robs will take down Tenshik, and that's Titan. With 4 eliminations, starting the game off strong here. Upset about the way that Alpha hit that third party on them on that angle.
This is terrifying as well for any MUERTE fans.
Is it worth it?
I know, right? It's one of those where you're risking so much. Remember, MUERTE, all they need is consistency and points behind them on this one. 1 point of difference between them and Major Pride for contention of that podium finish in the top 3. And they were putting it all on the line there, just taking bullets. But Furia, he's a man of steel. He seems like he's got nerves of steel as well. Doesn't give a damn that he's just eating bullets.
2 eliminations sits them ahead again by just 1 point over Major Pride. They're taking the 3rd place position for now. You can see the total points of Europe and Africa currently. It's not looking likely that we'll see Africa with a resurgence in this final game. So I think the clash has been won by Europe. But the clash at the top is what we're wondering about. Africa versus Europe. RUKH versus the Gladiators. And they're so terrifyingly close to each other in Torre Armada over towards La Cobreria and Oasis. Finally, the boys, they're on the march.
Oh man. Alright, this feels like a trailer for an action movie. Watching Gladiators on their rotate in, basically hunting down RUKH. Oh god, when this clash kicks off, these two teams, whatever happens, will basically decide one of the bigger parts of the outcome of the global standings. If Gladiators can dismantle RUKH early, they could steal away the top spot. If RUKH can stand tall, they guarantee no one else can push to try and contest for it and could deny the upset potential in this game. And soon, they're going to be right on top of each other. Meanwhile, SBG versus Black Hand is going down before our very eyes, with Greedy for Kills and Titan starting to rotate over towards San Martin as well. So you're going to have close grouping here. But look at the top of that map blank. Gladiators right in the hive of RUKH.
They will have seen the parachutes early on, Jackie. They will have known the location they were headed over towards. And I think the Gladiators are assuming that they rotated over towards La Cobreria. But who would have assumed the RUKH Esports would go take a Spa Oasis day in Oasis itself? Rami just spying out. Doesn't have a huge amount of sightlines, but you can see the boys, they're on the hunt. They're trying to set the traps in place to snap round the legs of RUKH as they make their getaway. They're heading directly away from the circle. You know that this is completely designed to take down RUKH Esports, and they might have just given them the slip here, move further into the circle ahead of Gladiators because of this overzealous play, trying to find them. Currently in the blue, and Matic's moving backwards. Tixi and Kitsune down towards this south side. They're very much split here. I am worried.
Meanwhile, another one of the squads that we've been talking about in terms of needing a big game here. Major Pride on your screens. Falcons White, they're rotating close behind where Major Pride are currently stationed inside of this compound. And it's just Axar on his lonesome. So that could be a bit of a freebie frag. Extra elimination points for Major Pride if they can find him and dismantle him. But it seems like he might just barely pass through. Like ships in the night, they'll be able to bypass one another. But then you factor in what's just ahead of all of them. MUERTE lying in wait. Oh, blank. It couldn't write itself any better. Having MUERTE and Major Pride potentially have a head-to-head clash to decide which one of them takes spot 3 on the leaderboards, what a way to end it.
It would be a really cool moment to see, and MUERTE currently are holding out this position. They dropped in Monty. Nomi's taken some shots here. The 6x on Diana's Scar. Actually looking over towards him. Finds one. Furia opens it up with the AKM. And will be finishing off that player. Look at this. This is a team taking destiny by its throat at the moment. Circle ships over towards that northern side here. Cruz de Valle and Gladiators and RUKH will need to get a move on. Matic in cover right now. Will have heard the vehicles. Relays that information backwards.
That's the contact they've been waiting for. They fragmented the Gladiators, stationed them in different locations. Matic, he slows down his rotate, waiting for his teammates, doesn't go on a solo maneuver, wants to play a game where trades are possible. You can see Gladiators right now. This is them looking smart, looking calculated. They group up and effectively try and set a course where they can flank and late strike onto RUKH, knowing the path they're taking to rotate.
Yeah, they're just siphoning information from a lot of these plays that RUKH's making. Goodness me, they look like the Predator right now. RUKH sets Rami off over towards the ridge side as passing in to Cruz de Valle, Torre Amades, Eugene. Pusher still on the late rotate himself outside the blue, but eventually Xenon will be underneath Gladiators. They might take shots. We are getting ever so close to this engagement happening. It's inevitable.
Major Pride, looking at the split, the way they're so divided after losing that first man, you can see what it's done to them. Dino, he's basically joined the Falcons at this point. He's amongst them as some kind of imposter. And then you've got the duo of Naomi and Blackwhite ahead of the pack massively. And that contact has been seen by MUERTE. So they know where they're going. They know how to play from this. And they can just wait for the timing on it. They know they're rotating up towards Junkyard. Then Falcons are flanking in. Furia, he's got to be fast on his feet. As Malloy, he's going to start taking digs here. RUKH as well. Oh, this could be where it starts to kick off. Eugene, he's going to be looking for contact over the top of the ridge. If he gets a line of sight onto Tixie, they're going to know go time's coming our way and the Gladiators want a piece of it. Just clears the ridge before Eugene can engage.
You love the late trail as well from Tixie. Because Gladiators know where they want to hit up in Cruz de Valle. Towards the cathedral itself. But I think that for RUKH, I think for them is that all the information has been gathered now by Gladiators. They've slowed them down. They've delayed them on the edge of the circle. The big question, will the circle once again favor the boys from RUKH? Will we see another Western shift? Or, again, will RUKH Esports have to fight their way in? As we know, they have struggled doing that before. A lot of times they like to work around these interesting parts of environment on the map, using these little ridges, these tiny little divots to their advantage whilst they set up for the end game. But no, the circle, it shifts over towards Cruz de Valle, and Gladiators have already picked themselves up a strong spot in this location towards Garden.
They're in a prime time position, but someone that certainly isn't is Dino. Dino, he looks uncomfortable right now. He's been trying to put the pedal to the metal and clear as much space as possible. He knows that he's being chased. Actually flicks onto the first man, strikes against Furia, does knock him, but you're getting cleaned up. There's nothing else that you can do. Major Pride, they're going to lose so much from this, and they'll basically just have a duo that are fragmented left into this one. So MUERTE trying to scrap for control of third place, and they've taken 4 elims this far.
It's so smart from MUERTE as well, because they know that the next place team underneath them is 40 points clear of their position. right? So if they hunt down Major Pride and they're confident on that, then they could just win the match just off the back of that one and pick up their 3rd place. They're not playing for 2nd. They're not playing for 1st. They're just playing to hold on to 3rd place and take that glory home with them on one hell of a run. RUKH Esports lose 2 players, Jackie. And now Gladiators, there's an opening.
Gladiators, if they want to engage from this, they could try and do something a bit naughty. Instead, though, it seems like they're going to play that slower pace, guarantee themselves eliminations and placement. Knowing now RUKH have already lost the duo, you got to be counting your blessings and thinking, okay, the game plan was to hunt them down. That job's been done for us. Now we need to play a smart game of PUBG. We can't throw anything to the wind and see what sticks. You've got to play it consistent here and go for those high percentage plays.
The only thing that RUKH Esports can hope for is Gladiators go out early now, but they need to live as long as possible, pick up as many eliminations as possible. MUERTE still on one hell of a freak spree at the moment, just moving through the map. They take a fair amount of shots though and will have to continue pushing out, but Fury and Downer, they stop off. They want a little bit more. Teak goes down. Now looking for some of the players from Falcons. A double spray here could leave them absolutely shredded.
The damage dealers of MUERTE hunting everyone down, but suddenly a flip in the script. Six. He's decided to trade things here. He's gone in aggressive. He's picking them to pieces. One by one, he's been able to find angles to peek onto MUERTE, single-handedly dispatch 2 of the players, not just knocks, full-on commits. They're gone.
Goodness me, but I think MUERTE may have done enough, but is it though at this point in time, as Furia has to hop out the vehicle? MUERTE so ever close to just getting dropped from the lobby, and you know what, Major Pride's still going. The World of Bottle, the bat spot out Furia right now, and that's it. MUERTE's out, 4 eliminations. Now they just have to hope Major Pride doesn't get any more of their own. They've been on a warpath, but it comes to an end.
They wanted to take control of the game. They wanted to make sure they guaranteed the victory off of their own plays. But with there still being Major Pride players in the circle, the scary thing is, if they're able to pick away, if they're able to weave their way through the course of this game, there is a timeline where they can come back to haunt you and snatch that 3rd place back away. Right now, they move close into the dead center of the circle, surrounded by so many other squads. Titan on top of them, Clear Vision on top of them, SBG right by them. So they need to try and approach this a little bit slower. You've got Gladiators that have taken compound control as well, with NEXUS flanking up towards them. Meanwhile, the World of Battle now trying to hard commit onto the weakened Falcons roster. Rough getting through the zone there after taking so much damage. That's going to result in a knock that's probably going to be followed up. Hasm from this angle has been causing issues all day.
But the Talons, they've already sunk deep into MUERTE here. For Major Pride, Jackie, it's 3 points. 3 points is all they need to take home 3rd place. They would be tied with MUERTE, but with the amount of chicken dinners that Major Pride have got, I believe that they should win out that tiebreaker.
Major Pride keep themselves composed. How much damage can this duo do? That's the huge question here, really. What have they got in store for us over the course of this one? You'd need to have something absolutely massive in the last game of the night, the last game of the event here on day 4, the culmination of all of your strengths in one final outing. Meanwhile, the World of Battle unleashing the metal hell against the opposition of Falcons. They're able to pull off the getaway though. They get out of dodge and tuck into another compound, buying themselves some time. The play zone causing carnage with RUKH though. Default down on his last legs. The situation getting worse and worse for RUKH the longer this game goes on.
Pusher trying to send away here as fast as possible. He's got a med kit which will take him up to full HP and the first aid kit, but other than that he's got nothing else left to work with, and the south side of this map is absolutely plagued with players. Default goes down, last man standing, Pusher, see what he can get done, but as soon as he goes out, the window is fully open for Gladiators to finish off this game strong. See if they can go further, take the points that's required, but EXO already finds Matic.
And this could be the blessing. This is what Push has been hoping for. Quickly jumps out of the car to bandage himself back up whilst Gladiators are taking damage. We were talking about that Nexus flank that they had been pulling off. They love lurking in late and striking when you least expect it. And EXO, he's primed in these sort of situations. He wants to cause turmoil with GG setup. The full frontal assault coming in as well. Connections across here. EXO, he doubles up. Another tag. Oh, this could be getting big and scary for the side of Gladiators. They're letting it slip back. They're losing their composure.
Gladiators didn't have to do too much on this game, considering the way that RUKH's gone down. They did a fantastic job at delaying them, causing chaos in their rotation to the point where RUKH started to panic. Matic still yet to be brought back up from his knees as players goes off to across to him to assist. They get the circle once again, so they can chill over this location. But it's a very much well-wanted spot in the circle, so a lot of teams will be looking this way. A lot of teams will have their eyes onto this one. Luckily for them, Clear Vision and Nexus, they spot one another. They're going to start to take some shots, and hopefully this will give time to Gladiators to reassess the spot they're in, to re-establish a little bit of control.
Control going down here though, as there's a scrap between Greedy for kills and Xenon. Xenon at least being able to get the advantage for now, it seems. Hemo eating the nades as well as the frag will detonate directly on top of him. Lazy Boy feeding him shrapnel, and Hemo now left on the ground, knocked out on that one. Meanwhile, Clear Vision gets stuck into a firefight with the World of Battle, and it seems like Titan have found an opportunity to strike as well. Havlik chimes in with one as he cascades some bullets across. Lazy Boy going for the drive-by, wants to try and bullet his way through another man. Oh, Pusher as well. A quick rotate, possibly seeing a window of opportunity here. So low, nearly taken out of the game blank, spins out, jumps out of the vehicle and tries to strike back against Titan.
What horrible spot for him to be in. And he gets taken out by Desha with the M249 just as Rob spots him. The dying man will take down a currently dying team within the lobby. And it's Gladiators to move a little bit further, to take a second place spot at this point after RUKH's done so much to secure that first place position and hopefully bring some pride to the region of Africa, only for it to be snatched at the end of the tournament. It's so classic Gladiators.
That's what they're going to be putting all of their investment into now, thinking we just have to play a flawless game from this point forward, finish the legacy that we have started so that Gladiators can snatch back the crown for Europe here in our regional clash. Meanwhile, AXA taking shots downrange, being able to establish some more damage. Old Boy even having a piece of the pie as he'll strike with the Mini 14, land a perfectly placed headshot to punish a little bit more. And it's getting intense. Fights are occurring all over the shop.
Hazem brings out the weapon, the Mini 14 for that long-range engagement. Redox takes down AXA. Naomi over towards Vito, in fact. Again, this is really big. That's 1 point closer to the magical 3.
Major Pride, this dastardly duo, it's all in their hands. If they want to grab that third place back and stay in the position they started the day in, they've just got to keep up this consistency. You don't want to be taking the fight towards the Gladiators, though. They've proven time and time again that they are not to be messed with today. Major Pride have circle control. They are dead center. They get their bellies down and they try and wait this one out. Somewhat cover available to them. They've got a bit of map geometry to work with. Otherwise, nothing much to look at. Flicking back over to Titan as well. They're trying to get out of here and rotate round.
Circle centering up on Major Pride as well. We're at that point of the game where these teams will start to accrue some placement points. So Major Pride, now it's just 1 point required. The question is, with the amount of chicken dinners that MUERTE got today, I don't know if they're actually tied with Major Pride, Jackie, and I think that MUERTE might just be ahead in those elimination points. But honestly, at this point in time, I don't care. We'll have to wait when we head over to the desk and they'll figure it all out for us. They just have to live this one out for the time being. Titan coming in. Lazy Boy goes down. Marshall Carry Boy still left alive. Just Rob's left remaining.
Rob's frag out through the smoke. Marshall trying to close the graph as well, seeing if he can get up close. Lands a well-placed nade onto Rob's. Havlik, his time's ticking away, but no opportunity for Robs to jump in to save it. He's going to eat that nade, blows his teammate out of the game for good as well. Marshall cleaves round the corner. Meanwhile, Naomi, he places a well-timed bullet into Icy and strikes onto him, but the fourth frag is denied. It was snatched away. Clear shot also taken out of commission. Major Pride are finding great openings to strike here, Blank. They're trying to pad those stats last minute, build the points that we've been talking about.
Desperately trying to find these eliminations where they can. Sad that they could not confirm over towards Icy. The knockover towards Clear Vision as well, they didn't quite spot him out to take that next shot over towards him. Gladiators currently fending off versus Black Hand down the hill at the moment. You got Keme down on his knees. A nade from Tixi could be good. Is that long of enough of a cook on it? We'll see what happens when it does land. Doesn't seem to do the damage that he was looking for.
Old boy left in such a classic position. This is vintage old boy when he's left on his lonesome in a bit of a 1v4 scenario, tucks into some cover for now and tries to wait out the longevity of this game, potentially show him back up later to show us what he's made of. Focus from a distance, just peppering bullets towards Adam. Oh, he's chicaning like a madman. You ever seen anyone move like this, Blank?
He's so fast. He looks like Sonic the Hedgehog from going backwards and forwards like that. Dude, he was rubber banding, and I don't think it was the lag. He was just fast.
He was all over the shop, but that is Falcons for good. Finished off here in the tournament. NEXUS, they've been great in terms of this matchup here on Miramar when they choose to instigate fight, when they backstab, when they lurch in and strike against you. Their decision making has been on point. It's vintage NEXUS that we're starting to see, and they've still got all four players alive. And these are the sort of moments where they thrive. Similar sort of things can be said though about Gladiators. Right now they've got brilliant control of this ridge. You've got so much high ground to play with, and Blackhand, they're basically on top of SBG. You're going to start taking bullets from the side when you push your way in, and GG, they know they just need to play this game out to success. They want to get a big win on this one. Old boy trying his luck with a nade, not going to work. Peeks out with the SMG instead, taking the raw on firefight versus SBG. Connection from Narvalo. He snipes his way through him with a shotty and takes Titan Gaming out in 7th.
Still 10 eliminations for Titans, that's decent, but Major Pride once again get the circle when it matters most to them. We're getting to the point in the game where we've only got 6 teams remaining. I think if Major Pride gets them in top 5, that's it, it's done. They've taken that 3rd place, and to MUERTE, for all that aggression, for all that climbing, it might have just been for naught, and they don't take that podium finish. And Major Pride just clasp it back in that final moment, channeling the Gladiators, who currently are facing off against Black Hand. They need to move, but EXO, he's got great sightlines towards them. It's very difficult to fight off against that position. I think Gladiators realize they need to clear out Black Hand. They need to hold this west side. Heading towards the east is a bad idea.
They're thinking on the fly. You can see they've got the idea of the big picture for this game. They don't want any little details to be the devil that causes them to lose the overall chicken dinner on this one. Starting to make their move down. Blackhound close by as well. Mozaro, he's in a tight position here. Has 2 nades in the back pocket. The frags go flying. SBG in the meantime taking damage as well. Meku suspicious about where the peak's going to be coming from. 2 players on the right-hand side for Black Hand. The last frag thrown out. 2 mollies to work with. Clean connection onto Meku. Half of his HP gone. The other duo for Black Hand arriving on the scene of the crime now as well. And SBG, they're taking sniper shots from the back line with the M4. They're able to down Keme and make it harder for Black Hand to hard commit onto Gladiators. This could be an opportunity for them to push down, but they probably don't want to over-exaggerate it. They don't want to hard commit. Tixi takes a well-timed peek, snipes back, slays one of them. Mozaro trying to play an angle.
This guy has been fairly sick for the team. Kitsune swings by, gets all the information they need, but a massive shot coming through from Kapahala along the way does a huge amount of damage. Meku hits the deck. Does Mozaro step at this point in time? Look at the amount of damage been sent through from NEXUS. Gladiators, they've not done it yet, Jackie. They still have further to go, and NEXUS coming in to put an end, put a stop to the European dream.
It's Kapahala, the warlord himself with the chin chopper, swinging the butcher blade and chopping apart Gladiators bit by bit. Nexus dealing so much damage. Gladiators one by one, they're falling. All of them are losing out. They're losing control of a game that they wanted to win off the skin of their own back. Kitsune barely standing inside of the smoke. He's so low. He's on his last legs. Redux with a single bullet can deny this one. Connects onto him. Gladiators are gone.
Nexus from underneath. They put a stop to the dream. And they'll wake up from this one feeling very, very distraught. Gladiators, despite the chance that was given them, despite all the things that went well, RUKH going down in the beginning, but that overconfidence from earlier, the games that they threw away, looking back on them, wishing they could have done something different here, Jackie. But Major Pride still alive now, looking for more.
And this is Major Pride, like we said, really gunning for the extra points at the end of this one. At this point, they're the only team that looks to benefit the most off of the result from this final matchup. They need to have a huge game. Damage being established. Looks like they're finally starting to get stuck into the thick of it with teams closing the gap. Nades being unleashed from either side. Nexus closing down from the top. Blackhand weaving in as well with SPG not far out. Pressure being applied from all angles. Can Major Pride really step up in these dying moments?
Nexus sent EXO in, tries to swing by, Blackhand has to step up, the shots coming through, Black-White gets finished off, just Naomi left remaining, and they will go out. Just 1 point from the eliminations, but 5th place might just have done it there, Jackie. But Nexus, at the end of the parade, Zone 9 starts to close. 4 teams still engaged in this position on the map, which allows so many teams to coexist. Shots and nades towards SPG, towards Blackhand. Clear Vision also looking to climb the ladder, but a nice nade from Narvalo to start things off.
This is game-winning form from Nexus, though. The way they've been playing it, it's all of the ingredients we needed to see from them. And Blackhand, they're trapped between two sides of the coin, taking consistent damage. But SPG starting to flip the script. They want to contend for the chicken dinner on this one, as they're able to strike back onto Nexus, deal enough damage to slow them down, and they're in a good position with it. You've got Nox across. They peek out. They take damage from the HE detonating right beneath their feet. In this final bout between them, you've got 4 squads weakened on all fronts at most. SPG have a triple threat of squad mates alive and kicking. They're trying to get the res off onto Storm as well, so that at least Blackhand can reset this one. 3 players alive again now. They've got to get the heal in. Meanwhile, Narvalo chasing down Pocus. He's got the flank on the back of Clear Vision Blank. He can clean up here. Oh, the distant shot punishes them. Looking to do even more. That's 2.
Looks for another. The 1v3 coming through from Narvalo, putting an end to Clear Vision on that side. Pulls off the glasses, leave them blind, and now Storm tries to move through, but it's not enough. Nexus versus SPG. I now steps up, and Nexus with 3 players might want to start moving down. A beautiful Molotovs puts the heat underneath the feet of SPG.
Narvalo, he's ready. He's going for the quick peek, but instead it's the big guns from EXO that's punishing, as it seems like Nexus, they want to win this one. They're ripping their way through the firepower of SPG. This big old gorilla can't stand strong for long, as it's the real animals of Nexus that will grab the chicken dinner, shutting down the final game of the event with a big victory in the back pocket. They dismantled Gladiators. They took every fight that came their way, and they stand tall at the end.
Man, Gladiators will not forget this going into PMPL, but Nexus finally take themselves a chicken dinner right at the end of the day. A little bit too little too late, but I'm sure they've learned a lot of things along the way, but I can't wait to get back to the desk to find out, did the MUERTE get ahead of Major Pride, or Major Pride living long enough to secure this point? Just how close was it between 1st and 2nd place? We just don't know, Jackie.
We just don't. We got to find out, because that was absolutely ridiculous. So many intense firefights, the little storylines, the culmination of everything we've been building up for 4 days. And finally we get the results. Sam, take it away and enjoy this one.
I am going to enjoy this one because I'm actually going to wait before we go into the final standings. I think that it's not time yet. We're going to talk about the last game we just saw. Also, I've lost my focus because Crowns has got his Africa chain on there. Pretty cool, Crowns, at the last battle there, the final four, 2 European versus 2 African teams. Felt fitting.
I know, right? I looked at it and I was just like, come on, guys, let us get this one done and dusted. But it was just a little too chaotic at that ending. Everyone was just going up against each other. It was such terrible terrain to even be fighting on. Wow, I really give kudos to all those teams there.
I was getting a little bit skeptical towards the end. I was thinking maybe Nexus are trying to do too much, but then they regroup all of their efforts on pushing onto one team. In this case, it was on Gladiators, which was the worst case scenario for them. But Nexus, it feels like they are cursed in every PMRC they play, that they just have a hard time until the last few games where they just pop off. In MEA versus Europe, they got 24 elimination chicken dinner at the end, and here they wrap it up with a chicken dinner. I want to see more PMRCs and see if that continues.
I love the fact that we've been talking so much about so many teams and those storylines leading into it, and unfortunately Nexus hadn't come up at all, and yet here they are sitting in that top spot. 80 limbs. Look at that, 18 points, Max, man.
Yeah, massive game from Nexus, of course. 18 points on the board. They're going to be able to not compete with the top dogs of the lobby here, Sam, it's fair to say, but at least, for flexing purposes, show that Romania is a little bit higher on the rankings. Though Crowns, SBG have been bringing the heat today. I don't recall what position they were before this game, but I'm really hyped to see where they currently rank after this, because they've improved and built that team synergy that was lacking on the first 2 days, it seems.
Yeah, all I just know is SBG was on the other side of the leaderboards, and with this game, I'm pretty sure they're pushing themselves into that top 8 position. But I'm also looking at the Africa side of things. Blackhand also gets in this game. They were on the verge of getting knocked out of the top 8. Are they still retaining that position, or are they out of that position? These questions are too much.
We will be able to answer them very soon, but first I just want to point out, which I think is quite fitting, it's such a great way to end the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. Such an even split of African and European teams in the top 8 and the bottom 8 here. Yeah. Just showing you that as this tournament has progressed, these teams have been able to read this lobby, adapt, and now we have quite an even matchup, Maxman.
Despite me clearly having a bias towards the European teams, Africa has improved significantly. Of course, some teams maybe have improved a little bit faster than others, which is expected. It's esports, 16 teams you're talking about, but they've been able to just start being more aggressive into the late game. I mean, RUKH is a really clear outlier, but not the only team to do so. Clear Vision also. And as I already stated many times, I want to see how Africa is going to be able to play as a region in PMPL Fall. And the one team that makes in PMGC, if it's RUKH, with what they've been able to show at the end of this tournament, I would be hyped to see what they can offer on the biggest stage PUBG Mobile Esports has to offer.
I mean, this is the big question now, is who is sitting at the top. I think that if you've been following the whole tournament, you will know who our champions are. But of course, there's lots of other questions that we have unanswered when we take a look at the standings. And we are getting ready to announce the champion of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. We can, though, confirm that Europe is the winning team in terms of the region and the squad performance. But the question, of course, is did Gladiators do enough, Crowns, to keep the top spot? Or was Africa able to push RUKH into the top? What do you think?
I think RUKH is up there on top. I mean, this is saying this a lot, and I think RUKH Esports might have just done enough. I got scared at the beginning of that game, but seeing how Gladiator did go out, I think RUKH Esports might have just done enough.
I think it's time to announce your champions of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. Europe might have taken the regionals, but there they are. The African team, RUKH Esports, they are your winners. Crowns, what is it about this team that makes them so damn good?
First of all, they played so well on day 2. Kind of almost threw it yesterday, but I'm glad that they were able to get back up today. And that final statement I just made is what I like about this team. That's what they changed. The fact that they were in and they were ready to evolve. They were ready to always change whatever mistakes they made. And it was just wonderful. It worked out well for them at the end. A little bit scary, but they quite got this one in the bag.
Yeah, I really... The thing that I look towards when I'm looking at these teams play, and what I'm hoping to see teams do, is make iterations, make changes when things aren't working out. And we've seen that every single day from RUKH Esports. And they've just been able to now start playing more aggressive, which is what we wanted to see. And every single one of their players too, Crowns. We're looking at Eugene, Pusher, Rami, Default. Every player played such an integral part of the success of this team when they were doing great. And then, of course, being able to claim that first place. RUKH Esport, I cannot wait to see what the future has to offer for them.
Yeah, I really cannot wait, man. It was such interesting things coming through from them. And the fact that I was able to beat my chest, I think they were the one team I was able to beat my chest for heading into today, that they will change the way from the way they played yesterday and they will play relatively better today. Day 1, we saw them play somehow. Day 2, we saw them improve. Day 3, they kind of fell off. And then coming into day 4 today, they were able to work on their mistakes and do better. RUKH Esports, I like that.
Fantastic job from them, and of course we have to. Oh, there we go. We've just figured out who's on top. It's been spoiled, but it looks like Major Pride able to take that third spot, Maxman.
1 point difference. That's all that's going to be separating Major Pride and MUERTE here. So Major Pride, Crowns, we can say there was definitely some luck involved, but the full send play in the middle is the best salvage mission you can do. If you do not die on the rotation and you can just get towards that late game and get some extra placement points and eliminations, it might just be enough. And despite the early altercation versus MUERTE, losing 2 players there, they knew, okay, we need to outlive MUERTE if we want to get that third place, which is exactly what they did.
Look at your standings. There they are, your winners on top, so close between RUKH and Gladiators. And then, of course, the 3rd and 4th spot. What a fight. 1 point separating them. And I also do want to give a shout out to Crowns' favorite team, Falcons. They might not have made the top 8, but please remember, halfway through this competition, the Falcons had 2 placement points. 2 placement points. And they were able to get themselves all the way up to 32 placement points, 87 eliminations, and a chicken dinner. So shout out to them for most improved, right, Crowns?
Yeah, I really give them a shout out for that. 119 points being able to put up on the board in the whole tournament is nice. Or maybe it's nice given the way they started, right? If they had started off quite stronger, they would have put up more points up on board. It's very interesting to see that Clear Vision was able to make it to 5th position, even despite taking hot drops with the side of Falcons in almost every in almost every Erangel game. It is impressive from Clear Vision to see that they still had performances on the other maps to put themselves up there in the top 5. Black Hand falling off in this last game. Nah, man.
Yeah, is there a transition when you had SPG just shooting at your backs the entire time as you're trying to escape away from Gladiators? 2 teams, I think it's fair to say you don't want to be sandwiched between. But Africa, despite a lot of the European teams being on that top 8 page, actually 6 out of the top 8 teams are from Europe. We saw every one of these African teams, I'd say, even the teams in 15th and 16th place, have those moments where they shine so bright and you can really see the potential. So fall season is going to be an interesting season for the whole region of Africa to see if these big changes that they bring to the table are going to be really working out on home soil. So so much to look forward to in PUBG Mobile Esports. We're just halfway done with the year in terms of season, and there's so much more to come.
So much more to come, and still more to come on the broadcast, because we have the MVP of the entire tournament on your screens right now. No surprise there, Maxman. It is your guy.
Yes, go. The Tixie supremacy is still alive. Crowns, take that. That just massive game from Tixie every single match. And I do really want to echo what Blank mentioned at one point during the cast today. Tixie in the past few years has been looking like a very aggressive player and with very little restrictions set on himself, but he's now just playing in such a strong synergy with the rest of his team under the guidance of Kitsune, which is one of the most experienced players in the world. Really, Tixie has become so strong. Surprise is not Furia actually, but I'm always going to be happy to see Tixie take an MVP award.
There we have it. Europe wins the regional battle, but Africa wins the top spot. Nice and fitting and even mix there. I enjoyed that. It's been such a pleasure to be with you the last 4 days. Maxman, Crowns, Blank, Jackie. We hope that you watching at home have enjoyed the show. And of course, a big thank you to all the people behind the scenes who make all this magic happen. And most importantly, thank you to the players for putting on a spectacular performance. This is it. The regional clash is done, and I hope you're ready for even more PUBG Mobile action that's going to be coming on from the rest of the year. So from all of us, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you soon. Good night.